like 12:01.
Okay. It's been a while since I've done this. Display capture. Screen.
Oh, let me join the Zoom with Katie. 1 second. Sorry, just realized. Oh no, Katie.
Alright, is it streaming
Let me check the YouTube on my phone.
It should be streaming now.
Okay. Let's see. Do we have any viewers watching us stream Building Propel Earth?
It says.
I'm responding back to LinkedIn right now.
It should be streaming, but I just want to check.
Oh, we are live. Yes.
We're live?
Yeah. So let's see how many viewers we have. I don't know how to say, but I liked it. Cool. It's a little bit delayed, which is good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I guess we'll just do that. No, we should embarrassing.
Oh, there is then. Oh, I thought there would be. Hmm.
This is very delayed.
Yes. Oh, there's a live chat. Yes. Join the conversation, interact with the creator and others watching this live stream. Hey all. Thanks for being part. Okay. So here's what I really want. I want to start with okay. I want to start with marketing, honestly. But I think first I need to respond back to more messages.
So we got 30 seconds delay. Okay. Marketing?
Yeah. I want to work on first thinking about, okay, how are we going to talk about this after? Like, how are we going to tell the world this is what we do?
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's a thing for sure.
Like taking this content right now that we've created. Oh, and my Fathom note taker is not here, so let me get it in here.
Okay. So we want to tell the world what we do, but we also want to
Yes.
figure out what we're doing. I
Yes,
think.
I also was talking with one of our mentors, and he gave some really great advice.
Is
Um,
it?
yeah, I have a question. Is the live stream recorded?
I think so. It should be.
Okay, so
It should go live. It's been a while since I've done this, but we should be live, so you should be able to find it on YouTube. And then when it's done, it will translate into a stream. It'll go into like the stream section,
sure.
and then I'll make a video, and then we can shift it onto
Okay,
the
this
other
is kind of
channel.
cool though. That we're doing it like this. Very, very cool. I need to make another LinkedIn post right now. Say we are live, building in public.
I wish there was a way to like minimize these the note takers.
So do I. Hmm. I feel like there's like a hide view thing.
Yeah.
Hmm. Maybe that's only on Zoom or something. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, like there's a shrink this tile, but only for your own. Oh no. Okay. Never mind.
Oh, yeah. Can you do it to like, cause you're the admin or whatever you're the
Shrink other people's tiles, you're saying?
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't let me.
Hmm. See, it should be because it's like my viewing ness, so I should have autonomy of that when I see.
Mhm. It's all good. We can keep the note taker. Fathom is here forever. I invested money into Fathom. $100. Like, well,
Was it worth it?
I think so. Um,
Nice.
I got distracted. I was thinking about something. Ah, yes. Hmm. Really? Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. Cool. Very cool. Um, Next time we do this, I'm gonna do it at Impact Hub, New York City, and we can present to the world there.
Sweet.
Okay. So let's start. Hmm. Hmm. Amazing. I'm gonna re. My mom is calling me. That's funny. Oh. Hmm. Um, cool. I'm gonna. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you're yeah, like on the stream. So the way it works is because I'm the one streaming, so it has my screen. But my screen is
Hmm.
just the you can see what it is. It's just like the big version of the Zoom. So anything you present will show up on stream.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Let me share my screen then, so that the world can show me building in public right now.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I have you pinned, so anything you do
yes.
will just be big.
Okay, awesome. Cool. Okay, so thank you all for coming to this. So first thing we're doing is we have to advertise that we're doing this stream. So Maya is one of our co-founders. She's a grant writer. She's really incredible, and she reposted my post saying, "Hey, here's our uh, live stream." I'm gonna put the link to the live stream in the comment section underneath her post. Hmm.
Mm. Be the change you want to see in the world. I love that.
Indeed, that's what we have to be. Ah,
It's super inspirational.
wow, love this, Maya. Come watch here. Come watch here. Um, yes. So there's a lot of people I have to coordinate with. A lot of really cool thoughts as well. Um, I have to also answer back some people who I am supposed to be meeting with. We were supposed to have a call with. And I need to send the link to these people. We were supposed to have a call with Katie today, but it's okay. We're gonna have the call tomorrow with her. There we are going to talk to Jackson as well. Um, Jackson's really cool. He's a marketing person, so we can ask him all the questions about that specifically. And it's nice that we have Andreas here with us as well, Daniel. I don't know if you guys have introduced each other yet, have you?
No, I don't think so.
Um,
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now we've introduced.
Yeah. Hey, how's
Oh,
it
you
going?
have introduced each other, you're saying?
Oh, no, we have not.
Yeah, you missed it.
Oh.
I wasn't there yet.
It was 10 seconds ago.
Oh, yeah, it was 10 seconds.
Oh, okay, yeah, totally. Muito legal, as they say in Brazil. Yeah. Okay, I will respond back to more WhatsApp messages on my phone. Here's what we should be doing. I want to show off this document. So I want to work through this. And I was given recommendations about it being very broad, which is all right. Based on our new understanding, I'd love to kind of hear your own perspectives on sort of this mission of creating the world that tears down the boundaries, stopping change, and how we can make that more succinct and specific about what our new idea is. Maybe we can go into the agenda as well of the other one to reference it.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me find that document. Bounty-based positive impact. What works for your bounty? A social problem.
Yeah, I think we should get organized ourselves.
Yes.
Because like there's stuff like there's like stuff that like we need to have because so it makes sense to us, and then there's like the things that we're gonna say on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
So like for me, I always get excited about like the technical stuff, but and then I try to like tell people about that, and they're just not interested. But then when I say like a story about it, they get very interested. Get
Okay.
invested.
I think that the technical stuff, I really want you to talk about it with Andreas, um,
Okay.
especially the safety aspect of all of this.
The safety aspect.
Yes.
I will. I am still working on that kind of like one sheet for just initial steps that we're going to take, and then we're going to scale that for the long term as you grow.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll be able to get that to you and the rest of the team by sometime next week. At the
Yeah.
latest.
Yeah. Honestly, like, if you want to like use this time now to like just have us work for 5 minutes on that with you at all, like, I don't know what exactly the way we could do it is, but I like the idea of like, I mean, maybe that stuff shouldn't be built in public, and I think
No, I don't think we should build that in public.
What
Yeah.
initial steps?
That's okay. Yeah, but we can definitely talk about it
Mhm.
sometime next week for sure, and we can start figuring things out.
Definitely.
But yeah, that's not exactly something that we should do in public, unfortunately.
That's okay. I think that'll be probably the best place to start then with this is sort of like before we decide what we're doing today, we should decide what should and shouldn't be built then.
Yeah.
So this could be sort of like an explanation. And after an hour, we can make a LinkedIn post and we can say, here's what we've decided should and shouldn't be built in public. Oh, but I've finished doing this. Did I finish it? Responding back to Maya's. I did. Okay, great. So if we think about should, we could talk about like maybe a marketing strategy or something like that.
Yeah.
Or just maybe not necessarily the marketing strategy, but just like marketing.
Yeah, like networking strategy and how to get grants and things like that.
You're saying how to get grants?
Yeah, just because I mean that's part of your marketing strategy is how to
Mm-hmm.
get more grants. And
Okay.
spend it that way.
Mm-hmm. What else should be built in public? I guess maybe process mapping for some things. Like if you're doing it for the first time, you can show off your first time doing it. Maybe like building out your mission, vision, values. Maybe one of the things that shouldn't, and I'm not sure if this should or shouldn't, but I wrote that I wanted to like finalize like internal team construction. What do you think? Is that something that shouldn't be done publicly?
I think building. I would love to do the team construction publicly.
Okay.
I think so too. I think that'd be cool. I don't think it's really that confidential. Just think about people's private information, and that's all.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And if somebody is against having themselves be shown, then we don't have to include them in this.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I can do that.
yeah, like 'cause I think like it gives people exposure as well. I think it's good, yeah.
I agree. Okay. Very nice. So then we were saying cybersecurity stuff should not be done in public.
We could probably do some of it in public, but yeah, definitely some of it shouldn't be.
So private cybersecurity information, and then we could do general cybersecurity information can be done in public. Like best practices. And that's why I think it's really valuable what you're doing, Andreas. Is
Things that people already know, like two-factor authentication, things like that. We just don't want to get into like which two-factor authenticator we're using,
yeah,
which VPN we use, which whatever we use, right? Like best practices, fine. You don't want to talk to people about the structure or security stack of your organization, if that makes sense.
because then that's too private. Okay. Maybe we should talk about operations as well. Like, I think team dynamics is another thing that we can explore further. Like, sort of culture setting. That's why, like, we're saying like our mission, vision, values is like radical accessibility. Then this is us showing that we're living by our values. Hmm. Very cool. Okay, let's keep going. Any more things that we think you shouldn't build in public? Probably confidential customer information.
Let's see. Yeah, anything confidential. Just general things like about people's personal lives, like be cognizant of what the venue is
Mm-hmm.
and where you are. Like, be professional with it. That's about it, I would say.
Okay. If we don't have anything else for now, then let's make the sort of the actual goals then for today. I've written some of this before, but yeah. I apologize for being tired because we were up until like 3 a.m. yesterday working on this.
No worries.
Yeah. So this is the first goal then. What is our direction for building in public moving forward? How should we build in public?
We could just stream all our meetings.
We literally could stream our meetings. And then we could have meetings that we decide this should not be streamed and this should be internal.
Yeah, and then we could say why we did that.
Yes. Okay. So stream. Okay, perfect. What else? How should we build in public? We should stream our meetings. We should create. Oh, well, I forgot to go on TikTok Live.
You go now.
Yes. Yes, I can.
It's never too late.
Not at all. First, let me respond back to a few messages on WhatsApp. You want to share your screen, Daniel?
Is my screen not being shared?
Oh, is it?
Wait, you mean with the group?
Yeah, I'm saying share your screen on
On the meeting?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and keep going with that document. I'm just gonna, I guess, just respond back to people before.
Nope. That's the wrong one. Okay. Alright, so while you're doing this, I'll explain to the audience what I think we're gonna do. Okay, so we've got like the business model. So this is like, this is like the vision that this is the idea we came up with yesterday. Um, Back from my effective altruism days. It's a bounty-based positive impact. So um, the way it works is that people put up bounties for things that change that they want to see in the world, and then founders try to go and make those changes happen, and then they get the money. Um, so the example we have is Indian homelessness. So someone might say, "Hey, I think Indian homelessness is a problem. So I'll pay you Y amount for every Indian you house, and then the range, they give a range. So they say maybe I can afford to, pay for 1,000 people or 100,000 people, and so however many people you can do, that's how much we'll give you. So this is like one org. We'll put the bounty up, and then a different org will solve the problem and collect the bounty. What we do is we verify, and then we take a small percentage of the exchange. So we're like escrow company for these things. I really like this idea because it pretty much just solves like the main problem with capitalism. So a big problem with capitalism is that people can only really do things that, because we live in a capitalism world, which is like you need capital, like you need money to purchase goods and services. People have to spend most of their time getting capital, and so you're only right. So you're really so it's a big problem. So man, this is really morning for me. It's a way too late last night. So the problem is that everyone has to get money, and then once you have money, you're like good at getting money, but you're not good at figuring out who's good at solving the problems. So this way, if you have money, you can just say, hey, I'm going to pay for the person who was successful. Whoever's successful gets this money, and then you don't have to figure out who's going to be successful. You just give it to them after. And once that money is being put down and being staked, then the startups can go and solve the problem and get the money after. And then also, it's easy for the startups to raise money because they for their ventures, because they say, hey, look, we got this really good idea for solving Indian housing in this specific region that's going to affect 100,000 people. We're going to do that, and then we're going to get paid from this other guy. So you could have people whose incentive is to make money who are good at funding startups, or are good at assessing startups. They can actually just fund startups to solve these problems, and then those startups solve the problems. They collect the money, they share it with the VC, and everyone's happy. So a lot of people get to coordinate. A lot of people get to easily coordinate with each other. They don't have to even directly do it. Probably at the beginning they will, but over time they're not really even going to have to necessarily directly coordinate with each other. So that's the general goal that we're going towards. I think that might be.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually we should just maybe start doing that. I don't know. So that's
Fine.
the general. That's like what we want to do when we get to scale up. The incentives. Yeah. So everyone's incentives work out. Yeah. So that's that. So then we have personal. So this is I would say is the business model. So it's like less exciting. It's gonna be exciting, very exciting. Small segment amount of people, but for most people it's gonna be exciting. So then we got the personal vision. So Stephen's dream is to build in public and have the world watch. He wants to do the Mr. Beast social impact, which I think is hilarious. Because Mr. Beast is also like a pretty social impact guy.
He did. Yeah.
Become the person that everyone goes to when they want to improve the world. Super popular guy. Propel is the hub of social innovation. Anyone who's actually going to make the vision, the dream is anyone who's going to actually make things better or is or was part of Propel. So we're going to affect the whole social change world.
Yes, we are.
Hmm?
Yes, we are going to change the whole social impact world.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I have to join the other Calendly link right now. I'm going to have you guys be introduced to Jackson Miller.
Okay. Send him over to us. Yeah, so what we're doing with the live streaming, so this is just like our work. We were up late last night, so that's why things are taking a little bit. But yeah, this is like our work day. You want to go? You want to go? And I'll just tell people about just talk.
No. I actually don't need to go. I'm in the call on my phone, and he's not joined yet, so I'm going to send him a message.
Okay. So yeah, so yeah, so like I like what we're doing, and then so what we're doing is really like I think the way we're going to start doing this is we're going to start is to really just support startups and build an ecosystem. So I think our job is to become experts in supporting startups.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a startup and you want support, then come over here and we will support you. Let me think. So already there are 16 little squiggly. Little squiggly. 16 people that are part of the team.
Okay. Thanks for doing it.
Hi, what's going on right now?
Yeah, I'm here with Daniel and Andreas, and we are writing out some of what we're going to be doing today. We have a few documents we can show you.
Oh, so what's the presentation about?
Yeah, it's the presentation at 4 p.m. will be about us sort of presenting what the findings we've done over these last few hours have been to build propellers and that with a sustainable business model.
And also a quick update. So I met a guy in the event, and basically he has some like funds specifically for non-profit organizations of funding. So maybe like we can reach out to him later, and then to see whether we can like collaborate for some events or maybe like bring like his fund to our founders. Yeah, just a quick update.
That's really awesome. Yeah. One thing that I was talking about earlier is that we need to finalize creating our nonprofit. So maybe we can talk about that today.
Yeah, maybe later. Yeah, just go ahead.
Awesome. Well, you can stay in if you want. You want to keep on going, Daniel?
Yeah. Let's keep on going. Yes. So already we have around 16 people that are part of the team and a little wider network of 50 people plus. How many startups would we say are part of it?
Yeah, we'd say about 30 startups.
Wow. Okay. About 30.
30 impact-focused startups. Yeah, we've helped a few of the teams. I'd say probably like 7 of the 10 teams we've like done something for.
Okay.
Say in a variety of ways. Like we've helped them with grant writing, or we've helped them with making connections, or education, mentorship, partnerships.
So things we do have done. Grant
Yes.
writing, networking. Have we connected with anyone with funding yet?
We've connected them to investors. We have not had anybody finalize investment based on a connection, but we've connected people to those that might. It's just not finalized.
Oh, I think each floor has a restroom. Um,
So let's see. What else have we done? We have done some initial visibility, like we've reposted some of our founders on. Yeah, like we've helped them. Like, yeah, we've reposted and like, I think that's one of the things we'll do more in the future. Is that specifically? We've networking you said, but like we could say like connected to partners. Yeah, that's the last thing.
Connected partners.
Yeah, like we basically help them create partnerships, or maybe like find co-founders. We've also done. You could say that.
Cool. What strengths? Like, what do we really? What things do we really want to develop?
I think our strength is the volunteer network in a lot of ways. Basically, finding the people that will solve the problems.
The volunteer network. We will find people. And this is for, this is aimed at startups, investors, all that.
So right now, the thing we are trying to do is solve problems for startup founders and investors. We're not going to do nonprofits yet. We're not going to do academics yet. We're just going to say, if you are a startup founder, here you go. If you're a startup investor, help fund some of these problems.
This makes sense.
I would also like to say right now that I posted about us doing this event in one of the group chats, and I had somebody reach out to us to be a customer account specialist. So Cornelia, that might be someone that could work with you, who's also based in New York City here.
oh, okay. I'm gonna reach out to him later.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, I could. I'll send you her number. She wants to do something Monday or Tuesday between 12 and 2.
Can I give you my schedule maybe by tonight? Because I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Yeah.
Okay. I think our strength is also the storytelling, and that's what we really have to say is that like we are not just solving problems, but we are bringing attention to them and helping those who are currently doing that. Hmm. What else are we really good at? I think we're really good at connecting to people. Uh, we're great at. I guess that's what we said. We said find the people problems.
Connection. I
Hmm.
would say connection is our main strength.
Yes.
Um, tell a story around that.
Hmm.
Tell a story around that. Why is connection important? What is it? Share with us from your deep wisdom of the ethos of connection.
Yeah. So when I was kind of thinking about the reason why we're creating this, etc., like the problem that we were trying to solve is the lack of connection that exists around the world. Um, we were all supposed to be sort of interconnected, saying that we live in this digital age where you can access any information, talk to one another, etc. But in reality, everything is fragmented. There's no one central repository that exists that solves the problem of you not knowing where to go to get information on how to solve problems and having no sort of global resource that helps you build it and then also tells you who's already solving the problem so that you can work together or you can build a different solution that they're not thinking of. Um, and that's sort of the idea of connection, is that it's bringing the world together to do the things that are most valuable. Because right now, the way things are structured is that stealth and not showing off and hiding from the world is stopping problems from being solved in the pursuit instead of profit and trying to maximize that instead of the actual impact. Da, da, da. And so, how are we doing this right now? That's the next question. Because, like I was trying to explain, is that there's all these people who are putting profit first. And what I wanted to do is I want to help people first. And we've been doing that. We've not been charging people for connection or anything. We've just been building up an ecosystem.
Yeah.
There's a lot that we can do as a stronger ecosystem if we are more public about what we want. So, sort of the next thing that we can do, and what I'd like to do, is to prepare for us to be more public by sharing with the world what we're doing. Um, so, we have to know what we want from the world, not just telling them, hey, we're cool, we're doing this. We have to make targeted asks saying, can you do this to help us in this way? So, what we can do now with this time that we have is identify for the next 10 minutes, what do we want to ask the world to do for us?
I like that. We expect people to ask us for help, so we also need to be able to ask for help.
And what we're doing is we're helping people through connection, which means that we might not necessarily be the person to solve your problems, but our goal is to ask the world on your behalf so that we can collectively solve.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to basically be like a node for people for connection.
Mhm.
Kind of, but
Yeah, almost actually. I'm itching to like
Mhm.
try to get MVP.
Sure. Let's take this and then say, here is the result of the first hour of our live stream. We've identified this, this, and this. We need this from you. That's what I'd like to try.
Okay. I'm having a bit of problem with the recursion. Cause like yeah, for me, I'm like I want to get down. Like, what's our MVP? Like, how would we? What's the thing we can build that would prove that we can build something and
Mm.
test the audience to see if that's product market fit.
Yes. So remember how I talked to you about my original idea months ago, and how the first thing I thought about, and hi, Mathanji. We're doing really well. The first idea I thought about months ago was basically saying, here's one challenge that exists in the world. Okay, we've identified that it's real, and we're going to spend $10,000 that we raise of money to solve that challenge. Maybe we could do it in a way it's like this. We raise a small amount of money, $50,000. We spend $25,000 solving the problem ourselves, and then $25,000 as the bounty to encourage other people to solve with us. And then we have to identify what is a small community challenge that we can find a real market solution to, that could be the first thing. And then we just raise more money to solve more challenges. But it's just about identifying what that first challenge is, and then using this community-based methodology to get people together to collectively work on this with us.
Okay. So what is one challenge we can solve? Raise money and have a profit left over.
Mm-hmm. And I like what you're saying about the bounty. This could be the bounty here.
Yeah. I like this because this is exactly what we want to do. So we want to find a challenge and raise money to solve it.
Mm-hmm. How are you?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I think I have to go in another hour, but yeah, I just wanted to come in and see and show some support and contribute. So yeah,
Thank you.
it's great that you're doing this. And yeah, I would love to see where this goes. It's really fantastic that you're doing this.
Yeah, I'm really, really glad to be building in public, and we were talking about it earlier, but a lot of what we do can be built in public as well, especially because this is sort of like solving a problem. And I think in terms of what I was saying before, was just before you joined, I want us to have like a LinkedIn post every hour that kind of updates people about what we've been talking about. And maybe that first LinkedIn post could be defining the problem that we say that we're solving and what our idea of the MVP is. Or maybe it's something that we just share at the end of this. But
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So in terms of the MVP, it sounds like we are more like a VC, or so it sounds like we are trying to like spend some money. Basically, that's what JP, the general partner in VC, are doing right now, and they are looking for funds from the limited partner LP.
that is how VC works, you're right.
Yeah. So VC basically, for example, you just graduate from your college and you are like, oh, I'm gonna like build a fund, then you are like looking for the fund from other people like which are LPs, and then you are the JPs. Basically, you use those people's money and then you invest those people's money into the startup. That's how VC functions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, limited partnership. Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, so because we are like drafting the MVP here, so it sounds like a little bit like VC to me, but the difference is like the VC, they require some like equity from the startups, um, but here is kind of like profit left over, so maybe that's a difference. I'm not sure like what we are trying to turn this off.
Yeah. Maybe I think the bounty model explanation would be helpful. Do you understand what that is exactly? Or maybe Daniel, you want to repeat it? What do you think? Yeah.
I didn't fully understand what Cornelia was saying.
Oh, so do you know like VC?
VCs, yeah, venture capital.
Yes. So you know how venture capital make money. So basically, there is a group of people. They want to build a fund. So, but maybe they don't have money themselves. So they have to look for the fund to look for those like high profile persons. Maybe they have like some like family industries, and then they have a lot of money. Basically, they collect the money from those kind of like person, and then they use the money to invest. But the thing they invest is the startup. It's not like you invest the money into the bank. It's not like you invest the money into some like restaurant or something. They invest in those people who are building um, like things, companies. Um, that's how we see functions. And then after they invest to invest those startup, they would require a equity like percent in
Yeah.
or yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So so I don't think venture capital is going to go away. But for us, like we're adding this additional layer where somebody can just pay to have a problem solved, and then the startup will go try to solve the problem, and they'll get paid that money.
But it sounds like so the money comes from the startup, right?
Well, the money would
The
come.
money is crowdfunded.
Yeah,
Wait,
just someone who wants to solve problems, who has money and wants to solve the problems.
but the thing is, like, I know a lot of founders, especially at a pre-seed stage, they don't have money, so they are looking for a fund to solve their problem. How can they like pay us, or just like a small amount of money for the inquiry fee?
Yeah. So the thing for them is if the startup doesn't have money and they need money, they have to they have to convince um, like a VC that they're going to be profitable, and then the VC will give them money.
Uh-huh.
So that's how it works in the real world. When we have the bounty system, they can just say, hey, we're trying to get to this bounty. So someone's paying to solve climate change. They're going to say, hey, we can solve climate change, and we're going to get that money. So then they convince the VC that we're going to go get that money. You fund us. You give us the initial capital, and then you get a percentage of the bounty once we've completed it. So it's a way.
I also, as you like, I mean, as you, I feel like I still like didn't get you because um it's like so. For example, like several days ago, me and Stephen we interviewed their founder. The founder basically is located in Africa right now, and then he needs money for his prototype. I mean, he needs the funding. How can he like pay us for the survey or for the like service?
Right. So he's building a prototype for something that's gonna positive impact his village or city. I assume.
Um, I feel like he didn't know. He wasn't that clear as well because I understand like his mission is try to like scale it up globally, but even like he didn't think like maybe started from the like regional area, and he even didn't have a MVP, and then he tried to just like jump it to the global level. So I feel like maybe he wasn't that clear as well.
Yeah. So let's say he's doing something like he's wanting to bring water to his village or something, right? Or let's say he wants to do something global, but he needs to work his way up. Sorry, there's a lot of music in the background.
Sorry,
Um,
what did you? Um, I'm gonna move to another place. It's a bit noisy on my end. Oh, so I think I'm good right now. Can you
yeah,
say it again?
yeah, this is much better. So he wants to move on like the global scale, but he's gonna struggle getting there, um, especially because if he doesn't have a lot of resources. So what if we do is if we say like, hey, like his village, has some need, whether it's like water or food or crime or roads or whatever it is. Um, there someone could say, "Hey, look, if you look like I don't know this guy, right? So, but if I had a bunch of money and I'm like looking at the village and I'm saying, "Hey, there's a big problem here. Um,
Mm-hmm.
if you manage to build a road, then I will give you, like $10,000, right? And maybe the road
Mm-hmm.
really only costs like five, six, $7,000 to make. So for him, he just has to like for him to he's like, okay, I'll build this road, I'll get 10 grand. Now it's much easier for him to go around and convince other people to help him. So whether that's to raise smaller amounts of capital or to just get a bunch of his friends together, like it's going to be a lot easier because that goal has become a lot shorter. And once they complete the goal, they get the money.
Oh, so that's where we are. So that's where we are, right?
Yeah, and so like I don't know that guy, and like I don't like for me to invest in him is like I don't want to give him 10 grand because like I don't know what he's gonna do with it. I don't trust him, you know. But if once it's complete, like I would be happy to pay for it. Uh,
Okay.
and so this way it just allows people who want to like make a positive impact to have money. They don't have to take risks. They can just um, they can just pay for the impacts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because I know for me, like a lot of my founder stuff is like I'd rather like to do the work is very different than to convince the people that you can do the work. And so I'd rather if there's like smaller goals for me to reach, it's like I don't have to convince anyone. I can just sit and do it. And like it allows also like a lot of neurodivergent people to actually just play to their strengths,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't have to like know how to be charismatic. They
Mm-hmm.
just know they just have to be able to do things. And that's to me what I want. I want a world where people just do stuff and it's easier to do things.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Great.
So I honestly would love to show you guys a document. I would love to show you some thoughts. Okay. Because one of our advisors has been helping us with thinking about all of this, and I want to think about the crowdfunding equity side to see if it's possible structurally. I'm going to use the document that we have right there that you're on, and I'm going to paste in this information at the bottom. Actually, first, let me do this. I also am going to be posting a LinkedIn post now saying what we learned about what we should and shouldn't use in build in public after hour 1 of our live stream. Is there anything else that we can review right now about what should and shouldn't?
Do you wanna present it so we can see?
Okay. So first, this is the way I make LinkedIn posts sometimes, is I just tell ChatGPT, here's what we learned, here's what we've said before, here's what should happen, what shouldn't happen, marketing, networking, grants, process, building mission, team, cybersecurity, practices, but not specific information. And it created this, which is a little bit too much. So I told this. Here's what we learned. We're experimenting with radical transparency, our marketing and grant strategy, team culture, mission, vision, values. Yep.
That was good to me.
I think so too.
Just gonna grab some water. Alright, some water.
I'm building in public.
Sorry, guys, I have to head out right now.
Thank you, Cornelia, for joining.
Yeah.
We'll be
No
here the whole
problem.
day. I'll probably see you later.
Yeah, see you.
Bye.
See you, Cornelia. Stefan, you have a typo
Oh,
in
please.
the building.
Thank you.
Sure. So I have a migraine. I'm not able to see the screen properly. So please go over because
Yes.
I couldn't see the other parts.
So basically, what we're going to share is our marketing and grant strategy, how we build our team and our culture, and our mission, vision, and values. But we're not going to share confidential information, internal security systems, or anything personal or sensitive.
Sounds good.
And then I'm going to say, let's build the template for radical accessibility together. Cool.
So if I understand the bounty business model correctly, we still need to build a reputation for ourselves as the to-go place that supports early stage startups before we generate money for ourselves, right? Or
the due diligence, the
Mhm.
verification is the reputation you're talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what people will be paying us for eventually, is that we will be the ones verifying that someone else is actually making an impact in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So is the next like the plan for? Oh, okay, okay. Stefan left, I think, by accident.
It's a coup.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, sorry.
Hey, it's
I
okay.
accidentally pressed my closed power button.
So is the plan for the next hour to come up with a plan for the for how we build our reputation, or what's the topic?
So we need to present the vision by 4. So that's like the main thing, and then everything else is.
Sorry, could you say that again?
The main thing is that we need to present the vision to the team by 4. So we need to get like a clear vision, and I think next steps by 4:00.
Oh, okay.
Yes, exactly. So we can go back to what we have already in that document. You want to share your screen? And I'm going to post this, and I'm going to,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to repost it from Propel's page as well.
Okay. So I did. I'll just show you what I did. So I just took the whole thing and I put it into ChatGPT. I didn't even ask it for anything. I just put it in, and then it popped me out this, which I copy and pasted into this. So business model, key actors, Propel. Well, it's what we went through before. It's just a lot nicer. And then it suggested MVP game plan. So proof the flywheel can spin once. So bounty, solver, impact, verification, payout, Propel percent, case study, credibility, repeat. It needs to be quantifiable, audible, emotive, realistic.
So, sorry to interrupt. Are we like, so it's decided that bounty model is our business model?
That's just what we're discussing today. That's what we were going to present, is that this is sort of the way that we can start, not necessarily getting initial revenue, but just start solving challenges. And then we can get like a transaction fee for all the challenges that we solve.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys, I have to run, but thank you for hosting this. This is actually really cool.
I'm really excited, Andreas, for us to talk more.
Absolutely. Yes, talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Enjoy yourself.
Bye.
Cool. Okay. So
yeah, go further. Yeah, split revenue. Tiered support, long-term plan, impactful for investors. Narrative. Yeah, so like this would be the next step. It's like one aligned funder, one high potential solver, and then that gives us one strong. Yeah, that's one strong story. Well, that's my thoughts.
Yeah. Hey, Nidika, how are you? Oh, can you hear me? I was just asking how you are, Nidika.
Hey, Stefan.
Hey. I'm glad you got my name right. Most people say Steven, usually.
Steven, sorry.
No, it is Stefan. I'm saying you're correct. So
Okay. Okay. Wow, I'm glad.
yeah, no, most people don't get it right, so I'm happy.
Wow. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event.
Yes, just so you know, we are live streaming right now, if that's all right with you.
Yes, that's clear.
Okay, cool. This is our first time doing it. Right now, we are sort of looking at the revenue model and idea behind what we've been doing. some background, we basically have created this sort of volunteer support network to help social impact founders around the world. And right now, we are defining sort of what the initial strategy will be for revenue, because we've not charged any of these founders to do this. And we're considering using a bounty-based model where people will be able to identify problems. We can raise funds towards solving these problems, and then if these problems are solved and completed, the people who solve them get paid out. A way to align incentives for making change in the world.
Got it.
Yeah. I know you talked about like customer success, etc. And Cornelia, you just missed her. She was here a few minutes ago. But she's been acting sort of as the founder success manager. So she's been the one meeting with all the teams that we were working with, etc. We have about 30 teams so far, which is really cool. And now it's time for us to kind of, I guess, like you said, we need accounts and like actually putting functions in place for like revenue and stuff. So this would be something that would be really helpful.
Right. That's great. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you. Yeah. So Daniel, you want to keep on going and explaining? What do you think at this point? I mean, at 4 p.m. we have our explanation.
Yeah, so we got 2 hours 45 minutes.
Yes.
Well, I think you're probably going to be the one to present it.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I'm just doing right now. So like, this feels like it has a lot of the information. So I'm just put some of the more information that we need. So like, what does Propel need from the community?
Mm-hmm.
So like that we can come with a clear ask of what we want from them. Yeah. So like, what are your problems? What are you trying to solve?
Mm-hmm.
And then, do you know anyone would be willing to fund? Oops. Oh, you guys. Okay, yeah, willing to fund. I don't know how to phrase this in like a non-weird way.
Hey, Sol. Thanks for joining.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So, Daniel, this is one of our startup founders right here. So you asked, like, you were trying to ask the community right now, what are the stories? What are the problems you're trying to solve, etc. We're basically trying to think about the idea of using like a bounty-based model, where imagine you're talking about all BCI, the challenges that you're trying to solve, and you can basically make it like an open call for people to say, hey, I will pay X amount of money to use this if it exists. And you can put that money in an escrow account, and then whoever can solve the problem to make this thing exist will get paid out, and we'll be the people who verify it. And the whole idea of building it public then is to help bring attention so that more people will donate to the bounty. I guess it's kind of like you will pay for the service it's created. And then the people will be sort of building in public together to solve the problem rather than siloed and just doing it separately. So right now might be a good chance for you, Sol, to be used as the first guinea pig, because that's the whole point, is that we want to represent you and your problem that you're solving. So Daniel, do you think you could facilitate that?
What, interview?
Yeah, short interview. I feel like we keep on interviewing you, Sol, but it's okay.
Yeah. Shoot.
Okay. Let me pin you. Who are you? What are you doing, and why are you doing it?
Yeah, my name is Sol Trevino.
Okay.
I am more accessible to everybody. The reason why I'm doing this is because I believe that the way we interact with computers right now can be a lot better. And I believe that it's going to be better for our, not just us, but also our grandkids.
Sorry, say the first part again. You cut out for a second.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me clearly? My Wi-Fi is a little unreliable.
Yeah, now it's good.
Yeah, you look like a ghost.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Whatever. I don't know if it's a filter or something. My camera's been like that. I digress. But my name is Sol Trevino. I am working on a startup called AllBCI, allbci.com. And what we're doing is we're making the next way to interact with computers much more accessible to everybody. What it is it's a platform where people can communicate and talk to each other and upload brain-computer interface projects that they're building. As well as we're adding features where people can make things with no-code solutions, as well as upload their own data to be annotated by our machine learning models. So big vision of this is to really change the dynamic of which we interact with computers. The way we do this is by working with a technology called brain-computer interface, which are devices that you put in or on your head that allow you to control a machine just by thinking, right? So I can elaborate on all of that if you'd like, but that's kind of the rundown.
Yeah, Stefan, you're all BC. Yeah, allbci.com. Yeah, I saw your site last night. It's super cool. When I was looking at it, the way I was seeing it is like it's like an operating system for brain-computer interface. Is what you're building, and then so you're enabling other people to build like software or hardware for brain-computer interface, and you're like letting that, you're like supporting that. So you're letting them like build on your platform essentially.
Right. Yeah. I mean that's a really good understanding of it. Right now, today, it's a platform, but we are working on the operating system and the bridge that allows any device to connect to the application, if you will. So yeah, it's pretty fun. We're going at a really good pace, and we're raising, so it's exciting.
Yeah, that's so cool. I had some like technical questions. Like, is it a lot like very math heavy? Or is it like just like kind of like programming? Like what are the challenges that you have? Like what's the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so I guess to get specific, right now a really big problem in the neurotech industry or brain computer interface industry, whatever you want to call it, is the okay, so I guess the biggest one that you'll notice right now, the biggest pain point is the calibration process. So the way these devices work is when you think about something in your head, it releases little electrical signals that you could pick up. So you know how a heart rate monitor works is it tracks your electrical signal or pulse from your heart. These things are kind of like that, but for your head. And so this science is called EEG, or electroencephalography. And so what this interface looks like once you get this data is it's a chart with waves going by, and it shows different waves like theta waves and whatnot. And it just shows like according to these wave activity or this neural activity, you are tired or you are stressed or whatnot. But there's much more you can do beyond that. You can control, like you can play a video game with this. It's pretty cool without having to do any surgery, which is awesome. And so, however, the big problem is the calibration. So in order to, everybody's brain is a little bit different. It's kind of like a snowflake. They're all unique. And so you have to calibrate these machines to your brain activity, right? And it's very tedious. There's some coding involved. It takes a long time to do. And it's just not a great user experience. It's not an working out of the box experience. There's a lot that needs to get done, right? And so how do we fix that? That way normal consumers can use this without, going insane. We are working on a, you could call it like a algo or like an algorithm or something, or like a ML model or something that would gather about an hour of your brain activity and compare that to brain activity from other users that have similar brain activity, and then it would use that to calibrate itself and get a really good understanding of how your brain works without having to do hours of calibration or days. And so that's a start. But the idea is somebody puts on a BCI, and within 10 or 30 seconds, it's completely calibrated, it's accurate, and it's useful, right? So that's one of the things we're working on. Another thing we're working on is the so brain-computer interfaces. There's some consumer-grade ones like Neurable or Emotive, and they make decent hardware, but the software they charge thousands of dollars for. Emotive charges like $2,000 a year for their research kit, which is just like some basic software that allows you to do very basic things. And so we see that as another thing that's really holding back the industry. And how we're targeting that is by making a sort of like an OS or like a bridge that connects any BCI device to the all BCI platform. And this is another way we aim to make it better for the consumers. But it's just, that's what the process is going to look like, because it's such a new industry. It's so niche. It's there's a lot to build and there's a lot to fix. And sure, that's a lot of work, but there's also a lot of opportunity, right? And so it's just like, it's it's like a fix, iterate, fix process, right? It's going to be a lot of that, but eventually it's going to get to the point where it just works instantly, right? Because that's what people want. Nobody wants a kit. They want something that works. So, yeah.
Wow. So you're making brain-computer interfaces just work and then lowering the cost.
Pretty much, yeah. And we're targeting the software side before we target the hardware side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's easier to iterate on software than hardware.
Yeah.
That is super cool. That is so cool.
Yeah, it's people think of it or they hear about it and they think, oh, this is like Black Mirror type stuff, but we don't want it to be a Black Mirror type thing. The only like reason why people think of it that way is because they think of Neuralink, and they think, oh, it's this scary thing that looks like it's out of the Matrix that they put inside of your head, and you can't remove it. You're going to be force-fed advertisements when you're trying to sleep, right? And so that's a terrifying thought. So this is a more humane solution, which is non-invasive, which are devices you wear instead of devices that you implant in a way. And so I told Stefan this quote, and I love it so much, but technological innovation does not happen without psychological persuasion. And so that is very, very important when it comes to introducing this type of tech to normal consumers, because the products themselves are not the biggest priority in the consumer's eyes. The consumer's eyes, the biggest priority is who's wearing it, who's promoting it, who built it, right? Let's be honest here. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are not the hottest people right now, right? And they may not necessarily, the consumers may not necessarily want to wear a brain implant that was made by these, the businesses of these billionaires, right? They want somebody that is a bit more, or a company that is a bit more trustworthy and a bit more friendly and less intimidating. And so we're not like a smaller startup with like young founders that have the right vision for this and have the right ideas, like, and have, you know, the story to push it. That is a big factor. And I think another big problem, so I'm just kind of rambling. If you have any questions, let me know. But another big problem in the industry right now, the reason why I think it's still niche, why not a lot of people are using this quite yet, I mean, it exists. It could be an amazing product right now, but it's still far behind, is the companies that already exist, like OpenBCI, Neurable, Emotive, Precision Neurable, I think, or Precision Synapse or something like that. Anyways, these companies that already exist, they do promote their devices and this tech, but they promote it to researchers. They promote it to people in labs, and they've never promoted it in a sense that it can be used outside of the lab, right? And so we see that as an opportunity to take this outside of the lab, where it's no longer this little niche thing that you have to work on and get tedious with. Now it's something that you could really use. And so some of the things we're working on is like everybody doom scrolls. Everybody scrolls on TikTok and Instagram. And so the way you do that is you use your thumb like a Neanderthal. What if you could just use a BCI and have your brain activity scroll for
I
you?
don't like this pitch.
You like it?
I hate this pitch. You're like, so you know that thing that you do that you waste your life and then feel bad about? Well, we can make it more efficient.
Well, here's the thing. This is how we can provide value immediately to the user, because they don't want to. Okay, people promote this as it's something you could like fly and control a drone with, but let's be real. Nobody controls a drone in their day-to-day lives, right? And so what do people do in their day-to-day lives that can actually be enhanced with this type of tech, right? And so using our phones, doom scrolling, skipping a song on Spotify, Snapchat, talking to ChatGPT. Everybody has ChatGPT on their phones now. Connecting it to the AllBCI app, it makes ChatGPT have it allows the user to get a more like personal experience with chat, which is really cool. But also scrolling, right? Everybody scrolls. And also here's another thing, like everybody loves to watch YouTube or scroll TikTok while they eat like lunch or something. Like, and here's the thing, you're using your hands for the silverware and whatnot. Now it's like a remote presentation controller on your head. You just think
like
down or up, and people see that and they're like, okay, that's pretty neat, right? And so the biggest priority is to make the devices sexy. That way they're not like awkward or intimidating looking, making them like super sleek, super like beautiful, super cool, and also extremely effective. That way people don't categorize it in their head as a gimmick, right? That's what we don't want. And so that's like when we start working on hardware. But yeah, I mean, do you kind of see the magic of it, or are you still skeptical?
I mean, this is like I love the hands-free aspect, and I love the brain aspect. I think that's just super cool. Yeah, like I guess like it also like cost is like a factor to me, because like in my head this is like 10 grand or something, and I'm like not gonna spend that money so I don't have to use my thumb when I doom scroll. but I think like it could be useful like definitely for like tech people, like if I'm doing an event or giving a speech or something else where like my body needs to be doing something, but also I have to interact with technology. I find like I can interact with technology or I can interact with the real world, but it's hard to do both at the same time. And the way like the way you're describing it, it's like, well, if there's just this thing on my head, then like I actually don't have to like start worrying about my hands and like connecting to the computer. It will just do it automatically.
Yeah.
So like presentations and like music, and it's like for like IT people almost. It's like feels like it'd be for like events, like it feels like it'd be just super useful to have that.
Yeah, and like the applications right now, like scrolling or whatnot, controlling things with your head right now may not look like a whole lot, or may not look like game changing, but it's a start, and we have to start somewhere. Yeah. If we tell people, listen, you're going to have to redo your entire digital ecosystem, both software and hardware, in order to use this thing that is pretty neat, they're going to say no. Even if the tech is amazing and it works, they're going to say no, because that's too much work for the consumer, right? And so having it work with the systems they already use and the apps they already love, it's a better strategy than just trying to have the consumer reinvent the wheel, right? And in a way, this is building the tech to the consumer instead of vice versa, which is very important. We want people to actually adopt this into their lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
I'm going to put a LinkedIn post about ESOL. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah, I guess like what would you say is like your bottleneck or your biggest problems now? Is it like showing people like how fun and awesome this is, and like it's not a Elon brain surgery? Is it like on the technical side? Is it funding? Um,
Um,
like
I
for
would say
you?
it's more funding. I would say it's more funding. We have a pretty regimented plan set out to like what's the next steps after funding, and right now it's just hyper focus on funding. Like, not to brag, but this is a good idea, right? But it could easily die if we don't get funding. Like, lack of capital is one of the main reasons a startup dies.
Precision Labs, it was called.
Sorry,
Precision Labs is your competitor.
it might have been Precision Labs. Let me check.
Just trying to write it quickly. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. I don't really see those companies as competitors. They're more like complementary. Like, we can use their tech to promote this stuff. But eventually, when we do start doing hardware, I could see them potentially being a competitor. But with the people we want to target, I think it's going to be quite a while from that. But anyways, so yeah, we are raising capital, and that is like our big priority right now. And you know, a startup can easily die without getting funding. So yeah, it's but we are on a good track. We're talking to a couple people, and it's pretty exciting. So
Would you
Yeah.
say this? You're at like seed funding stage. Like you're getting the funding to do a prototype.
so it's more like pre-seed, is what you would call it. Yeah, like pre-seed. This like this money would allow us to file a bunch of IP, as well as get some of the right talent, as well as use this for promotion to eventually raise more capital and whatnot, but also to get some basic software projects out of the way as well. And using the platform, it would be like building off that, like getting the platform more and more developed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you'd be like hosting. I guess, are you already like working with software developers, or you guys are just doing that yourselves? Like you're currently the software developers.
Yeah, so Colton, my co-founder, he's pretty cracked when it comes to coding, so he's really good at this. But he can only do so much, and so we've outsourced some people in Pakistan to help us with like the tedious part of coding, like the things on the back end that need to get done, but we have like bigger fish to fry. So they definitely help with that. But yeah, I mean, Fulton's really good with using AI, and he doesn't necessarily vibe code, but he's really good with AI frameworks, and so that means he can get like a lot done in a very short amount of time with high quality code and output, which is great because, you know, that is something that you really want to promote, or you really want to put into the culture of your startup if you're starting a business, is now, especially now, is use AI. Use AI. If you train your employees right, you can have them get the output of like 20 people in one person, right? And that is huge, and that is the future. Like, some Altman talks about it a lot, but like the next billion-dollar companies, they're going to be ran by like a handful of people just managing thousands of AI bots, and I think that's pretty cool. So yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I want to take a different direction, just because like my own personal curiosity. Could this be used in like therapy, or you know, those meditation, like those kind of applications? Like there's this startup in California. They do jhanas, which are like specific meditations, and I think they were using some of this stuff, but it seemed like not to the extent that you would be able to provide that.
Yeah.
So like, would this be useful for that? And have you guys thought about it? Have you used it yet for that?
Yeah. So EEG is actually useful for, I guess you could call it cognitive training or mental training. There's this company, they're called like Muse or something like that, but they sell a basic EEG headset with an app, and the app, so the harder you think, the app has a video game on it, and you make the character go up a hill or something, and the harder you think, the farther the character goes. And so the whole purpose is to make the character go farther. And because of this, you're like almost shifting your brain into a different state of thought, which is really cool. You're training your brain to be more focused. You're training it to kind of release a lot of the clutter that it's dealing with right now. And so it's really cool because all this, really what it does is it uses EEG to gather the signals and then send it to an app, and from there, that's where the magic happens, right? However, there are devices that send signals back into the brain, and this is called neuromodulation. And so these devices either use like ultrasonic frequencies or electrical pulses. It's not zapping your brain; it just sends like the little pulses to the right parts at the right time. Sound, ultrasonic frequency is more popular, obviously, because it's less intimidating. But yes, absolutely. There's transcranial magnetic stimulation, which has not been put into the form of a headset quite yet. It's still like this big machine in a hospital, not accessible to consumers quite yet. I mean, if they go to the hospital, but that is really promising. What it does is it sends like magnetic pulses to certain parts of your brain in order to, like, in a way, make them awaken or make them calm down. And so it's pretty amazing because you can use this for like PTSD veterans or people with PTSD. You can use it for people with like severe mental disorders, or people that have severe anxiety, or people that just simply have a hard time focusing. It trains your brain to kind of rewire itself with it's this thing called neuroplasticity, which is where your brain, I'm sure you've heard of it, it's where your brain rewires itself in order to adapt to something new. When you're reading a book, when you're learning a language, or when you're waking up earlier and earlier every morning to get more disciplined, what this does is it enhances your neuroplasticity, which is when your brain rewires itself. You know how some people have no problem waking up at like 5 a.m. and going on a run and getting, having this whole routine? Well, they weren't born with that. They had to make that over time. And the way it works is each time you do it, your brain rewires itself more and more to that thing. It's really, really amazing. But the idea is with, you could call it like neuromodulation or neurostimulation devices. You can speed up this neuroplasticity where instead of it taking a month in order to learn a new habit, it could take you 1 day or 1 hour. Or instead of like taking months to learn a language, you could learn it in a week or something like that, right? And so it's really promising. It is intimidating because you're like stimulating the brain in a way. So people may see that and they think like, oh, you're zapping our brain. But it's not like that. It's pretty amazing what it can do. So that is with like stimulation devices. With EEG, you basically learn how to concentrate better by staring at the app or whatnot and controlling something, right? That's what it looks like right now.
Yeah, that seems super useful for like schools.
Yeah.
Nice. Therapy, like anything that's like kind of metacognition related.
Yeah. I mean, I could see that being used in schools actually. Like if you have students with behavior problems or whatnot, they could go play mind games or like cognitive games or something, fun and like not intimidating, and just like play this focusing game for an hour and then like go back to the classroom or something, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of really cool use cases for it. Not just doom scrolling.
Yeah.
It's like one.
That's the thing is like that. I really didn't like that like doom scrolling, but I love this like I love this like just like bringing it into schools, or like I guess like problem children, and I put that in quotes as, but like yeah, like ADD. Like I know for me like it took me a long time to learn how to concentrate, and I'm still like not always great at it, and like having that like device that has like that feedback would be great. Also,
yeah.
like it would be cool to just like I got kids, and I have also done teaching at high school. And so, like, sometimes people are doing something, and I'm like, I don't know what you're doing or why you're doing it. Like, your behavior is weird right now. So to like be able to like stick on like a helmet onto them, a hat onto them, and be like, okay, like I'm gonna read this device, and then it's gonna tell me what's going on inside your head. Um, and then also for the student to know what's going on inside their head, like that just feels super. Like I just feel like it's such a better way of dealing with behavioral issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's a better alternative than just like giving a 10-year-old a Adderall pill or something
Yeah.
like direct, right? I mean, I'm not anti-prescription or anything like that, but I think it should be leading up to a prescription. You should have like alternative ways of figuring out how to solve something. And so basic high-tech focus games that use your neural activity, I see that as being a really great alternative. And so I mean, that's a way to really break into the consumer market as well, getting into education.
Yeah, it's like a gym, like like it's like if you're weak, it's like okay, like we don't say like here's steroids as like the first first line of defense. It's like, oh well, why don't you try going to the gym or working out or doing something athletic and see if that helps first. And this feels like this feels like that, but like with feedback loops, so that you're able to actually like chart your progress. And I know like for physical stuff, it's a lot easier because you get like you can feel your muscles working. But with thinking, it's like I find it's like if I'm concentrating on something, I'm not. It's like hard to concentrate on the thing and be aware of my own like ways I'm concentrating at the same time, like to get that proprioceptive feedback almost for inside my brain.
Well, we want the interface to be something as easy as controlling your limbs. When I move my hand, I'm not thinking in my head, I'm going to move my hand. No, I just know it's there and I instinctively move it. Same like thing for BCI is it almost adds like a digital limb, you could call it, where it's like, I'm not even going to think about closing all the tabs on this monitor. I'm just going to instinctively do it, and it's going to pick that up and translate it, right?
Yeah.
Something like quick, super quick.
Yeah, like and like that's great for workflow.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's like sometimes I'm working and I'm like, oh, I have to like do all this like small technical stuff to like so that my things don't get like weird, but and then it breaks my flow to have something that just like does it much quicker.
Yeah.
I just like it would be much easier to stay in flow and then have a higher, more effective output, but also like higher quality output as well.
You could be like Tony Stark.
Yeah. See, this is the kind of stuff I'm much more into than better doom scrolling.
Yeah, I mean, to elaborate on doom scrolling, it's a way to make people realize that it's useful, right? I'm not passionate about doom scrolling. I don't want to have you guys think that, but I know that people are gonna test it and they're gonna be like, okay, this is pretty neat. Like, I'm interested in neurotech now. I want more, right?
Right. So you do it at conferences, like you show people that they can do
Yeah.
that.
And it's also viral. Like, social media has really changed up the game, and now a startup's success or the product's success, a big factor is it clippable? Is it viral? Is it interesting enough that people are going to watch it millions of times on TikTok, right? And so with like doom scrolling or whatnot, that's a viral moment that you can upload and people are going to be like, what is this, right? And it's a way, I mean, it's for marketing in a way. It's a way to get people like familiar with what this is. People are going to think, oh, that's so stupid. That's so sad. People just made a lazier way to scroll on their phone. Well, that's kind of the point. We want people to talk about this, right? It's a little bit polarizing, but
no publicity is bad publicity, kind
of. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Bad publicity is better than no publicity, kind of. Yeah. I mean, I guess like it's your startup, so if that's the direction you want to go, I'm gonna fight you on it. But yeah, I mean, I would just definitely love for yeah, like even like just let's just solve ADD pretty much. I feel like everyone's got that these days, and yeah, this just feels like the solution to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you need help with like the social media, the marketing, going viral. I feel like Stefan is really good at this kind of stuff. You're on mute, Stefan. Do you want to take over here?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what we're trying to do. Like, this is it right here. That's why I was posting on LinkedIn. Like, I'm so glad because I feel very comfortable representing you, Soul. And this is it. We're building in public, and I think the whole idea is to like bring attention to the fact that you're making change, and you need to just have the world know about it. And I think what more than anything else, like this is making me realize that just like if we're gonna have this whole structure that we're building behind Propel, and like the idea is that the real thing that we should be doing more than anything else is like the first MVP is to just start talking about it publicly, start representing the impact, and we can build the structure for how we end up monetizing that impact that we share in the back. But we have to be not stopping with saying this is the good. And I think that this whole time now is supposed to be used towards describing like the process of us building this and coming to this conclusion, but also to start highlighting the people who are making a difference, and then also to finalize exactly what it is that we want to create as that sort of back end function for how we're going to make this into something that's sustainable. And that's why I was very excited when we came to this assumption of, oh yeah, do you think people will pay money to have problems solved beforehand? And if they're willing to pay money into that, whatever was called, what is it? I mean, it's the bounty, but what's the bank term called again, Daniel?
Yeah, the
escrow account.
Escrow,
yeah, I forgot that. But yeah, basically put it into an escrow and then give you and other people the opportunity to solve this problem and then get paid to do it. And then if nobody solves it, then they just get paid back, and that's it. So you can just right now, so really define what your problem is that you're solving. And then what we can do is we can make a public statement saying, hey, you want the next generation BCI technology that does this for you. You want to be able to doom scroll without your hands. Like that's how we can market it. Really, we could do, and like you talked about, like the typical, it's just like you need like a full-fledged marketing company to like basically represent you, and then say, hey, this is the larger vision that anybody can buy into if they want to see this be created. And then if you solve it first, but the only risk is that you're telling OpenBCI, you're telling the other one, Prestige Labs, whatever, Pristine, hey, you could just be doing this instead. So that's the thing. Like, if you're gonna do it, you got to go full force. And I feel like that's the biggest thing I've seen startups doing. Like, if you're gonna get out of stealth mode, get out of it roaring. Don't just like post one LinkedIn post a week or whatever and say, oh, I'm not finding my community. Like, it's up to you to kind of go out there and find the people.
Oh yeah, we really want to blitz marketing with this. So like, do you have any connections to clipping agencies, like people that make short clips of social media and then post them?
I actually do have some Nigerian connections that might be able to do this.
Okay.
So we could try and do that. And we have this whole thing right here. This is like the first interview. That's why I keep on trying to record you, is because that's what the world needs to see, is like an actual YouTube clip of this.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would be like that would be like the next step. Showing people how it works and then making it hilarious, right? People want it to be entertaining and funny, and they want to enjoy it, right? That's what consumers want. They want it to be sciencey or, technical. That's what the developers want. But yeah, it's really exciting to think how fast people can adopt a new technology. Think about ChatGPT, right? 5 years ago, nobody really knew what it was unless you knew what's what. But now everybody uses it. Like, it's pretty amazing, all out of nowhere, all over like the course of a couple of years. And so I think that's pretty exciting. I think like that user adoption is just going to get faster and faster as like more and more amazing stuff comes out. So yeah.
Yeah, then you just have to market it and
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I recently got to know a science communication agency, but then they do a lot of
Hello?
media clippings for the companies, and then
Speaking.
they post it. So yeah, they work with the companies to make it. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
if you would be interested
I'm
in
doing
that,
well. How are
then
you
I can
doing?
definitely yeah, give you the contact
Yeah,
or
that'd
facilitate a meeting. Yeah, either way.
be really cool. Yeah, I want to get like a really regimented marketing plan out.
Can you
Just to not have it be a
can you
mystery
just
of
send me
what's
an email
next.
with
But
the
I mean, we have a
resume
really
you need, and
idea.
I'll
It's
send
just
that
like
to
getting
you
it on paper.
next week?
I want to see what your paper is. What were you gonna say?
No. Sol and I, we will meet next week, so I will geek out there. But right now, that's it. I'm not gonna say anything.
No, talk more.
Yeah, I sent it before
No,
the meeting that we had. So like the
no, I just
information
wanted to
session.
ask.
So
So you said that the
I don't know if that's
way you
something
want to
you actually
market,
need
it's
or
for
or if there's something else you need.
more for the common public, right? And not doesn't have to be all super scientific, but then
Maybe it
more
wasn't.
relatable to the common public, right? So yeah, I just wanted to ask more about that so that I can
Yeah.
how I can like
Okay.
relay the message.
Well, basically having all BCI,
Yeah, thank you.
we already have a social media account for social media or TikTok and Instagram. The all BCI main account being like the
Yeah.
mature account, showing like what it is, maybe showing some humor here and there. And then in order to get the brand viral and get the technology viral, making like having an army of clippers that are making like funny, maybe slightly polarizing,
You too.
entertaining clips to be posted out all over social or TikTok and Instagram and perhaps X, and making it funny. It needs to be like memes. Like it cannot. What really throws people off is when a brand tries to be viral, or they try to be relatable, but it's just so corporate that it's just like it's like a pathetic attempt, right? It's like they can easily see like, I don't care, you're a corporation, like shut up, right? Like we do not want that, and we do not want like these viral funny clips to be thought of as directly associated with all BCI. It should show the all BCI brand in the tech, and it should almost be like guerrilla marketing or guerrilla placement in the video, right? That way people aren't like, oh, this is a paid ad by them, they're just trying to go viral. Ignore, right? And also just getting really smart. So there are some internet celebrities that we want to target that Gen Z loves, and Gen Z is who we're going to be targeting with all this marketing. And so yeah, I mean, there's some big ones, but they'll cost a lot of money. They would cost more than what we're raising right now just for a clip. But there's some smaller ones that we see could be attainable like very soon. So yeah.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have been having such a good time here. Honestly, like Nitika, this is sort of your first introduction, and this is the most like outside of Propel person. But what do you think about all of this? Yeah, it's okay. Anyways, yeah. So I'm really glad we're doing this. Very excited. And yeah, Dana, what are your thoughts? I know we have we have until like 2:30 in my mind before I want to move on, but we've been discussing some different things, and I feel like if you want to actually talk and build in public right now, the best thing to do would be saying like, hey, if we're gonna right now be trying to help you with marketing yourself and you need this Clippers, like this is the ask. Then we can make the post saying we're looking like you know. There's it's okay, Nitika. I thank you for letting me know. But the guy, people just post on social media looking for people to join their team, and that's what I want to do as well. But especially if you look for a service provider, and I would ask you now, are you looking for investment right now? You think that this could be used to say, Sol is looking for this amount of money, come visit him and have a conversation?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Use it for that.
Yeah. Wait, what exactly was your question? Sorry.
No, that's okay. Basically, I'm just saying, you have the chance now to basically just get marketed, and we can just market you however you want. So, are you okay with me just saying to the world, like, hey, this is Sol. He's looking for some Clippers right now. Like, the whole idea is that, like, we basically are asking, I guess, startups, what's your biggest problem right now? And what do you need right now? We make that plan with them. And then we just have them start talking about it. So it's kind of like propelling yourself is the idea that like we're basically gonna give you the opportunities to go get the connections and network you need just by making your needs publicized. Because right now, if I'm solving myself, I'm not telling everybody. But
yeah,
it's sort of like, and I was saying I feel comfortable like this is the first example of like we're helping one team really well solve something.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna then publicly share. I've been sharing LinkedIn posts, but I guess like you can create a strategy of what it is specifically, so we can define right now. Then, what is it that all BCI really wants and wants the world to know?
What you can do with neurotech, not what neurotech is. Nobody really cares what neurotech is. People care what you can do with it and how it makes your life better. So, yeah, I guess I would want to see like what your plan is. Like talk another time and see what your plan is and like what you're posting and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's why I want to understand exactly what it is that like I can share my screen now. Do you mind if I show the document that you filled out before?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, yeah. But yeah, like this was your mission and geography.
Some of this might be outdated. Just saying.
Yeah, probably, which is good because now this is your chance to update it.
Yeah.
And we can even do this as something like regular. You just tell the world, this is my biggest need right now. And that is to let the world know. And here's your we can even make this something that like you copy and paste it and then you update it every time.
Yeah.
So this could be from, you probably took this in like April or something like that. And this is now May, so. So let's go through it. So your mission is to make BCI accessible to everyday users, creating a centralized software ecosystem. Target geography, North America, expand to Europe and Asia after establishing traction. Is that accurate?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's a corporate response, but yeah.
Okay. And that's what you're using as your pitch deck as well, right? You're saying that same sort of thing as like the GitHub.
Yeah. I mean, not verbatim as that, but yeah, it's like the GitHub. It's like the central software area for people to go.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then the month roadmap, this MVP, then can we define this a little further? You feel like it is defined now, or is it not?
We've launched.
So then we could put like a green thing next to this and say, what is the next step then because of that? So have you accomplished 1,000 users by June? So it's not June 2025 yet. So this is our chance now to get you to this goal. We can say you're on the way.
Yeah.
Begin monetization via sponsored listings and developer tools. Say not started yet.
I guess not started yet. I mean, random. Yeah, not started yet. We haven't really started listing it yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Ugh. Trying to find a good color. Okay. Cross-device compatibility. So I mean, this is your 6 to 12 month roadmap, anyways. So you still have a lot of time. This is. Let's create this into a timeline, if you can. Then.
Yeah.
This is actually exactly what I said I wanted to do, was create a timeline for all of our founders of what their next steps are. Okay, so if we're in May 2025, let's just give like a few months. Sure. So let's say for the end of the month, what are your like 3 biggest tasks?
For the end of this month, May. Redo some of the front end of the platform, make it a little less dark, as well as, let's see, fix the thumbnail function. So like it's a bunch of little technical things for the platform. I guess like biggest thing is make more connections to investors, potential investors, and get a really well set out plan for social media marketing, like a regimented plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is a really good time to come in. So you basically want to work on design, connections, and marketing.
Yeah,
I guess design, funding, and marketing. But I don't know, maybe that's the same. Cool. Okay. And then let's say you finish this by the end of May, or maybe a little bit into June. Maybe June's not the best, but if you could think that far to the next month after, what would you expect yourselves to be doing?
Hosting another hackathon, Neurotech hackathon. And then and then like talking to perhaps some different hardware companies, like the people in charge, and seeing or just discussing potential partnerships or something like that. And a little thing, switching over to a Delaware C Corp instead of a Utah LLC.
Yeah. Have you, I don't know, I guess, yeah. Every.io is the one that I think it's like it's the one that I use that I probably told you about that you can use to do that.
I've been using something called Stripe, and they have a third party called Atlas that does like legal formations, which is pretty cool. Very modern.
Cool. Yeah, this thing is interesting. They basically just do it for free to make your Delaware C Corp. I don't know if they can help you switch your C Corp though, but if you want to make a new entity, this would probably be the way to go.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go. September 2025. So you've done some of the like things you need to do. You're looking into the future. Maybe you're experiencing some growth, etc., that you're expecting. Um, let's start to talk about kind of the vision then. Like, if you have the entire summer, you make it out of the summer, what do you want to expect to have?
Funding, of course. Getting our entire round funded and secured, all the term sheets signed and whatnot. Let's see. And then getting some IP filed and patented or whatnot.
Huh. Very cool.
And
then
besides like the obvious of just like really pushing the platform and developing it and whatnot, I'm just trying to think of like specific things that would really be tied down to that time period. Probably just discussing more and more partnerships. I mean, it's hard to say specifically because like our priorities always change month to month for the better, of course. It's just besides the obvious of, you know, developing the software and whatnot and getting iteration after iteration done. I mean, perhaps at that time we can really start to market, start posting like really posting once we have a bigger budget to everywhere. Get in talks with different internet celebrities and popular people that get a lot of eyeballs. I would say that is what it looks like.
Yeah. I think the kind of definition of what kind of partnerships you'd want here would be interesting to strategize about at a different time as well. But it's hard to like think that far out of the future anyways. Like you said, you don't know what you need month to month. Okay, so then do you think this is good, January and then May, and then we get 1 year into the future? I don't know how much you would have for January, but
it's hard to tell, man, because like everything could go by like much faster than we anticipate.
Yeah.
So we could be even working on hardware by this time, or we could be still working or just still developing and pushing the platform. So it is pretty hard to tell, but if we identify it, if we think we need it, we could go into another round or something. It's just it's hard to tell.
And then are you ever thinking then like expansion in terms of like this is something that can truly be global from the beginning, or would you have to do regional expansion?
Probably when it comes to like global, probably targeting Asia, like China, Japan, and probably I want to say like the UAE, because all those areas are really pushing tech innovation, like especially tech that really enhances the human experience. And so I could see them as being potential partners or funders or just a really good market to tap into. Specifically the UAE, like Dubai, they are really pushing some really ambitious, like futuristic projects. And I think something like LBCI can have a place in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I guess the last part is just like, I guess if you could think of yourself a year from now doing this still, and you have accomplished a lot, and maybe if you can start thinking about like the sort of society level effects, maybe this can be part of the long-term vision as well.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I guess like it's a effective alternative way to treat mental conditions, perhaps, or people find it as that. For us to say that this can help you with your mental condition, you need a lot of FDA and government certificates and approval before you can even say anything like that. And so perhaps before getting a really good plan out and getting started with the FDA part of this would be huge. And then, but until then, we can promote it on our platform, like focusing games or calming games, right? Like you play this for 5 minutes and it's going to have the same effect as melatonin. Help you fall asleep. Or play this for 5 minutes and it'll have the same effect as an Adderall to get you into that headspace of focusing, right?
Yeah. And then I guess the last thing is that I want you to give like some sort of definable impact that you expect to have in the world. Like let's say a number or something like that you can make a goal that I can look back at a year from now.
1 year from now. I mean, capturing a percentage or becoming like the main consumer leader for the TAM of North America of this. Like a key player, like kind of like the underdog. Like it's not a big scary corporation. It's more something that is a little bit more relatable or user friendly or less intimidating. So I guess like to have the ability that you walk up to somebody, a random person in public, and you ask them, do you know what LBCI is? And they say yes, right? Maybe not a definition like I would say, but like, oh yeah, it's the neurotech startup thing, right? Like something like that would be huge.
So, can you give me a different answer than actually to this question, specifically talking about like in terms of helping people, like X amount of people helped or something like that?
Yeah, so consumers start using this at home, like people that have PTSD or like people with psychological conditions start using this. Perhaps teachers start using it in their classrooms, right? Or people at home just start using it, people that care about their mental health or whatnot. It becomes part of that. It does not necessarily become like, what's his name, Brian Johnson's longevity thing, but it becomes like, okay, this is pretty cool. It helps me get these things done without using a pill or doing any type of surgery or anything like that. I think that's pretty cool.
Yes. So is there no number you'd like to say about like X amount of people of X amount of like struggle are able to do this now because of LBCI.com?
Yeah. It's going to be a lot. It's just hard to tell because we are going to be making people aware of this technology and at the same time selling them and pitching them what we do and our services. So it's like, I don't know. I can't really think of an answer right now. We'll find out, or like we'll find out once we're there, right? Obviously, we're going to be really focusing on getting as many people using this as we can. It's just hard to tell. That's going to be 800K or 1 million or 10 million or a billion, or it's like, it's just hard to tell. I can't make a statement.
It seems like it's like how many people use a keyboard?
Yeah, right. It's like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like you could Fermi estimate that, but it's gonna be like billions.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So then it's mass consumer adoption is what that is. But that's going to be eventually. That's the long-term vision.
Oh yeah, mass consumer adoption. And also loyalty. Loyal people. People love Apple so much.
Yes. So you need to be the one that's using user experience. That's key. Yeah. Okay. Very, very nice. I would like to try and think about this. Like, if we could. Oh, we didn't finish this last one. Let's finish this. I guess yes, sort of, but not finished completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I gotta go in like 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
No, that is perfectly fine. In these last 5 minutes, wait, can we do this too?
Yeah, there's a fire I gotta put out.
So is this is not yet done, but this is eventually.
Eventually, yeah. I mean, I would say that's a near soon thing. The bridge, software bridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to then say, so in terms of your thoughts on like strategy and actually building out all BCI right now, in terms of this building in public, we can have a more tailored meeting in person together, or whether it's online together, not on live stream. But we were just talking earlier about what the good things about building in public are, and it's like specific founder information was like that should not do, because there are probably some aspects of strategy that you don't want to present to the world. But I think it's really cool that you've been open about this now, because this is kind of like the very Gen Z way of doing life, is saying, let's just try and solve problems together. And I hope that we can keep on doing this for you. And I think it would be cool if you want, Mathanji, like you saw in the text message, can introduce you to the academic community. So I could try and introduce you to the Clippers. You could be introduced to the academic community, and we'll see if we can just, I guess, start doing this within the like next week or so, like finalize what your initial set of information is. But before then, is there anything that you would not want to be posted, or anything today?
I'm not sure how this works. So what were we? You were getting information. Are you posting something today, or?
So I'll show you what I've been posting. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I've been posting about interviewing you and some of what you said, with the intention being of trying to get initial attention to this. But this is the main post I did. Like I don't know if this is the right quote, so you can correct me. But public technological innovation does not happen without psychological transformation. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, that's a way of saying it.
Okay. So yeah. But I don't know. This could be done in any way. Like, it really should be taking this thing right here that we've just done and turning it into the clips that we can show on a TikTok or something. Not just like me shouting to the world. That's like not really right now. Especially because like the whole idea behind this is that like we will find people that can work together, which is nice. So that we can have like this whole network of people who, like you said, you need software support. Like I have people who can do software for you, but also they're all going to be building their own companies too. Some of these people, so we can do the network effect of all of us like deciding now finally who this cohort is and having them all do just helping one another. So that's what I'm looking forward to next. And like obviously, so like you're the kind of like guinea pig in a lot of ways, because like you're the one I know I want to be a part of this. So yeah, I'd also like your.
I think it cut out, or I cut out.
Oh, can you hear me now? No.
I can hear you. There we go. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The last thing I was going to say is that I just want to make sure that.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, when I'm talking to the other startup founders that are going to be part of this cohort, because they're building a cohort-based model, I want your advice on who you think would also be someone that could be a potential partner and somebody that can help each other grow. And I think that's sort of how it's going to be. It's like we have to help smaller teams really, really diligently.
Well, it's good you say that, because I'm meeting some interesting people here at Palm Beach that I could see like connecting. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, no, I'd like to connect with them. Sure. Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Who they are.
Also, one more question.
Oh, I
Can you
think
hear me?
Oh no, you just didn't move your face. Is it because that I'm not moving my face? You think I'm frozen?
No, like the video keeps cutting off or something.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you later. But yeah, I mean, it sounds cool, dude. I'm excited.
Okay. Ask me any questions over WhatsApp if you'd like.
Yeah, for sure. I think I have better connection there, so I just
Okay.
keep cutting out. But I'll talk to you later, man. Thank
Thank
you.
you
It's
for
cool
this.
meeting all you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Peace.
All right. Adios.
Yeah. So, Nidika, how are you? Are you still here? We are streaming live on YouTube right now. Cool. So we have a lot, I guess, to talk about then together. Me and the world. That's what this is. I've been bringing other people, but since the beginning, it's been me kind of needing just a space to share about what I'm trying to do. And I think more than anything, it's radical accessibility. And I need to present this vision to the world. And we got sort of distracted, but not in the worst way, in a way that was very helpful for defining what we are doing. And we need a document to do that. So I will share my screen, and we can try and create this document that is outlining for the world what Propel is doing. So here we go. Oh, costs a lot of money is the answer to that question. Cool. So we're trying to figure out what to tell the world at this meeting. A finalized-ish revenue plan. And we have a little bit less than an hour and a half to do it. And I have another call at 2:30 that I don't know if people will attend, but we'll see. It's a connectors call with one of my good friends, who is another startup founder that I hope to talk about here. I think sort of what we have learned is that we just need to be publicly promoting impact startups, creating an initial plan for them, having them shown off on the website. And then I get to raise money. Maybe we can.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the thing that we found as we've been
Into the belief base.
we reach out and do research is that there is no shortage of coffee around the city. Like everyone and their mother has their own unique roast or what have you. Yeah. But yeah, the thing we try to like differentiate ourselves on is like how accessible and easy it is for anyone who wants to want some, and then just kind of do well, yeah, if everyone
So this is what I'm thinking. Maybe we should take a break before. I wonder if YouTube can do that, where you have a break. It's funny to look at myself on this YouTube link. We're like struggling to work. And I'm not sharing my screen. I thought it was, and I'm muted. No, I'm definitely not muted. That's just his perspective. Anyways, so yeah, now it's looking at the screen. I wonder how long it is until it catches up, but regardless, we need a podcast editing team to do this. Okay. I am going to solve the problem right now. One of our partners is a podcast producer and can have his team work out with me.
Sorry.
I'll make the introduction. Hey, Danielle. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. There was just a guy came by and dropped
muted.
off some coffee. I'm in a co-living house, so random things happen.
Are you talking?
Me? Oh. I was on mute.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a coffee man. Just brought by some coffee.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
I'm in a
I love that.
Yeah, I'm in a co-living house.
The
So
Philippine coffee man comes, delivers the coffee.
yeah, it smells fantastic, but I don't do caffeine. So it kind of sucks.
Well, here's what I have to ask. So in general, this is a good question to talk about for team dynamics. Okay. So we want people, when they're making introductions, we want them to represent Propel, right? We want them to not necessarily represent themselves when they're acting on our behalf.
Sorry, what?
Like, you see this question from Maklingi? She's asking if we should introduce Soul to the scientific community directly, or should she involve Propel to do it? Like, are we going to be like agents? Is that how we are?
Yeah, we need to talk about this. Because that's what I was thinking the whole time during the thing. It's like we could definitely help this guy. Like, we can definitely help this guy, and like, it's interesting. Like, I liked listening to the thing you're doing, but then there's also another thing, because really, there's like a bunch of stuff, I guess. So there's a bunch of stuff all at once. There's like helping him and like the ways that we help him, and then like, what is it that we're doing? Like, should we just help him and then hope things go well for us, or like, I don't know, do we charge him, or like because like there's a lot of stuff like getting his pitch together for because he wants like pre-seed funding, so he needs to get the pitch together more cleanly. It's something better than just like doom scrolling, and he wants the social media, which feels like something like this feels like a business, like this feels like a service that we could actually just provide. Like, we could just build it out with the volunteers, like especially using AI and stuff. Like, it feels like the kind of people we have around seem like social media.
I could get social media people. I don't have social media people really on the team. Cornelia is, a few others. The guy that was supposed to interview today was.
Right. So that feels like something that's accessible to us.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, I guess the question is like, how do we? I don't know. Do you have a plan for this? Like, do we just do it for him and then, or like what? Or like,
yeah, I think that we were trying to like the volunteer community. Like, we can make the introduction to people, which is cool. But I think it's better if we learn the knowledge on how to do it ourselves, so that we can train people to do this for others. Like, we are a green marketing company at our core. Like,
okay,
that is what it has to be, is that we are the ones bringing visibility to this. That's why I created a social media for us, so that founders could list out their timelines. And I had him go through what his timeline is, so that we can build that on the website, as you can help him on each of these things towards his timeline, reach out to us specifically.
That's why you're doing that.
Yeah. It was cool to actually have it be done, like in real life like this. I need to sit down with him and ask him the questions. But I think in general, we should be their agent. Like, if this is it, like we are a pre-seed accelerator that chooses a few incubated teams to co-found their company, and we can co-found LBCI and make this our thing that we do for certain teams, and then we document the process, have it be able to be replicated by others, and make it like an open source platform for others to start building their companies and sharing their timelines and connecting to people without needing our help. And we can choose ones that we want to build as a product studio, and then we could be the ones also doing the fundraising for these challenges by saying, here's our team that we have, or maybe we could choose the best team out of people who make a competition to solve a problem, and then they will compete against the rest of the world who is solving the problems that we didn't choose to actually do the team. Like, that's the ecosystem, is that we're just building it, and then we will raise money to invest into him. That's what this is. We will raise money to invest into teams like him and other teams in general, or we can do it like this solely, just like
Okay.
belief based.
So we're just gonna invest. We're just gonna raise money for him. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what this is. We're gonna raise money for him and raise money for other teams, and
Okay.
that's something that like is sort of like, I didn't want to be a venture studio, and I guess like this sort of ends up being a venture studio, but it's not as much a venture studio as it is like a whole community with a venture arm to it. And that's what the sort of, if you've ever seen, you have not seen this, there are some confidential documents that I probably like, I don't know, I guess I could show it. Like, there's just like an ecosystem alignment map that was created by one of our advisors that I was very impressed by, and kind of outlined how we could be functioning this. And I'd like to share that with you guys because you haven't seen it before.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a whole org alignment that I'm not sure necessarily is like what we're gonna pursue, but this is just a way of showing how we can have this whole ecosystem that we built out with a non-profit, and with like an S corp model, people buying in, doing like a VC fund, doing first checks, doing this marketplace. I don't think we had enough of the actual marketing, though, other than just having that be part of the marketplace. But this would be a shift to actually just saying, we will be the marketers for social impact, and then create this VC fund to do it as well. And then I still want to have all of this involved in it eventually. But yeah, this is how we could create this structure, because we want to have mentors and stuff for all the startups.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that's just one thing that we can do. There's a lot more that he has been texting me today about this that I need to get back to and answer those texts. But I was afraid to show them sort of publicly, but I will show them here. That's what I was talking about earlier, is that I wanted us to review this. This is like a summary of kind of what he thought based on what we were describing about the kind of idea we're doing of bounties. So we can read through this together.
Structuring raises. What's the studio model?
So a startup studio is different than a traditional venture capital fund, where instead of having to just invest the money and then they go do their thing, or maybe you make some connections, like a studio is when you are choosing to build the company in addition to investing money into them, like a product studio. Like you are actually creating the company that is changing the world or whatever. Not necessarily has to be changing the world, but the idea behind a studio is that you have, like we were showing the other document, the legal, the HR, the marketing, all as one thing, which is why I told you I've been building up my network of service providers for this marketplace, which is working as a quasi studio, quasi incubator, where if people need specific support, I can direct them to the people that can do it for them. But some of the people I have working to just do it for free right now, to just do it for them.
Oh, it's kind of like you're hosting the startup almost.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of like a public incubator, is what this is, where anybody can join and have access to the support. And that's what we're creating with this like bounty-based model, is that you can join the public incubator and you can get paid potentially for solving the problems, even if it's like you're solving a small problem. I think honestly, and the reason why I haven't done anything is because I have to be honest with you. I need to say it, like I have not defined a problem. Like I'm saying general categories, but that's how I want him to define his problem there as well. That we could start saying to the world, like, this is the problem that is being solved.
Yeah.
And we are going to help support it. And like we can go back to what he said, just because I think it's useful.
Yeah, so like to me, like the three sentences are: he's building the operating system for non-invasive neurotech, and he needs funding for that.
Yeah, but what's the problem he's solving?
The problem is neurotech doesn't it's not practical. It's not practical for general public currently. And he's like building the system that will allow it to be practical for the world. It's like if you had a keyboard, but you had to like calibrate it every time you want. It had to be like calibrated per person.
Yep.
Or if your phone, like, if you had to spend like 2 hours to get your phone to work, right? It's just not practical to use. So for him, he's like, well, if you can do it in, what do you say, like 30 seconds, a minute, then it becomes practical.
Yeah. And so the current user pain, then you're saying, is like are they able to do things only just much slower, you're saying?
Sorry?
Like a user pain, like there's a problem statement or whatever, like you're saying?
Yeah.
Like neurotech is not practical, that's a problem. But the pain that's being experienced right now, if you're thinking about like, okay, so what if it's not practical? Who's hurt right now? Who's being hurt?
Yeah, the thing is, it's opportunity cost pain, not specific pain, right? Like nobody's going around and being like, oh, I can't use this device that I've never used before. So it's really the opportunity cost of like what could be done. So it's the pain point for the, like if you're looking for like the consumer, if you're looking for the value, then I would say it's the opportunity cost pain. If you're looking for the consumer, like what would the consumer actually feel? It's just like it's like a smoother, frictionless, less friction way of interacting with technology. And like that's, I don't know, I value that a lot.
Yeah.
Like decreasing friction in my life is like, one of the main things I care about.
Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool.
And to me, it's like this kind of startup is, this is the thing that like I think he's off about, is like he's trying to go viral and all that. It feels like the thing they're doing is going to be one of those things that are invisible to society.
He's building the platform that other people can start creating things on, so he needs to let them know about it so they can build it on his platform.
Yeah, but you don't need to go viral with Gen Z for that. Like it's It's kind of like Windows or like Windows. Like I hate Windows because every time I think about the operating system, it's always because it's not working. Like I want it to be invisible. Like Python is very cool because unless I'm programming on Python, I don't know it exists. And like
Mm-hmm.
that's how it should be. Like operating systems should be invisible. So like it's to me it's like the thing he's building actually is probably just going to be invisible. At the end of the day, like and to me it's like I don't know what like it doesn't make sense that he would want right because the thing is like he wants the pre-seed capital right so it's just he just needs to go to like technical like investors in tech investors essentially and be like hey we're building this operating system for this device that when we do it will be everywhere all the time like do you think you can make money from that like do you think that will be make a lot of money and then the answer is going to obviously be yes and then yeah so I got a bunch of questions for it I guess I'm just thinking out loud a bit
Yeah, no, keep going.
but then I got a bunch of questions for it so I'm like okay well like what do pre-seed investors need to know so it's why this why you why now why is this venture scale what is your edge or moat what early proof do you have what's the plan what's your long-term vision and so
Yes.
like to me it's like well why this it's because like it's because this is yeah like this is going to be the future of how we interact with computers why you like he hasn't sold us on that but
Mm-hmm.
you know I'm sure he can I just have to like
Yeah.
you know why
Okay.
now because it requires neural nets to operate on and neural nets are like actually becoming useful now which they weren't like they couldn't do this 2 years ago and in 2 years someone else will have already done this why is this venture scale because it's how you interact with computers like it's going to be computers are
Mhm.
everywhere what is your edge or moat I don't know what their edge or moat is but I'm sure they could have one what early proof do they have I don't know but they probably do what's the plan what we do with money I don't know but they're going to have one and then what's your long-term vision it's just ubiquitous adoption
Yeah.
so to me like that's what I would be like I don't like who cares if like Gen like what's Gen Z that's like 20-year-olds
Yeah.
like who gives a
Like him.
shit like
And like him, exactly.
yeah like who gives a shit about no offense to those people but
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
just
yeah.
they're not relevant to this right now right and then the other thing is like and then if you wanted it to go ubiquitous it's like well once you get it like you just need the pre-seed like once you get prototypes working you can just send it to streamers and then they can play video games on it right
Mm-hmm.
like it
Yeah.
costs you however much the device costs you and then you just do a you just send it to like a bunch of those and then that's like someone will use it right like there's streamers that use like motion capture technology there's a streamer that does um like she's got like this motion capture suit that she wears and then so you don't actually see her like it's like this like animated character that's like streaming um which is like super funny and like
Mm-hmm.
I mean I think she built that stuff herself because she's like she builds that tech but you know you could just whatever you could just send it to the streamers and everybody would know
Yeah.
all the gamers would know
Okay. So here's what I think we should do. I want to include, yeah, yeah. I want to include you guys in this. Um, wow, it's very interesting. Anyways, I want to just have you guys define with before you talk to Soul again. What is our next steps? How would we help him by taking everything you just said and then doing a few hours of meetings to create a strategy? And if you are watching this back and you are someone that wants to assist us in helping LBI to make a difference in the world, you can join us. I think that's the real value that we're providing, is that we are creating the ecosystem for people around the world to support social impact. We need the same clip farmers to share with the world. And then we need an onboarding process for
So,
help.
yeah, like for me, it's like we've already identified what he wants. Like we've already identified this, right? Like he wants funding, so we want to raise funding for him. I don't know how to raise funding.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that. All those people seem crazy to me. Like I just don't understand. I guess I just don't understand the culture and the language and stuff.
Each of us is going to have a different role to play in this, and that's the thing I was explaining to you yesterday, is that like what I really need help with from you is creating process, creating systems, and we need to do the hard work now of saying, here's how we're going to do this, because this is literally just like strategy session. Like we should come to the thing at 4 p.m. with like some action steps that we are planning to take.
Well, let's figure it out now, right? Like, because we have, like, if just to recap, like, I feel like we already know what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. You want to share your screen right now and go through this with me?
Yeah. One second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like we already, yeah. I guess I'm just like I'm not totally sure
Mm-hmm.
what you want. Sorry, there's just a lot of tabs open.
It's all good.
Okay, and I can't move. Okay, so we have the business model here. So we have like this is like this to me is like the scaled up long term vision, right? Of like this is like long term what we're aiming for, because we want to like we don't want it to have to be like stuck on like a single person. So this is this is the long term thing that we're aiming for. This is our MVP plan. So we need to there's actually two different things here. So this
I think there's more to what we're starting with.
Yeah. Let me think. This stuff isn't actually. This stuff isn't relevant right now. Yeah. So strategic lever. So we're building Propel into Hub. So we're productizing services for startups. Tiered support, long term plan, impact, and you want to be the Mr. Beast of that. This is wrong. This does not flow.
Yeah.
This does not flow. Okay. Okay. Forget the thing. What we're doing is we want to be the hub for impact startups. So we're providing services to we're helping startups get off the ground and get going.
Mm-hmm.
So we need what we need from the community is we need to hear stories. What problems are you trying to solve, and do you have any support that you can give, and is there any sources of funding that you any investment capital that you're aware of? That's like the general call out, and then there's a specific one now where we have Saul Treviano, so he's building. He's building his thing. He's building the operating system for brain computer interface. They need investment, help, and they want to go viral. But I think this is incorrect. can feel my brain not coalescing this. So we're helping start. We're a hub. We're a startup incubator hub, and we're helping stuff. And like this is the first thing. So there's like two things. So we want everyone's stories. Like all the startups, you gotta like book a time with us to come in and start sharing your problems with us, so we can go through, talk about that, see what we can help. We want all the people, all the volunteers to like what are the things you can offer. So share the things that you can help us with, and then on our end as well. So that's like just like a general call, and then there's specific calls like, hey, we're gonna highlight this startup today. So the startup we're highlighting today is all BCI. They're building the operating system. They need investment and hype and stuff. So like that's our job. Like our job now is to. We have like the general project where we're trying to like pull people in and get them to hang out with us, and then we have the specific project of this one, the LBCI, where we need to raise funds.
Yeah. So I like the idea more of being a product studio where we are actively helping towards the green marketing. And I think we can do both. We can do everything. Like the hub model is the best model for this, is that it really can be a much larger vision than just the MVP. But I think as part of that MVP, it's just the human capital, which is being put towards solving the problem that the startup currently has. And if that problem is marketing, then it's the marketing. If it's something else like funding, then it's helping with the funding.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we can have it even like you said, like a service marketplace, so that even if someone does not get mentored by us directly, they can just have everyone else in the community help them. They can pay for those services instead of having to take, like, let's say we take like 1% or 5% equity.
Yeah. Yeah, they can pay for the services, and so like that's like, I guess like on our side, it's like, yeah, this is marketing is a lot of what we do. So if we set up like marketing stuff, then like we set up a marketing system, then like that's like a straight service. That's like just one of the services we can provide.
Yes, and I'm saying you could either pay for it if you're not part of the cohort, or you could pay for it with your equity if you get, like, depending on the amount of services.
Yeah.
If you decide to get investment as well, we can invest money into you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm confused in some way. I'm not sure which way. Yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do. We provide services to. We're a startup hub, and we provide service to startups.
Yep. And so we just need to start building the systems for how we start providing startup services, which includes building the capacity as well as everything else, like the onboarding, etc.
Okay, I see. Yes. This is.
I'm just trying to make this functional, is what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like we have all these things that are in the pipeline, but if we want to start doing something now, like we could just start building out the marketplace in terms of, like, I don't know, like the thing is we don't want to make startup founders pay themselves. That's why the biggest question has always been sort of like, who pays for this?
Yeah.
And what we have to do is we have to be very good at kind of understanding the idea and the problem and how to market it, so that people that are not related to the company but have the problem feel comfortable investing into our ability to solve the problem by empowering a startup to do it.
Sorry, say that again.
Basically, people have to be confident that we can solve the problems, and we have to understand how to market it so that they give us their money, so that we can get a percentage of that when we start solving problems.
Yeah.
But I still think there's more areas for monetization that we're not exploring that we could.
Yeah. So like, what are all the processes that we want to start? So I think like social media.
Yeah.
is gonna be
We
one, and then,
like social media is like very vague as well. Like you could just like even like the processes. I was thinking to help startups. I was thinking about like the internal processes that we have to set up. But I agree, we need to have both. Like how our team helps startups, I guess you're saying. But then also the processes that we use, like how can we help a startup? Like actually defining, like Yehuda always says, like I was saying, like what we can do and what we know we can do. So we're gonna be able to follow through. So can we follow through an investment right now? We can't be the ones investing, but maybe we could be the ones fundraising for them in general. And we're soliciting the investment. Like we could do it in some capacity, just basically, like we said, Sol Trevino is raising X amount of money to do this. Here's his future. And we're going to make some social media posts about it and try and tell the world.
Yeah. I'm feeling off.
You take a chance. Talk for like 2 minutes.
Sorry?
Talk for 2 minutes without stopping.
Okay. But like what we're doing? Okay, so what we're doing, the main thing that we're doing, it's 3 o'clock almost. So we need to present by 4. I also need to eat lunch before then.
Yes, we can eat lunch in like maybe 4 minutes.
Yeah. So 2 minutes of talking is we just need to get clear on, we need to explain to the community who we are, what we're doing, and what we need from them and what we can offer them.
Okay.
And that's the general picture.
Who we are, what we're doing, what we need, and what we can offer them.
Yeah. Like, who are we? Like, why should you be here? What do we want from you? What can we provide you? Like, like I'd like some transactional relationships going on.
Yeah.
And then so like it's like kind of like down gearing into like practical stuff. And then we want to, like, I don't think we're not gonna be able to get people to, actually I don't know if this is true, but let me just speak out loud. So we're going to want to get people to like take responsibility for these things. So there's going to be like a social media department. Someone's going to have like an overview of like how social media works, and they're going to have people working for them and helping things set up, because we're not going to be able to do everything ourselves. Just like we have a legal department and cybersecurity department. So we have all these departments. We have all these departments, and what you and I want is to be able to talk to founders and say, they're going to say, hey, we have these problems, and we'll be like, oh, go talk to this guy. They're going to, or this lady, they're going to solve your problems. So we're kind of like the problem of problems. So we just want to be able to have all the stuff. We want to be able to do the stuff easily. Probably we're going to have to do funding. I got some emotional blocks against that.
Raising funding.
But yeah, we can deal with that later. Yeah, I think it makes sense to do the things that don't scale. So we just want to get organized so that it's easy for us to just like point people in the solution. So like he's got, like, let's say for example, all BCI Soul. So Soul needs Soul had like 2 problems, like let's say, or Soul has really 3 problems. He's getting clear on his vision, like getting clear, social media and investment. It doesn't sound like he needs help on the technical side or the legal side or the cybersecurity side. It's just those three things. So for us, it feels like we're gonna be the ones doing the getting clear for now. I don't think we have to be the ones doing the social media. I feel like that could be the volunteer organization that does that. And then the investment is probably gonna have to be a combination of that. Does this make sense? I feel like we're doing this already.
Yeah, this is literally just monetizing what we're doing in a certain way. Like, that's why I wanted to do affiliate-based marketing, where I am basically saying, go sign up for Soul's website, and if there's a product that sells, then we can get paid a certain amount from that.
Yeah. So that should be also for our department would be for our organization it would be called, what would we call that? Like revenues, like our revenue streams.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, how are we going to make money right now? Like, we can basically identify the companies that we're working with that have things that we can just start doing social media affiliate marketing for. And we don't need to even, we can just build the system on the website, like so people can view it and buy it there, but we can just sign the partnerships with them to do that. And
yeah, so revenue streams would be like affiliate marketing. The problem is early, like especially like pre-seed or seed funding would be, they're not going to have I doubt he has a product.
yeah. Let's go eat lunch.
Yeah.
Okay, you want me back in 15 minutes? Can you pause the live stream or?
I can, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think. I can stop streaming. I don't know if that's gonna stop it.
Well, it's probably gonna stop it.
But
So you
there's
can keep
also
it.
an end broadcast, so I might pause it. All right, should be gone.
Cool. So right now we are identifying these questions to be answered by Arun Prasad of Black Bay, so that we can help him raise capital.
Sorry.
Cool. So we need him to fill out these answers, and then we can just start marketing him.
Yeah, that's part of the process. Okay.
Okay, keep going now. Share your screen. Show us the document. Let's decide finally, and I'm glad you're here for this, what we are doing at Compel right now. Like, what is our plan? Our plan is to just start doing this pretty much for all of our founders. Just start being a marketing company, and build out the capacity. And we're gonna need more time to do a lot more things, like especially if we're going to talk about like what each of the individual roles of the people are. Like, if I could show you this, like I would like us to have finished this, but I think it would take a lot of time for us to do it. Like, this is some sort of, I guess, confidential information. Like, but that's the thing, I want us to fill it out. Like, I think we need to like blind some names probably, but yeah.
Oh, this is what you're saying about onboarding processes. Yeah.
Who's doing what of the people we have right now?
That's what we can figure out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the answer to that question.
It's okay.
The truth is for me, it's like almost like if we can present the vision in like half an hour, then we can spend the rest of the time like figuring it out, like who's doing what, who wants to do what.
I agree. Okay.
Well,
Then-
I already wrote some stuff about the mission and vision. And
Oh, can you please tell me what you thought about the documents I showed you? Anything you were going to say, the mission vision?
Yeah, so I tried to rewrite some of the mission vision, made some changes to the values and the slogan. And you can just let me know what you think about it.
Can you share screen?
Yeah, let's see. Hang on. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, this is a lot more specific, which is really nice. So, I guess innovation includes the ability to change oneself. Like, that is sort of like the idea behind Propel that what has a value. Like, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. Sort of how you define what it is to be able to change yourself through educating yourself and connecting yourself and like propelling yourself, like that as a value of like as an individual human being, you can change your own life.
Let's see. Okay. Ability to thinking self-actualization, but that's a bit out there.
I do like that. I mean, it's like you're choosing it.
Self-improvement is another word.
Yeah, it's that one's like you're saying it. The one's like you're just doing it. The ability to change oneself is what I thought, because like it's hard to define that word. Maybe we need a new word. Propel, like that's what propel could be.
Proactive mindset? Is that what we're talking about or no?
I mean, yes, like you're choosing to be proactive. You're choosing to make choices that improve yourself. This is like the whole value thing I really want to focus on, because this is like the whole ethos of this should be you can solve problems, you can change yourself, and you can become someone that is a problem solver. Anybody can be a change maker type of
Autonomy?
yeah. That's the answer. You have control over yourself.
Let's see.
Cool. Building up change makers to build a better future. Nice. Okay. I'm happy. I feel like this took the like larger, like, very nebulous vision and put it into something specific. What do you think, Daniel?
Doesn't feel like concrete. I guess so. Maybe. Are we talking about the green stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, yeah. I like the green stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Man, it's hot in here.
Why can't I edit the document?
Oh, you can't?
No, that's why I was doing the
Suggesting.
yeah.
Interesting. But what is this document called? My
My
thoughts.
thoughts. Yes.
Yeah. See, I made this my thoughts. Like that's what
Oh,
document.
oops.
Yeah. So we can take from my thoughts. There's also more information below. Like if you scroll down, there's a bunch more thoughts.
Ah.
Yeah. So you can read through these. Like it's not as specific, but like propel yourself. Like no one has a responsibility to do anything for another person. You want to incentivize collaboration between people, or even competition, shared competition towards doing something. Yeah, but I'll let you edit it.
All right.
Cool.
I don't think. Okay, let's see. Let's. I can. All right, I made the changes.
Thank you. Okay, Dan, let's do this then. Let's finish the last aspects of this.
You're gonna present this, right?
I'm going to present this. Yes.
Okay.
You want to share your screen?
Me?
Yeah. Or should I can do it myself? What are we looking at right now? Then we are looking at, I guess, what is the final thing we're presenting today? Bounty-based positive impact. Like, okay. So we have half an hour now to take everything that we've discussed and turn it into a clear strategy. I think that's going to take more than half an hour. And if it does, then we just
Well, it's
present
gonna need more people than just us to make a strategy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we could do like vision, like this is what we're trying to do, and like these other important points, and then we can get like the strategy together with the people.
Yeah.
Cool. So then, vision is the thing that we do right now. I guess this is propel vision model. We have so many documents. We can take this one right here. What do you say?
Wait, is this is so you're doing like challenges basically? That was a bounty is?
Like if you look at MIT Solve, this is what I was recommending. I think I saw this originally when I first thought it.
Let's see, find skill.
What's this?
This is another thing that does what we're doing.
Sweat.
Let's look at this prize.
Honestly, I think it'd be good if we did it in a reverse way, where instead of like having people apply to us, we try and scout them out.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree. And we're basically going to be saying the pitch to them is that, like, hey, we will get people to put money ahead of time to buy the product that you create. and make it an open source competition. That's the real thing.
Wait, the product isn't now in a competition?
Like, okay, so imagine that we are, like we said, the Mr. Beast of builders. Like, we can have people compete against each other, like to Mr. Beast of startup builder, social impact. Like, we get people compete against each other. Mr. Beast of builders, this other guy, Tommy Potter. Like, I'll explain. What does Mr. Beast do? Okay, he has challenges. So we will say, open up your information to the world and the problem you're trying to solve. We will share with the world your needs and help you solve it, and raise money for people in the future to buy the products you create.
But what if they don't like it?
That's not the, like, it's supposed to solve a problem. So as long as it solves the problem, then I think we'll be fine.
I'm saying that, like, if you have a funder and, you know, it's for some reason the funder doesn't like the product, like what happens?
I'm not sure. Depends on the circumstance, is what I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is it. Like, we basically will then have an open competition.
So how is this different from MIT Solve?
Exactly. Like, we're doing it for
Exactly.
specific startups solving specific problems. They're doing an open call, like that challenge you just saw. Like, 4 solutions to improve disaster resilience. Like, it's basically like a grant. Like, ours is not a grant. Ours is a race to solving problems in the world.
A race?
Yeah.
Isn't that a hackathon?
Yeah, exactly. Hackathon race to solve problems.
I don't know if the best way to solve problems is a race, though.
It's just an open source competition. With with the ability to ask the world for help.
Because I think the best solutions come from lots of time and expertise on the ground, and like really sitting in. Well, that's what I think.
Imagine if you had someone a bunch of that who was able to just tell you about it because you were connected to them.
Yeah, I do agree with Maya. Like, a lot of solutions do come from like being in the problem space for a long time and like understanding it. I find the thing though is like it's often hard to convey, like from like if you're in the situation, you're like, hey, like I know the answer and I can solve this, but you can't necessarily convey it to someone outside the solution space. So the idea of the bounties is that you can actually, the person can say, I want this solved, and then you can solve it. You can say, I can solve it, then you solve it, and then you get the bounty. So that the person funding you doesn't have to understand how you did it. They just see that it's done.
Oh, I see.
We need an initial set of bounty questions. That's what we need. We need the first bounty question to be what Soul Torpedo's problem is that we're solving.
But that doesn't. Then you're doing it like solution focused, like a. You know what? Yeah, Adam was saying.
Yeah, that is the truth. We are doing it that way.
Well,
because I have not a single problem.
Sort of. The funder is doing it that way. We're not, but Propel is not necessarily doing it that way.
Oh, I see.
Because Propel's doing the ecosystem and we're doing like supporting the people. But the funder is just gonna at the end of the day show up and say, yeah, I just want this done, here's some money to do it.
Okay. I hope, yeah, I mean, I do hope. The thing is, a lot of funders have requirements, very specific requirements to follow. So you'll have to be able to find funders who are flexible with with their money, and that might be hard to find.
Well, they can put the requirements up as well. Like that could be part of the bounty. Like if they want something done and they want it done like a certain way, they can do that. And then if the requirements are like if the requirements don't make sense, then we're not necessarily going to engage with them. But if the requirements make sense, then yeah.
We can try and look through this more. Thank you for joining, Sergey. We're talking about like right now pretty much our idea for what we're going to be doing with Propel. There are some questions raised that I think we can go through again, which were in this thing here, talking about equity or reward-based crowdfunding. Like, I do think there's some concerns about like the marketing we have to do for each startup to allow them to kind of get to the point. But I think the like general idea of campaigns to basically say social problems exist, that is something that we can make money by just bringing visibility. But I think the decision about whether or not we should choose to go searching for startups, or like I don't know how to identify the problems. I've not thought yet about how to identify which problems to solve. And I think that's the question that I've been avoiding that I'd honestly like to think about. If you want to introduce yourself first, Sergey, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi guys. I just joined to see like what are you guys doing in here? I'm building in public. I never did it before, but I mean, I mostly come from technical background with lots of experience in web development, writing code, managing servers, now managing people as CTO in the past 6 years in fintech, primarily industry. So lots of experience in managing offshore teams in particular. So just trying to see, I guess, what are you trying to build and understand what, like, which phase are you guys going through, and if there is anything I can maybe potentially help with and contribute somewhere. So that's shortly where I am.
Yeah, great introduction. Thank you for doing this. To give background, I'm like the founder, Stefan. Daniel, I met yesterday, who's also just been helping with this as like a coach, mentor, I guess, team member. And then Maya has been helping for the last few months. She's co-founder. She does a lot of grant writing and partnerships for us. We're at the stage that we're trying to like define this idea. Would you just describe be especially helpful, because one of the co-founders that we have, who's also trying to be like a CTO, whatever, is somebody that's trying to offer like his remote development team from Pakistan to join us and potentially help build out the site. We haven't really built out the site yet specifically too much because you haven't defined exactly what the idea and the vision is. And so we've been spending the last week just defining that. And this is kind of like the final exercise. We have 15 minutes right now to decide what we're going to present at 4 p.m. to everybody about what we were saying. So we kind of do have to focus on that. But yeah, like I would love to have you potentially connect with some of the startup teams that we work with as well that need development support. And yeah, we should talk in detail later. But Daniel, right now, like, can you take us through, share your screen?
Take us through share the screen. Yeah. So what we are is a startup hub. So what we are is a startup hub. So we support startups. So startups have lots of problems, and we try to help them. So some of the things that they have problems with are social media, strategy, investing, getting clear vision, explanations, going to the right places, social media, legal, cybersecurity, investment, etc. So we're like a one-stop shop for startups to go and to get oriented and get into the right place. So we our idea is to our long-term vision is to create a bounty model for solving positive impact problems. So a lot of there's a problem where like the startups, the people that are able to solve social situation, solve like problems facing humanity or civilization, or just people in general, is they might be good at solving the problems, but they're not necessarily good at the fundraising or explaining it, or convincing somebody to give them money so that they can go solve the problems. So what we've done is we've separated up the problem space into bounties. So startups will say either they'll say we can do this thing, somebody pay us if we succeed, or on the other side somebody has money, they want to solve a problem, they care about a problem, and so they're willing to put up a bounty for it. So they say if you solve this problem, I'll give you money, and this separates the funder from the startup, so that both people are able to just interact with the thing that they want to do, and they don't have to really like necessarily talk too much with each other, and they can both get what they want. And then our job in the middle is to create the infrastructure, the matchmaking, verifying, and cheerleading for to facilitate these connections. So we would verify if and when the startup completes the job, and we could escrow the money so that we make sure that they get paid at the end of the day. And then also a lot of what we do is like supporting the startups with all the stuff that they need. Including.
So is this like an incubator in a way, like a startup incubator?
Yeah, it's like a startup incubator for. We're specifically aiming for social change. So currently we have a lot of people around. We've got like 16 people as part of the team. There's about 50 in the larger network, and today is like we're like launching this idea to our network to explain what's going on, and we're going to share with them the MVP that we're aiming for, which is to prove that the flywheel can spin once. So so we need bounty, solver, impact, verification, payout. You can see the process. So we're collecting those. We're collecting those. So we're collecting bounties and people that want to solve the bounties. Currently, earlier today we interviewed Sol Treviano. So he's a very interesting startup. He's building an operating system for the brain-computer interface. And so some of the problems they need investment, and I think they need a little bit of help, clarity on like building a pitch deck for getting their money, and then also they want like to marketing campaign as well, so to viral and media and stuff like that. So this is kind of like our first test subject, our first customer, if you will, our first product. Yeah.
So how is this project gonna make money? Like, is it gonna take some equity? Is it gonna charge for services? Like, is there like a financial model to this, or is it not clear yet?
Yeah, so there's a couple financial models that we've been working with. So part of it is we're gonna take a percentage when we do bounty-based stuff. There's gonna be a percentage taken from there for the exchange. And then for the startups we can take, there's a bunch of different ways we can do it depending on the situation, but we can take either we can take like equity from the company to facilitate these transactions, or the investor can just pay us. Also, some of the stuff we're doing is that we're providing services. So we're providing like we will be able to do marketing, social media. And so then we would get paid for that, which would be either in money or equity.
I see. And like in terms of expertise, like I mean, is there anyone on board that did it many times before, has access to investors, to capital, to like how is the team looking so far? Like what's unique, I guess, about this incubator compared to others like Kickstarter, or like also a couple the ones that we have in New York, for example, or Silicon Valley. Like what's the, I guess, uniqueness? What were the angle? How this would work? Like how you guys see it working?
So yeah, as opposed to where we're at for the team, I think that's more of a Stefan question. But I don't know that we're that unique. to be honest. Like, I think we're just competent individuals, like, getting together and doing this. And, like, there's, like, the startup culture is, like, expanding. Like, I don't think we need to be better than Silicon Valley or better than, all these other guys for us to make, to, like, really affect the world, make change. And
No, I mean, I'm not saying better necessarily. I'm just saying, like, it has to be something. I mean, there has to be some experience on the team that did it maybe a couple times before, raise some capital, and launch maybe a couple startups, or did some startups that maybe successfully exited, have some network. There's something to get it. Like, I imagine tomorrow this news, like the first startup that came to you guys, they engage with your incubator, and then, like, how you gonna help them? Like, are you just gonna go figure it out as depending on which questions they ask, or like how you imagine actually delivering value to the customers? And sorry if I'm asking, maybe I'm just curious, I guess,
the hard questions,
as an outsider perspective.
Saying we do what we say is exactly the kind of ethos of this, and we do have some people that have, like, both successfully built startups and, like, raised money before, and we have a whole network of people. I think the thing that we are doing that's most unique is that we're actually building the community to do this, specifically for one type of vertical, which is impact focused and solving challenges, and people can crowd solve these problems together. So we're kind of bringing that. I forgot, like, I guess, like, in terms of the actual revenue and everything like that, like, we have the chance now to just do what you're saying about, like, the marketplace, but I don't know if we have, like, a defined answer of, like, how we're going to connect. That's why we're trying to solve problems right now. Like, because I have startup founders calling me saying, I need help with funding, I need help with social media, and I have people who can do that for them. I just have not finalized agreements between us about, okay, we take X percentage of equity, or if you pay for this service, then we facilitate a transaction fee. But there is the need here for help. And
so you would say, Stefan, that you, like, a connecting piece, like you connect people together, like you have some investors on one side, maybe some social media professionals on the other side, and technical people on the third side, right? And then you want to kind of connect them together and take a little piece of action, I guess, right?
The startup hub is what it is. Like we were saying, like a Facebook for social impacts. We have our own, like, social media site that we want people to go on as well and start posting about it. Basically, it's just facilitating more connection and stopping fragmentation. And what we were describing before is literally just the competition aspect of it, is that we can go out to specific startups and say, in exchange for you telling us about your startup and your problem and us sharing that information with the world, we will go out and try and raise money for you to be put into the specific agreement of a bounty, so that people will be able to pay for you to solve this problem. But that means the whole world knows now you're solving this problem. So whoever solves it will get the money. So you might have told someone else that does it instead. But that's the whole point of it, is that it's like a risk. And that's why it's like a Mr. Beast type thing. It's a competition where you might not make it. Yeah. I feel like we have 5 minutes left. Like, this is a good question. Any one more question before we, like, finalize this?
Wait, this is finalized? I mean,
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know.
It's a bit premature to finalize it now.
So we have 5 minutes left to at least explain this idea in a better, more coherent way.
And is there a particular reason why you're focusing on social project? What is a social project?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Like, social impact is the whole general space, but impact can be anything you do that goes above, like, the sort of average. Like, what is bare minimum? Choosing to do something that helps in some way, I consider that to be impact. And that's it.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
It is, but it's fine. It's purposely vague so that anybody can do impact, even if your company is.
I mean, every startup impacts people in
some
ways, right?
Yeah.
Like,
exactly. It's a problem-solving company.
Right.
That's all it is. It's just saying, you can talk about your problem, we help you solve a problem.
We'll have to define that better, but I think it would be something like that's not like that has the like social aspect at least as important as profit, I would say.
Well, I think it's like positive impact has to be a big part of
Yeah,
it.
positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus
Yeah.
like not necessarily specifically social.
And we can choose to build companies. We're becoming a product studio. We're becoming a social impact studio. So we can actually create the companies with people like Soul and make them, not make them, but like help build them into being that sort of ethical company. That doesn't mean we can't support companies that just have profit as their main goal, but are also doing impact.
Oh, you know what we should be doing? We should be using. We should be using the why this, why you, why now.
We got 4 minutes. We can do it.
Yeah, let's try and do that now.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have? I saw you writing that down before. Do you have it written down somewhere?
Why this? Why you? Or why now?
Yeah.
Well, why now is because the funding's going away in the U.S.
With like, okay.
The government grants,
Ah.
and because the U.S. is a major part of development grants abroad, then it's also impacting the stuff abroad.
That is so true. That's what Grant was talking about. U.S. aid.
Yeah, USAID's basically gone.
Is it a really hard one?
Okay. So why now? The current capital climate is incentivizing business solutions.
I wanted to ask Ms. Reinhardt if
Sure. Okay, I'll be honest, like, keep on going. I have to think about this in terms of, like, we got a minute left.
The early proof we have is Chalen, right? Did he get the investment?
He did not get the investment. He decided that the guy was asking for too much equity, and he did not. But we did connect him to Ethan, who did not help him get investment either. But
Oh,
he's getting investment now, I think, from people in the UK.
oh, so and that was from the connection that we made.
No. No.
Okay.
But we have the story. Yeah. We could have probably done a better job helping Chalen, but this could be something that we learn how to do better. On our website now, it's going to be Bobby and it's going to be Soul as our featured founders. Okay, so now it is time. We have to switch over to the other Zoom. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
another Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can send the link to you guys here first. Okay.
Yeah, send the link. Yeah.
Okay. See you guys.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Good job, bro.
You too.
Crazy life.
Yeah. It's fun though. Like it's alive.
We can do it. I believe it's like I feel like we're working so fucking hard,
Yeah.
which is good.
This
Yeah.
is so productive.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's do it.
I know. Let's see you on the flip.
See ya. Here is the note taker brigade. Oh my god. Oh, we have some people too. Here's-
There's got to be a way to hide these note takers.
The note taker brigade is so funny.
We've seen this happen too many times before. We have like
I don't
standard.
even I don't even know how to like turn mine off. I have to like apologize to like every meeting I ever go to, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. My note taker is.
I'm unapologetic. I'm like, please.
It's like your dog. Like, I'm so sorry. My note
So
taker's acting
sorry.
up.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, Maya, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing okay.
It's good. Hey guys, it's been a while since I've seen some of these folks. Everyone's good.
We'll see who else comes. It's funny. The only real people here. And you can introduce yourself to Michaela. So Maya, Daniel, Jalen, Michaela, Stefan. Oh, I guess we lost also. That was with us before. What was his name again? Sergey. Yes, I can invite him to this though. But anyways, you want to introduce yourself, Michaela?
Yeah. Hi guys. I'm Michaela Almonte. She/her pronouns, and I'm new and looking forward to working with you all. Yeah, I'm like gonna be like a volunteer on the administrative front. But yeah, I'm looking forward to working with you all.
Cool. Yeah, I just joined like a few days ago. But yeah, so Daniel, like, where should we start?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let's start why. Like, why are we here? What are we doing? Like, what's been going on that we want to have this meeting, and then what's changed, I guess, since we spoke. Well, I mean, this is my first time, I guess, speaking to everybody, but what's changed since the last like general meeting, or since everybody, like, the last impression people have had. I guess I can like share. I can start.
Go for it.
So I met you last night,
Mm-hmm.
which feels like a lot longer since I met you. Yeah, when I met you, I think like the thing that sticks out for me the most is your calendar. You showed me your calendar, and you showed me how you're having, it's like 10 meetings a day or something, like on average. The whole thing is just super full. Look, he's pulling it up now. Yeah, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, well, I hope all the stuff in yellow is optional. And
No.
I don't think it is. So that's like one of the things that really like stuck out with to me. And the other one is like a more positive note is there's this like amazing community. So I met Louiselle, and she was just like gushing about this community and how awesome everything is, and there was like a real like energetic infection almost that she like transferred to me. And then so I'm like, okay, I want to meet this Stefan guy and we'll see what's going on here. And then I met you, and it was like a really nice. It was like 20-minute conversation, and then you're like, oh, I have another meeting. Do you want to flow with me to the next meeting? And then so I flow with you to the next meeting, and then the next meeting, and the next meeting, and then I think it was like 3 or 4 meetings we did last night, and it really gave me like a real understanding of like what you're doing here and what's going on, and it was like really like beautiful, and how I imagine like startup culture to actually be. So I'm a solo founder, and so like I kind of like create my own vision of what I think startup culture is, and then try to go with that. And this was just like really good. It was just really like the barriers to doing things was just like very low. It was just like, okay, let's do this, let's do that, let's do the other thing. And every time something comes up, it's not like, oh, I have to do this and think. It's like, no, we're just gonna like do this right now. And that just felt amazing. So we just did it right now for a long time, and now we're I guess we're cohering, or we've cohered. We've come up with a vision, a more clear vision of what we want Propel to be, and we want to share that with everybody. We want everybody to be on board and to find their right relationship and to have a good time and be productive.
Great way to summarize it. Keep going.
Yeah, so I guess we can share the vision now if we want.
Sure. I will. Yeah. Do you want to share your screen?
Okay. Am I sharing it or you're sharing it?
Yeah, I can share my screen.
You want to share your
Okay.
screen?
Yeah, sure. So we have a bunch of documents that we've been going through today. I know it's like cliche, but we can start first with like my kind of understanding. I made an agenda about what I want to talk about. Like just kind of summarizing what this like life has been like for me, because it's been kind of insane. I don't know how much time you have, but I was thinking this could take a bit. So I was gonna spend some time just talking about sort of like the general focus. I mean, I feel like for all of you here, you understand like I just got back from Brazil, and like there's been this whole transition now of like having to identify what's the first revenue model that we're going to be using. Like how will we start like with building in public, etc. What are the mission, vision, values, and what are the like new people that we have as part of this organization? And this is it right here. Like look at this, right? Like Daniel and Michaela, you both joined like this last week. Like Sharon, you've been here a while. Maya, been here a while. Like Bharat, thank you for joining. Like we're all here with the idea now of like building something that helps social impact change makers. And I talked to Daniel yesterday, like you're saying, and we just discussed the idea of a bounty-based model, which was sort of just saying that if you have problems that exist out there in the world that are not currently being solved, we can help to build community around solving those problems together and create a cash incentive for startups to be built that does that. We went further and discussed about like focusing on specific problems and like the idea of us actually being sort of a green marketing company. And to do that, we'd have to identify how we can best understand the needs of startups like Sol Trevino, who got on for a bit and was interviewed by us about his company allbci.com and how he's helping people with the power of neurotech. And we need to help him with the power of marketing to get more engagement for his startup, etc. Because they're building a community. And he was asking about like clipping and like content creation. And I told you all, like I took the Ikigai test and it told me I should be a green marketer. And I felt like that was the system for us to do, is that there's two aspects. There's like us starting to provide the services of actually doing what is necessary, of like finding funding, like we could try to do for you, Jalen, in some way. I mean, now you're kind of doing it. And like we can also do the same thing for others and really just start solving the problems, because we have the people here who are able to do it. So we need to build up our kind of systems that we have. So really understanding like, okay, how are we going to use this whole list that we have here of people that are all part of Propel in one way or another? How are we going to get them? And we didn't fill it out completely yet, but like to get into a specific role that is segmented towards, okay, here's how we as volunteers can help startups, and then deciding kind of the compensation. And we had a long conversation right before this with this software development person who basically kind of ran through our idea for a bit. And Daniel, you can talk about that. Do you feel like I've gone too far off course, or? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could do, yeah, so I guess like I would frame it in terms of like maybe share the vision. We'll share the vision, more of the vision first, and then how we want people to come and relate to that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the last thing I want to say then is just like what I was describing, like volunteers, is like ecosystem as well, like understanding the landscape of how we can be getting people to start solving problems and our own capacity for organizing those people towards solving those problems, with money being one of the incentives, and how with this larger vision it's sort of about proving the model of you have one company that you help to solve a problem, and then other companies could also be trying to compete with them to solve the problem as well, and you end up getting like a market solution to social problems around the world, and with incentives, etc. So we discussed as well, should and shouldn't you build in public, but yeah, there's a lot that we can discuss at this point. I think the vision in general, like, and we can go through this more clearly. Like, this is our document describing the business plan that we have, where you have the bounty setters and then you have the problem solvers. I hope you guys understand a little bit more of this already. Like, basically, we just collect a percentage of revenue based on every bounty that is solved. And as well, if we're building the companies that will receive the bounties, then the investment that we make into them in terms of our time and effort, we could get rewarded for by doing this sort of crowdfunding. But yeah, that's why we just need to find one good example of $10,000 or something like that to $50,000 that we can say we have solved this problem by doing this amount. If we raise money to do it, you can also operate as a studio where it's like the 25,000 you raise and 25,000 you put as a bounty of a $50,000 raise. So you try and complete yourself, and then you choose other people to try and do it too. But that's a different way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let you go ahead now if you want to share your screen now, Daniel.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is like the long-term vision of what we want to do. So we want like I was saying, it makes it so that it's easier for it makes it easier to connect people to money. So a lot of problems is the people that have the money are not the people that know what a solution, like what a good startup might look like, and the people that are able to solve the problems are not necessarily the people that understand how investors would think. So we have a way of like disconnecting those two people, and we can facilitate that transaction for them. The thing I want to come down to is so this is like long-term vision. I think we're gonna need some work to get there. So the way I'm thinking what's happening now or in the near future is we're gonna build a startup hub. So we've already done this. Like, there's already a lot of people here. There's already a lot of volunteers. There is already a bunch of startups part of this. We just did an interview today, actually, as part of like even in prepping for that, and like with the founder, and identified some needs and helped gain clarity. So we want to be the one-stop shop where the founders can come and they can get all the support that they need, and so they can focus on building their startup, and they don't have to go around getting crazy looking for things. So this is what we want. This is what we want from the community. We want two things. We want to hear your stories. What problems are you trying to solve? And then what things can you offer? So can you? So we have like various departments that we're looking at so far. So it's like getting clear. So helping startup founders get clear on the problem, vision, mission, pain points that they're solving, bottlenecks, things like that nature. Then there's like a lot of the common things that we need is like social media, legal, cybersecurity, investment like funding for that. So this is what we want from the volunteers. We want the volunteers that are passionate about whatever it is that they're passionate about to come in and like have this chance to practice, learn from others, get in touch with real world problems, and provide value for us and gain experience. And over the long term, perhaps even like making money off of this as well. So this is like Sol Trevino. He does all BCI.com. So this is like this is like super cool startup. that we showcased earlier today. So he's building a operating system for the brain-computer interface. So essentially, like they have these like things that you like hats kind of things that you put on your head, and it reads your brain waves, and then that lets you interact with computers. So the getting calibrated, getting the hat calibrated to the individual. Currently, it's a bottleneck. Like it takes a long time, and it's difficult for them to do that. And so his company is essentially building the operating system for that. We think this is going to be a huge success. We think it's going to be like, how everybody has like a computer and a mouse and a smartphone. Like I think one day everybody's going to have a brain-computer interface system. So that's what we're working with them today. Yeah. So I'm not sure where we're at right now. I was talking for a while.
Yeah, let's take a second right now, just to ask questions and everything. Does anyone want to speak up? What do you think? Like, I don't know who's here right now. I mean, Cornelia, you were here with us earlier. Honestly, I'd just like to hear everybody's sort of open thoughts about what we're doing so far. Like, this is the sort of initial direction, and we had some questions asked earlier that were really helpful.
I don't know if it's the best way to do it to have it be a competition.
If it's a bounty, what else would it be then?
Yeah, we don't have to do competitions necessarily to start with, I think. I think Maya's right. Like, I think it doesn't always have to be competition.
Like, normally I'm fine. Some games are okay.
It could be collaborative as well.
I think there's also...
Yeah.
Like, if a bunch of teams are going to get together and we're like, we're solving the problem, then they can split the bounty. Like, it doesn't have to.
Bro, I was just like, why are you pretending like you got overhit for...
That is interesting. And then you could make people be able to,
like,
if they contribute towards it, get a percentage of the amount of money for solving.
Like he rejected
yeah.
So
what if you could do like a network solving approach?
Well, but it's like,
I don't know.
Walk us through that.
Well, I mean, because the reason, because, I'm really distracted. I think like, let's see. Can you go back to the part of the screen that has it? Good. Yeah. So I think, like, it would be good, like, if we could connect people who are like working on the same problem, and possibly they could, work together on the same, on the same problem. Because I think with solutions, like, not everything is like what works in India might not work in the US and vice versa. So if an Indian, like, if US solution wins, well, that might not work for people from India. So it's like, I don't know if, like, it should be like, just, I don't know if there's stuff that might slip through the cracks that is valuable if we just pick like one or a few winners that like should be developed, but but it's winner take all, so they don't get anything even though they have potential. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I 100% agree with you. I think you're looking at the problem space accurately, and your concerns are definitely valid. I think this is this is correct, and I think this is where we come in. So the bounty-based stuff is a lot more to it's more to like solve the problem of the startups trying to get funding.
Okay.
And the money being like the person with the money like having to evaluate startups, and then the startups having to start like learn how to network and stuff instead of actually solving the problems. So like this is I think where Propel comes in. Like our job
Okay.
is going to be to you're talking network solutions. Like we are the network that is providing the solution.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
part of that is connecting the individuals. And so I think you're 100% right of like if we see multiple startups working on the same problem, there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to be like, okay, you guys are all like a unit working towards this goal. And then when
Yeah.
with the bounty, it's like, okay, well, you'll split it. Or some sort of distribution, like fair distribution of that. And like that's going to be our job for the next while until we can automate that or whatever.
Don't think we can automate evaluating startups anytime soon, but
So that might just be our job, like for the next couple decades. Like that's just the thing.
The next couple decades.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna do this forever. I mean, forever, maybe. Yeah, like I mean, I'm not gonna be here forever, but maybe the company will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that might just be the thing that we're building is the actual like network. And then all these little pieces are like part of the. It's almost like I think all these little pieces are nodes in the network. So the bounties are nodes, are like nodes of capital, and then startups are like nodes of talent. Let's say.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is the time now that we say, what do we need? Because we have everyone here right now. And I think it's good for us to start understanding, like, in terms of the application of creating this, we need, I guess, volunteers from all different types of backgrounds to be working on one specific startup at a time, I guess, or we could just, I mean, we have a lot of capacity we need to build. We have a lot of processes that we are creating, and each one of you guys will play a specific role in it. The founders, the volunteers, the founder, like we're all in the same ecosystem. And I think I need to think about what the larger issues that I'm going to be working on are, but I want to create right now with you. I want to co-create the space that will allow this to be self-sufficient so that we can build the platform around it, that we can start to have everything where it's being able to scale. Because right now we're building in public. You're finally telling people, hey, this is what we're doing. We're going to be doing this for the next, etc. And I was telling them before, like I just got off a call with the founders saying I need money now. I need to start looking for capital. And I told him, we can just start posting you. What we really need more than anything is social media capacity. It's funny, like I have a contact who started their own like Gen Z marketing for social impact company. And that's sort of what we're creating right now. And we're going to be doing social impact storytelling for each of the founders that are in our network. And we want them to be using the platform as a means for actually having their problems be solved and to connect with one another. And yeah, it's I guess now we just need everybody to buy into that this is the vision. And then I guess in terms of like the initial revenue, that's the thing of we have to sign agreements with founders to say that we can do the affiliate marketing with them. And then we can sign different agreements with them to say maybe some of them we will do a percentage-based incubation, or we could do a sort of, I guess, success fee. I feel like that stuff was not as kind of defined in the conversations that we've had so far. But we have a lot of questions to still be answered. And like we were basically working on this the whole day, and like now it's the end of the day. So we have to kind of present what we have so far. And it's something that I just want to understand if like this is I guess it's not as clear a vision as I wanted it to be. It seems clear, but I guess I feel like we still need more questions to be answered. So
yeah, and we're here to hear from everyone and like to work together on this.
Yeah, hello, I'm Sergey. I guess my mind is more analytical by nature and technical, right? So I guess to me, I just trying to find some at least unique angle from where this could even start, like how, like without funding, like I'm just like how people supposed to be, like there's so many people involved even right now in this call. Some of them it seems to be like it's going to be founders and they're going to receive some equity. I don't know, I guess social, based on my experience working with different startups and everybody, it's like it's only a finite amount of time that people are willing to donate for free, and there is no capital in the organization. It's like it's really hard to do anything, to be honest. So I'm not sure like if there's any capital in this incubator or fund or how you call it, right? Like how are you expecting people to work for free for a period of time in exchange for equity in the fund? Or like it's just like the compensation model itself, it's at least it's not clear for me right now, and it's one of the, in my experience, again, it's one of the most important critical pieces that makes or breaks companies, right? And like I said before, there's like Techstars, Entrepreneurs Roundtable Accelerator, Urban X, Human Ventures, Forum Ventures, like a bunch of already established accelerators, incubators in New York only, right? There's plenty in US. And imagine you coming in, like, how do you even attract, like, how do you attract a potential startup to your incubator? Why would they go to you versus going to Techstars or other incubators? Are you gonna only take the ones that were denied by everybody else, and you pick up basically just somebody who is just willing to work with you? Like, what's unique? Like, why? Like, is there like a unique social following anyone has, like with millions of I don't know, followers on social platforms, and they would say, "Oh, we can promote you." Like how, like you just mentioned, Stefan, like we start promoting stories of these founders. Like, where are we gonna promote them? Like, is there any experience with this? Are we gonna take funds from them to promote them? And do they even have funds, which most of them don't early on? So I guess it's a cycle. It's a vicious cycle that I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, how this could possibly work.
Yeah, and I think at this point, like, the compensation is something that I thought the least about. And the S corp structure that we have is like everybody buys in to this sort of larger entity, and then a nonprofit. That was the other way we could do it, where like you choose to be a mentor, you choose to contribute time. Like, there's some sort of compensation for it. And I guess that also could apply to team members for both sides. I just haven't done that at all. I don't know what the answer is, but the rest of this, like, we have a lot to discuss still. We have a lot of questions to decide, and I feel like we have so many people here that can be used as a resource. And I know, like, it's easy to just like, I'll sit there on mute, but I'd love to have your individual input, even if it's not like directly talking. And I know, Adil, you want to say something, so you can go next, but just type a comment if there's something, if you have anything else to say.
So I just joined late. Hi everybody, I'm Adel. It's a pleasure to be here. So I just want to understand what's going on here, and then maybe I can ask.
Yeah, you want to go ahead, Daniel?
Sorry, what? I was just...
What is going on here right now?
Oh, you just joined. Yeah, we're a startup hub, and Sergey has just asked us a lot of hard questions, and I think we should just try to solve them, like see if we can answer them.
Okay.
See if we can figure it out.
Let's do it. So why this? Right?
Yeah. So the questions I have now is, What is the compensation model for organization? This one actually just is my question. But what is unique about our startup incubator? Where and how are we going to promote the startups? And then where's the money coming from?
And why would they come to the hub instead of any other, like, instead of competition, basically? I mean, obviously they would try to go to established incubators by default, I believe, right? Since these are the ones that are well known and
we've been helping them apply to like Y Combinator. Like,
what?
We've been helping some of our founders to apply for Y Combinator. So
okay.
like we can exist in like we try and help them to get to those places as well. So, like we do grant writing. I mean, I don't know, keep going.
No, that's fine. Then maybe the model, like I feel like you really need to understand the positioning where the hub is supposed to be. Is it pre-incubator, pre-seed, just helping them kind of wrap their heads around, get their story together, prepare pitch, and then raise capital, right? But then again, like, remember, you're dealing with companies that have nothing, no capital. And like, how are you supposed to survive like as a company without capital? I mean, at least I mean, I have plenty of bills on my table that needs to be paid, right? So I mean, everybody's situation is different, I guess, but yeah, I'm I guess struggling to understand how this. Like, how this could even exist without any sort of capital itself, or the fund itself, I mean.
Yeah, so I feel like that's why I was thinking a lot about the platform is something like building a social media platform people use that you can monetize. But Adil, what are you gonna say?
So I already told Stefan last meeting when we met in Impact Hub about the sustainability. We need to come up with a model that actually we also need the money. Maybe the one way we can get invested and the standard procedure of other programs, like any accelerator program, they will get equity from the companies, and if some company get good, and they will get a good percentage, like, and they will get all the money back they are spending on this startup. Okay, so this is a standard way. Maybe we can leverage on, because we are more into non-profit accelerator. That was the another question at that time, like, are we gonna be non-profit or for profit? Because there is two different ways. If we are going to be non-profit, maybe we can leverage on donations and sponsorship from big companies. There are grants of companies, like big company have a grants, like you will be partnered with Google, Microsoft, the government, and all of this stuff. So first step is we need to uh, really need to understand and make a decision on, is we are going to be profit or not profit, because then we will make a strategy how we are gonna be monetize our business. Because for the profit we have a different thing, and for non-profit we have a different thing. So we can not say like, because the last time we discussed about these things, what should be we going to be have, like, it's or maybe we maybe, and at the same time we will continues both for profit and non-profit. So but how we are gonna be do this, I really don't understand all this stuff at this point. So the first time we need to be very clear about this structure, and then definitely if it is profit, then we have other resources how we will monetize from the startups and from other investors. Maybe we can be the bridge between helping investor to invest money into the startup, and helping startup founder to get money from the investors, so we will also get our percentage. Also we have a legal stuff, all these things, so we will hire our own team who will help with the legal process of all these things, acquisition and all these things. There is a bunch of ways to make money, but and also as Stefan said, we will make our, but that idea is, I think, not a very feasible that we can make our marketplace where we will provide the resources. Yeah, maybe for the very long term once we become a successful, but I think at this point it is not a suitable option to get money faster. So yeah.
What is the faster way to get money?
The faster way is maybe get the sponsorship, like the grant. The big government have a grants, and also the larger corporations have a grants for the startup. They really want to invest into the startup. So if we somehow make the partnership with any of them, so we will get like millions of a dollar, so that we will invest into the startup, and it's equity free money. So like government have a program for empowering small businesses and startups, and like maybe underserved communities and diverse minorities in this country. So there is a bunch of ways to get the money.
Yeah, so I guess there has to be someone that dealt with this before, right? So that can get the government grants, because it's also not easy, right? You gotta understand how it works, how paperwork works, you need to know people and everything. So is it even feasible with the existing team? Like, is there anyone on the team that
Yes,
got some government grants before, right?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's this guy he was telling us about yesterday. He's gotten like a lot of different.
Oh, Yehuda, yeah.
Yehuda, yeah. He's gotten a ton of different.
Yehuda's watching right now.
Okay. Hi, Yehuda. He's gotten a ton of different grants. He said, and hard to get ones too.
Well, then maybe that's something at least. At the very least, there has to be some capital in this organization to do anything, right? So. If there is a guy who did it before, then I think that's the first target, to talk to him and see what needs to be done to get these grants, right? And what these organizations expect to see, right?
Yeah, we just had a grant writing meeting yesterday. So Maya and Yehuda are the ones setting it. We can show you right now our applications page. This is the grants we are trying to focus on. I think it's cool if we share this publicly, because then we can get support about what our application should look like if we want to make it better. But this is the B Changemaker grant we're doing right now. And it's asking us pretty much to define two things. Just what is the social issue you want to solve, and then introduce your team. So we could introduce the whole team like this as a video someday. But yeah. Just one of the grants. There's so many things we have to talk about right now, but
yeah.
So
last time we discussed about this thing. Maybe we will start with only 5. At this point, we are premature, and we need to pick one and just try it in too much. As we discussed with the Stefan last time, maybe we can take 5 startups and help that startup and make our profile more stronger, and we have a credibility and trust in the market, and the people knows what we are doing. And because the first cohort of our program will not be very mature enough, and we are into the process of establishing our standards and all the processes and strategy and execution plans, all these things. So if we can only focus on right now to just streamline and make our decision about what our ultimately goal is, it's gonna be profit business or non-profit, and then we will just pick the people according to them. If we are going to be a profit, then then we will pick the startup that already have some traction and help them to get the investment, maybe pre-seed, connect with the investors, and onboard few like investors and make our profile stronger, and then claim that we already have a proven record of helping these startups, and the startups are live. And if we are going to be non-profit, then definitely we will consider exploring the grants and sponsorship and partnership with the corporations. There's a big corporations like all these have a program for startups and other for social justice, empowerment, maybe underserved communities. A lot of programs from the companies, like all the companies, Google, Microsoft, all these companies are having a different kind of program, and then we will explore this option. So we need to really like come up with this clear decision what our and ultimately goal is.
So one of my thing was literally list what we need. So you kind of did, but I wasn't writing anything down. So if anyone wants to add, what is it that we need?
I think Sergey is like, how are we going to make money? How are we going to survive? Like, that's the point he keeps hitting home with.
And I feel like there has to be some sort of structure to offer some sort of offering a product that is offered to a startup. Let's say I'm a startup, I engage with Stefan saying like, hey, Stefan, I've heard you like have this like thing or fund, like how can you help me? Like why should I join you instead of going to someone else who does similar things, right? Are you going to help me raise funds? Is this the primary focus? I think the narrowing down the scope of services provided and starting with something like super clear, at least initially, with a couple things that can be done really, really good with existing team, then that would at least provide some sort of like unique angle. Oh, you go to Stefan because he knows how to polish the deck, for example, and he has a bunch of small angel investors, for example, that could potentially invest, right? Or I don't know, they could provide some technical guidance. I'm just thinking just something that there's some sort of specialty to the fund instead of just, we can just do everything pretty much, right? But we're not sure what we're going to do. So some sort of specialty has to be defined. Why is this fund a good place for the startup joining?
Yeah, also, I think we need to be focused on a specific industry instead of focusing on all different landscape, because if we are specialized with, like, let's suppose healthcare, AI, maybe B2B SaaS, or maybe any sustainability, climate, or anything, then definitely we will get the resources accordingly. If we are so general, I believe it's also like little tricky to manage at this very early stage. So I think we need to be very focused on, because once we become a bigger, then we will expand our services and offering. But at this point, I strongly believe we need to be very specialized with a specific industry, maybe blockchain, maybe, I don't know. So the startup who is working on blockchain, maybe sustainability, maybe healthcare or drug discovery, whatever. We need to be target only those startups.
So you need to make a decision.
Yeah,
I like climate as like a type of startups. So that's very easy.
Oh, sorry.
Is it easy though?
Like, that's why I had this conversation with Ethan, one of our founders. You guys met him. He basically asked me to, like, talk about the different categories. I said, like, climate and energy. I said health. I said, like, sustainability.
Yeah, I got a different approach.
Okay, it's also really hard taking
I got a different perspective. Like all like if we're like doing pre-seed, like they all have the same problems. right? Like we're not gonna like they all got the same problems. Is that like they're unclear on what their vision is. They need a pitch deck. They need like to get to like MVP or prototype. They need to get like some proof. Like there's when you're starting with like small things, it's like the startup culture itself is overwhelming, right? Like once you're like Series A, Series B, it's like well, okay, that stuff doesn't matter as much anymore. Actually, like whatever you're doing matters more. So like to me, it's like if we're gonna stay in this pre-seed space, like there's probably we could like it feels like that's the thing we could provide. Like that's the thing that's missing from the world, and that's the thing that's just there's just straight like we don't need to be like that unique because like there's just straight like no one else is doing it.
But that's the point. So the reason no one is doing it because there's nothing in it. It's easy to die in this emptiness because the people are gonna come up. They have a bunch of ideas and have no resources to do any of it. And you're gonna spend your time, and you're gonna end up making bets. Oh, this is a next Uber. But trust me, this type of startup, like a next Uber, will not get through this organization because it will start somewhere else with some experienced folks, and it will get noticed differently, right? So you're gonna end up like picking up startups that are like don't really know what they're doing. They need a lot of guidance. They need a lot of work, and it's questionable whether they ever gonna raise any capital, and it's questionable if they're gonna even succeed at exiting because that's where you typically get some sort of reward back, right? Unless you have that grant funding, and then if you get government grants, I guess then okay, yeah, I mean then you at least can provide services and get some food on the table, right? But I mean, it's tough. That's why typically when nothing no one is doing what you're thinking about doing, then it's probably more of a problem to me at least than because there's so few unique things in the world.
So here's the thing. Listen, guys. Here's the thing. Why somebody will join us? There might be two reasons. The number one, if we are helping with raising money, okay, and making strategy and polishing their already of resources like pay deck, anything. And the other thing is if somebody think the person who is the part of this team have a huge influence over the market, he is a leader of the market, then he might be joining you because he believe because the person who is the mentor on our our offering is from the leader from the industry the founder is targeting. They will say, okay, this guy will have a lot of connection. They will might help us to connect with some people and all these things. Even though we don't have much more, but they will still be connect with the person. So the one way is we need to be very specialized, and we will hire the top mentor from the industry. Okay, like to come and help our startup. Okay, like we will go to the top people who is the leader in the industry and ask, okay, can we are doing this for nonprofit right now, can you guys come with us and also help us with this, and you guys have a chance to talk directly with the startups and guide the startup, because at certain level if you are the leader in industry and you have a influence, the people will love to give back to the community, and if we reach out correctly, we will get definitely leads from the people and have a mentor with our team. Like not like everybody is just new, but we need a leader from the industry so that they will guide the startup about how to strategize, how to reach, and they will know about the industry. Is this is a good idea for this industry or not? Because if you are in the leader in the top of the industry, you already knows everything about the startups. Okay, so that will help a lot startup to make a directions and make things work for the startup. So I believe we need to work on these things instead of just trying to on this. We need to finalize our strategy. Like, are we going to be profit or non-profit. If we are profit, what specific industry we are going to target, and what resources we have already, and what resources we will bring into the table, so that we can onboard only the startup from specific industry. And once we have a already startup in industry, then slowly we will add. So if you are going to jump with all the industry, I think it's not a good idea, because then you will not manage all the things. Maybe you have a knowledge in one industry and don't have knowledge in another industry. Like if I take an example of healthcare, it's so complicated. You need a good people who already have an experience how to get all the compliances regulation done, how to make structure, how to guide the startup to build the startup with the healthcare, like same like another different, like finances also have a very regulatory stuff, and different resources needed. So we need to be focused on one first, because right now we also have a very limited resources. So we will consider ourselves first, because what we have and what we will bring to the table for the startup, and then we will offer our services to the startup.
So can we define now then, like, this is what we're offering to the startups? Are you guys interested now in doing your part? If it's like we need technical development or something to help one of these startups, starting first with us as the startup helper, could we do that then? Could all of us continue going at this pace until we get to the point where we, I guess, are making money by doing the affiliate marketing? Because I see that as being the main thing. We're just green marketers for some time, if you want to say the service we do. And we do all this.
So if you want to do like an industry, then probably, because I'm noticing there's a fair amount of healthcare people, like, so that might be something to look at. Although I don't know if we have any medical people on staff.
Yeah, I just came from doing digital health, so I could do that across Brazil, and I don't know.
Honestly, it might be interesting to do healthcare in emerging markets, because there's most likely a big need there in emerging markets for healthcare.
Is it even is there certain geographics that like this fund is pursuing, like this going towards a deal specialization thing? So you guys, you think
we have
you're going to target?
We have cohorts in Brazil, India, and the United States to start.
Well, that makes it even more challenging. So we're
trying to get global.
It's so like, imagine like, jeez, this gets even.
We're starting first with just the U.S., but we are trying to build in Brazil. We have 2 founders there at least. We have more we're getting. India, we have nothing yet, but we will eventually get to it. If you want to, that is. I mean, Angeli, you look at me. What do you got in your head?
Yeah. I think that's another problem, because sometimes the fund is for specific area and specific countries, even though specific state, like you cannot invest a fund from New York to California, So if you are getting some fund grants from the state government, that should be invested into inside the state. You cannot.
Yeah,
New York, Sao Paulo, and we haven't decided. I guess like could be Bangalore.
No, here's the thing. New York is already so much crowded. So there is a 50 other states, 49 states. So they need to bring the people into their states. So we will target another state instead of a New York.
I mean, I guess so, but I feel like I'm here in New York, and I want to have a physical presence here. I want to be like, they talk about like prestige, and you mentioned it before, like alpha. The reason why someone would come to me was because they'd see, oh, Stefan has created this community that people could use together to find actual people that will help them, and they will think, oh, I should go to Stefan so he can help me, and then that's how you build alpha. And I feel like I want to eventually compete with like these tier 0 VCs about like, we provide value, and I feel like I don't want to back out of the fight and not be in New York. And
what if there was a way for you to like have the startups give them access to the resources you have in New York City, like connect them to like
Yeah.
the contacts and stuff you have, you know, and they might be in like rural, you know, rural Kansas or whatever. Like, I don't know.
An import accelerator is what it is. Like, we can take you in, like we did with I told you that was like a really big thing. We started this by literally making an LLC for someone in New York so that they could come here from Brazil. So like we could do that for more people in New York and
Right, right. So I would definitely start with like one location. New York sounds like a good spot to be. Lots of things are happening, lots of startup, even though it's crowded, like you said, but it's something, the action is going on at least here, and it's great. It's great as long as there is some unique proposition. And especially, and then investing, like imagine investing in a global company in like in India somewhere, like it's a totally different game that investing, like for investors to invest in some US-based startup. Like, I mean, it's straightforward versus like lots of like dealing with international laws and everything, and I mean, just going international at the beginning, it's very risky. I would definitely focus on New York, especially as you mentioned, some success stories, maybe something they can talk about it already. So that seemed logical to me. And niching down into specific industry, then you could say, oh, I work with, like, let's say fintech startups and help them raise funding. Okay. And then so you could start at least having those conversations. The challenge, again, how are you going to make money, which is the biggest challenge. But that has to be, I guess, addressed. It's already on your document.
Yeah. I think that the major thing that we're going to be doing here is that we're going to be building a social media platform so that anybody, like you're saying, okay, like be visible, but we're going to be also choosing to be like a consulting firm. Like that's what this sort of is. Like we're going to be a product studio that the other way that I hope will basically end up helping us create money is just by getting a lot of people to use our app by providing value for startup founders every time they visit the website. And that's why I wanted to like aggregate information without us needing to do anything. So that the real thing we end up having to focus on is how do we execute the ideas that we are getting crowdsourced from people who are choosing to donate their resources, and actually making it so that the bounties is not the real answer. Like the bounties is just a reason to like get product market fit. We're a product market fit like accelerator for ideas. And beyond that, it's actually making it so that we end up being like the companies we incubate are the ones that end up becoming like the really large ones, so that we can eventually invest into the root causes of these problems and solve them and solve these challenges around the world, because we've collected so much information from not just our own startups that we're working with, but from startups who are also using the platform to share and build in public like we are doing right now today. And that's the vision that I want to make abundantly clear, that if we get to that level of like things that don't scale, it will be great and everybody will be able to like make money off of that amount of people using the platform. And I don't know, I mean, this is just the kind of like journey towards it. And I'm glad that we've been having this conversation for so long. It's been an hour. Really should get back to the agenda, I feel, but this has been a very interesting conversation. I'm like trying to think about this in terms of like actionable takeaways, because we've been working on this now since yesterday when we first met, Daniel, and it's the next day, and we have there some like what is it that we have to do as next steps? There's a lot that are being said, and I'm like at the point now, I'm like, I just am experiencing founder journey, and I need to have the very easy, okay, let's just do this. And that's what I want to build for startup founders, is that like tool that helps them decide based on others' journeys. And I guess based on all of your journeys, all these people that are choosing to surround themselves with me, that's what I want to know, is what do you think is...
But I think instead of just building anything, like I would, again, like based on my experience working with startups, mostly text startups, like the most successful ones, they sell, they get clients, and then they build, right? That's where success comes from. Like there's no point in building anything. Then if you can find at least like 3-5 different social, like not social, like just overall companies who startups that willing and need some help, and then you try to help them, right? You don't need any website for that. Maybe like one pager, I don't know, like some drag and drop simple thing where you outline your business proposition saying, okay, I help you with this, or maybe you already know these people through your connections. And you say, hey, can let me help you get the benefits of this fund, right? Like, and then they're gonna ask you like, well, so what do I get? Like, what can you get me? And then that's where you figure it out, like by talking to them and seeing like what they actually need. And they most likely tell you, oh, I need funding, I need money, man. I need money to make it happen. I need money to pay developers to at least build my MVP, or maybe they have some crappy MVP built using AI tools, something, right? But like what you have to find a group of startups, like 3-5 ideally, deliver that value to them, and then you can start thinking about, oh, maybe building out platform, or maybe like doing something outside of the box. But if you start with building out things, and then again, there is no resources, you can't really start with that. Then you're risking getting nowhere, you know, because it's like it seems like a lot of the ideas and they're just in the air, but can you help at least some specific startups or not? That's the question. Like that's where I would focus initially.
I feel like everyone agrees in a lot of ways.
And then you can send them maybe to different people over here with different expertise. So for example, Stefan, if you have some connections, you say, okay, I get some startups talking to me at least, and then you can say, oh, like Adil can help them with X, or Daniel can help them with Y, maybe Sergey helps them with something else. Like, and can they even deliver something? Because a lot of startup founders, they have ideas, they cannot put two things together, they cannot build it, they only end on the idea phase, never building anything, right? So you need to find this initial group, test group of startups, and see what kind of value they need and what can be delivered to them. And that's the first step. And the second step is everything else after that. But it's going to be its own learning experience, helping this first group that will tell you if it's even worth it pursuing, expanding, or is it a nightmare and dealing with no funds and startups without funding. So I don't know. That's how at least that's my 5 cents.
No, I appreciate the 5 cents. I really want the development so badly, and I've been saying this. And that's the thing that I really want to do at the same time, is that I want it to be able to be that we make that decision about very specifics, but then we still have the larger platform, which you can just basically use as like a social media for people to post about the problems that they're solving. And I want that so badly, so that we can start collecting data, that we can start having people use the platform outside of us.
But is this platform, is it something that already, like, is it a Facebook group?
We literally have this right here.
Is it school? Is it like, is it something custom built? Or can you do it without custom building?
Like we have this right here, which is like the start of it, which is like basically a platform that's like a Facebook for social impact, that you can talk and you can share posts.
Yeah, but imagine how hard is it to launch a social platform.
It is, and
it's maybe one of the hardest things in the world.
Yes it is, and I think this is how we're doing it, is through community development, all of us here together. And I really want that. Like, if I had to choose one thing that I want to be the social media founder, so that we can say that we spread the message across the world of impact. And I know it's like crazy, but that's why I really want development help doing this. And you're saying like don't, but we already have some of it. And I guess now we're at the point where we have to get people to start using this platform. And this is us going live today. This is day 1, and I want you guys to like talk to me and help me buy in and get people to be able to know what the next steps are for like telling this development journey. Because I really want to have the development, both of the processes that we're going to be doing as an internal team, how you guys can all be compensated. That's why we can do an S Corp structure and have everybody be bought into this based on just what they do as labor. That's what it is, I think.
But think about like Kickstarter, or not Kickstarter, Indie Hackers, for example, right? Isn't this the platform that you're talking about? Is it different?
It's just a different purpose. It's the purpose being to solve challenges, and all of us are brought here with the intention of solving challenges together.
But how are they not solving challenges? Every startup is a challenge, no? Like
exactly, and that's why every startup can share their things on our social media platform for them, and then we can try to take their journeys and their insights and create something.
What you need, there's like, imagine there are places online where startups already congregate. They discuss, they post challenges that build publicly on indie hackers, let's say. It's just one, it's many of them, right? And then you say, oh, I built this indie hackers number 2, which is supposed to be, I guess, better, or like
much better, 10 times better. That's what everyone always told me. Make it 10 times better. So
man, 10. But is it at least one time better? What makes it at least one time better?
Yeah, I think having access to this like publicly sourced information is not necessarily the blocker here. There is the information that exists out there,
but it's really it's also public. The indie hackers is public. You can access it.
Actually, being able to kind of pierce through all this data and get the real insights that you need is the difficult part, and that's what you have to do when you have this like fragmented resources spread out throughout the internet. And if you're building this sort of Wikipedia-like repository for creating information based on these founder profiles, then you're going to be able to have more information available that's constantly updated, and you can parse through it through like a ChatGPT type wrapper or something that kind of gives you tailored answers, which that's what I want to build. That's just the extremely niche detail that I forgot about already, but you can keep going.
Right. Yeah. I guess I'm not against what you're saying, right? Just so you know, right? I'm just, I guess, exploring ideas, talking out loud. So no offense if I guess say maybe too many questions that are hard to answer, which
that's what I'm trying to answer. Right? That's what I'm trying to do. So, if you have any more questions,
like if you go to me, for example, right? Like say, like Sergey, I have this idea. Like I have this idea. I want to launch it. I need some capital. I tell you, Stefan, tell me what is your idea, and then Stefan tells me, I want to build a platform where entrepreneurs can, startups can share their journey, right? Like, is it more or less along the lines of what you just said? Yeah. And I ask him, okay, this sounds like indie hackers. Is it different? You say, no, it's not. And then I'm like, hold on, like, why do I give you like what's the unique, like, how is it, like, how are you gonna get people, how are you gonna get traction, Stefan?
Yeah,
right,
I don't
maybe it's the same, but maybe
it's a bad assumption, though. I have to say, like, you can't just say it's not going to be different. I think like the actual putting of challenges in front of people in an organized manner and connecting people for a specific purpose with this bounty, like, I mean, are you saying that that's not unique by just having a social impact focus and a community that is specifically focused on problems and has support from us as well? Like, I feel like even this initial set of volunteer model is the kind of like value added that we can do this for a lot of companies if we just basically create the structure for.
So what's the volunteer model? Like,
the key to the model is basically like doing this volunteer or equity S corp, whatever base, like it's having some sort of actual compensation model that is actually letting people do this as something where they just help companies fold, like not even necessarily full time, but just give them the advice that they need. We need to have enough capacity to do all the different services of a sort of venture studio as a public accelerator model. That's what this whole thing has been about, is just taking exactly the tools and everything of this organizational structure that is so fragmented throughout the world, and you don't have the ability to put it all together in one place unless you're part of these sort of accelerator programs. But we're allowing people to basically become and be trained and be the people providing these sort of training towards the world so that other social impact businesses can do it. And then we can obviously create content too that takes you through it. And there's so many other websites out there that do everything. Like you say, like Hackerlist, whatever, like that's fine. We don't need to get into specifics of that because there's more companies that we're trying to be a part of because we're the hub. Like, we're not just doing one specific thing, we're doing everything. And all of this information is going to give us a differentiator. This is Daniel. Do you want to just
yeah. I want to reframe a little bit. I actually completely forgot that you wanted to do the social media side. But like it's like from our end, like if we're like, how do we gonna like long term survival? Like there's like channels that do startups, like YouTube channels, let's say, that do startups, but there's just like not enough of them. Like I think that like it's like you're saying you're gonna be different. Like we don't need to be that different because it's something that people want, and if we do it well, then they'll just consume that. So I do think that we could possibly make like have a revenue stream from YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, like social media kind of stuff. And then you can still have the same website where it's like you have like how Reddit used to be back in the day. Like you'd have like a really popular subreddit, and like that would be a hub, and there would be like all this like posting on there, and you're saying like hacker whatever, indie hacker. Like there are like these things exist, and there's literally just not enough of them. Like we just need more of that. I think people.
I mean, and is this your assumption that it's not enough, or like why are we so sure? I guess in this like.
Why am I so sure?
So,
Because
so here's the thing.
For
So
me,
Daniel,
like I'm a person that consumes this media, and like there isn't like the thing that we're doing here, like it doesn't really exist for like on a basic level, right? Like you got like Y Combinator, which is great, but they don't like. There's just not like there's not enough videos. Like I want more of that. I want more of like individual like founders, like people who are don't have their shit together, and like like we do like interviews where people are at the beginning of the journey. Like I haven't seen any of that, and I haven't seen much. I've seen individual people do that. I haven't seen anybody do that for like lots of people. So like I've seen individual founders say, "Hey, I'm going to do this journey, and like let me videotape it." But I haven't seen a YouTube channel that's we're going to take first time founders, and we're going to like follow their journey and talk to them and like work through their problems.
Imagine like it's a huge amount of work, right, to record. Like that, why this not happens? Because the people are busy building stuff, right? They like some of them are good with sharing, like you said. You can see like on Indie Hackers, they would provide some sort of update like once a month, but then it gets even busier, and then like what is it? Like who is gonna document their journey? Like
right. So that's what we're doing here, right? So like this is a big part of what we're doing is that we're going to be documenting the journey, and that's the product that we're delivering is like the social media like early founder. Whatever, like early.
But who is gonna post it? Who is gonna post it? Is it the founder gonna post it, or you're gonna talk to them and call them and so get them to YouTube?
Yeah. So this
meeting.
Just slow down for a second. I can't answer all your questions at once. There's two things going on here. So first off, like you're correct in like the founders have got to be building shit. Like why would they talk with us? The reason is because I'm a founder, and one of the things that have been like super helpful for me is like every single week I go and I'm like, okay, what am I like? I redo my vision every single week. What am I doing? What are the most important things? What are the critical? What are the bottlenecks? Like all that. Like I do that every single week. And at first it felt like this is such a waste of time. And like I would just, at the beginning it was be spending like days just like trying to figure this out. But like for me, I'm like, if I don't do this, then I don't have flow, and I'm gonna get stuck like really quickly. So for us to come in and do that and like to maybe go through some of these things with them, we're working with them to solve their problems, and that relationship, the thing that we're doing with them, that's the product that we're selling to, like that's the product that we're posting on social media.
But would they be okay with that? Like there might be some proprietary info and that stuff.
Yeah, so
that's my personal concern as well.
Yeah, that's part of the problem set. That's part of the problem set. But I think the thing is I'm pretty sure like, and this is like the thing I keep like coming back to that I think hasn't landed yet is like there's a lot of like most of the startup problems are actually all the same. Like from the startup perspective, like they're all the same problem. There's like I can't gain traction, I can't gain customers, I don't trying to learn something technical. I'm don't know what I'm doing. I need advice. I need funding, right? Like all those things are the same. There's going to be some proprietary stuff of like, oh, this is like our code works in this specific way, or we have like these specific strategies for it. And like, yeah, just don't share that piece. But like everything else is going to be is like pretty like standard, or it's not standard, but it's very common. And I think the thing that I really want is like to start standardizing this stuff for the world.
It's interesting. I was reading, I believe, a couple of weeks ago, I was reading a story about building in public trend that sort of diminish. They noticed the diminishing value when everyone when a lot of startups started following this trend and sharing. It kind of like created a bunch of noise, and no one it stopped being a unique thing, right?
Yeah.
And
you have to do it.
It's time to start to take that to the next level. So it's not just building in public, but it's like building legibly in public. And one of the service we can provide is that the startup needs to make their stuff legible, but that's not their main priority, and that's not the thing that they're necessarily working on. That's something that we can provide for them.
Why wouldn't they just hire a communications person for that?
Because
they have no funds. Like, remember, this fund, this company, at the beginning stages, is just maybe one person or two, and they have no funds. They have no time. They have no funds. They have nothing on their hands, pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's the most challenging time for the startup to be, and hardest, based on my experience, hardest place for any service provider to deal with this kind of startups. Okay, they have nothing, only ideas, and they just struggling.
Yeah, but ideas are super cool and interesting. Right?
No, idea to me, it's worthless. If so many ideas.
Yeah, ideas are worthless to you because you're like a real founder doing real stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, it's like 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. But to the people that watch YouTube, they fucking love ideas. They love watching YouTube.
But if the idea is worthless, there's so many ideas in the world, right? But then so what? What's they watch somebody with the ideas, sharing the ideas, and then they're gonna have their own ideas, and then gonna produce more ideas, and then we're gonna be even more ideas in this world, right? What are we trying to achieve?
Ad revenue doesn't care if it's ideas or if it's
Okay, we can hear you.
The views are worth the same.
So no, here's the thing. Listen. Here's the thing. That's not about the social. We are going to be built in public, but right now, our focus is to decide whether we definitely in long term we will build our platform, and it's more into technology side, like where we will build tool that will be connect the founder to go to the public and protect their IPs and all other stuff. But right now, might be the focus should be on the side of our what really matter for us right now. It's not about ideas. Sometimes they have a very cool idea. Maybe we as a accelerator will help the startup founder to get their IPs, maybe trademark for the things before going public, and have a standard. So we need to work on our strategy and our plans, how we will protect their information. And I agree. A lot of things are public, like you need to share your journey. Maybe we can share only the journey, how they build the startup, not the technical detail of the startup. And maybe we can share only the things after we have a whole protection, like all the copyrights, everything where we will protect. And still, sometimes you don't need to be shared public because you need to build, and because if you are going to be public, and might be you will face competition from others. So I strongly believe it's a very deep discussion, and definitely we will fight on this. We will talk more about this, how we will go with there is a platform. If it's only a public, there is a lot of platform. We as Accelerator, why we need to create another social media, Facebook or LinkedIn and other.
It's almost seemed like almost like a separate business model, like the social aspect that Stefan brought up. Like we almost I guess, did not discuss it like 30 minutes ago. Then he brought it this whole vision saying, I want to do this. And we're like, hold on, you want to do social thing or you want to help startups?
They're both the same thing. I just want them to, I want to help them post on social media by first giving them templates of how to post on our Propel. Like, I want them to be trained on how to post and basically use us as like an open source.
No, here's the thing, Stefan. Here's the thing. Don't do this. So we will build our startup. Okay. So here's the thing. We are going to build our own tools that will help the startup to get all the things. Like you need a paid deck templates. You need a email template. You need a grants writings help. Okay. Or maybe you need a email template to send the investor. You need all other stuff. You need to execute, but that thing will be go after once we decide what we are going to plan, and then we will go to the public. So first we need to focus on the main component of our business, like why the people will choose us, what the value we are providing, and then once we have a network of the people, like thousands of a startup, maybe we will build in public. We will start in the public. We will share stories. We will share the stories, the background of the people. So but I believe sometimes a lot of things are not in the public, because of to avoiding the competition. If you are building some critical startup in the public, and actually you are sharing your idea with the people, so we need so you will creating competition for your own self, So
Right. So it's
yes, so,
unique in a way. You have to be really like
Yeah.
believing in your startup, right? And then the biggest, I guess, going back to your social, Stefan, angle, right? Like you say, oh yeah, we give you a template, just go post to this Propel or whatever website, just go post. And then what happens? They go post one day, they go post another day, they go post, they do it maybe 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month, and nothing is gonna happen because the platform itself, there's no like. No one cares about Propel. No, what is the startup founder is gonna gain from it? He puts in effort, he gets nothing in return, right?
That's you do a bad job. That's literally all it is.
I mean, but realistically speaking, imagine they're gonna 3, maybe 5 startups that posting some like, what is how
imagine
is
it's like forums as well. Like that's one thing I haven't explained as well. It's like imagine that we have now these cohort teams that we're getting from all these different types of verticals. We have the climate and energy, we have the healthcare, we have the other types of startups. And what we're going to be doing from there is that we're going to be putting them into different messaging forums. They're going to be sharing information with one another and their own user journeys. And I'm going to be helping them in specific ways to actually go out there and build their businesses and following these specific tracks according to that. They're going to be communicating on the website as well. So, I mean,
right.
You guys all have thoughts.
I'm talking about the communication part specifically because I get like with all of the help is great, and I agree with Adil that help is where the focus should be. We help, we figure out what they need, we help, they succeed, they post somewhere.
I know about
I get something.
Yeah, that's a journey we can have.
Listen,
fucking video.
so here's the thing. Every accelerator have a social platform, okay, social phase of the accelerator where they will post like if you see Y Combinator, they are also posting a video of the startup, but they are also protecting the IP of the startup. They are not disclosing a lot of information. They are just marketing their stuff so that the people know.
We can do a better job marketing. That's what it is.
Yeah, but listen, if in the very early stage, like pre-seed and idea stage startup, okay, our founders, so it's a very critical where if we are going to share the information in public, basically instead of helping the startup, we are basically creating the competition for the startup because
that's why there's a bounty.
We are sharing this idea to other people to build this stuff.
That's the whole point. Okay. I definitely don't have a problem with that at all. I don't have a problem with most of the things.
Yeah, but I guess right because you're not the startup founder who go talk to a startup founder and they will tell you.
I am the startup founder.
I mean, yeah, in a way, but I'm saying they paranoid about the ideas. They think they want you sign NDA before you even
Those are not the social impact founders. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wait.
Go ahead.
It's great to meet Danielle and Sergey because I think you guys are bringing you're asking the right questions too. Like This is how you like actually sharpen the vision here. Oh well, yeah. Last thought was wait, just another like I guess another prodding question would be as this is like kind of iterating, but like don't you think that founders would also be a little hesitant to be public in any way when they're in like the sense of what if this fails? Because most startups fail. Like, do I really? I mean, there's owning up to your mistakes and learning, but it's like, do I really want that to be public? Is this like another question I thought of just now? To maybe chew on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before. Yeah, it's nothing of the world, exactly. Yeah, that's what I believe.
But I do say, like, as a startup, like a lot of your job is like selling people on your idea, and like having a time where you can like go online and like pitch your ideas. Essentially, like having this practice to explain your idea with somebody that's heard it, like been through, like has been on the other side of that for a lot of times is really, really helpful.
Can I just jump in really quickly? I actually have to run, but I think that there's a way that we can kind of balance all of this. And I guess we don't really have time to like go through all the points, but as far as this public thing, I don't know if public necessarily means like public dump. You know, it can be a curated public experience that the founder is sharing. So they share up to the limit that they're comfortable, and they show the coolest aspects of building their company so they can raise awareness and raise interest in their company. So public doesn't mean I woke up today, I brushed my teeth, and you guys are watching me start my morning ritual. It can be a little bit more curated than that. So it's a bit more focused. But awesome stuff. I think you guys are working on great stuff. I can't wait to read my notes from the Note Brigade to see where you guys go with this next. Everyone have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Shailen.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, okay, I have an idea. So, like, I think one way we could provide value is like having the legal and the finance and the grants and the invest and like the assistance connecting to investors, etc., all in one place, because that'll probably having a retainer fee is going to cost a lot less than having to hire an accountant and a lawyer and all at the same time. Like probably per hour, it's just going to cost like a crazy amount of money to hire all the.
Okay. Lost you for a second. Probably internet connection or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now you're good. Now you're good.
Oh, okay. Did people hear me or?
You know, we heard you. I think it cut out for like a second, but it might have been misinterpretation.
Okay. Yeah, but that was what I was thinking, because we already seem to have some like legal people but just.
So, are you saying charging startup founders?
Yeah, I mean, it probably, like, it would probably be more economical to have multiple professionals there and have a retainer fee rather than having to pay each one an hourly fee for their services.
Yeah.
No, what I believe is a very successful model is a traditional model with this specific industry. You will go and get your investor. Like there is a bunch of people, hundreds, thousands of people have a huge money, millions of dollars in the bank, and they really want to invest somewhere, okay? And they don't know where to invest. Like if you see a lot of family offices, a lot of other people, and the area and New York, all USA and Dubai, anywhere you will walk, a lot of people have a lot of money. So we need to find an investor actually in the very beginning, okay? That are willing to be the partner with our accelerator program, and they will help us to invest money. And then they will say, okay, we are interested to invest the money into sustainability, healthcare, or anywhere. They have a priority is to invest the money, but they really don't have a time to take all these startup and talk with the founders and all these things. So we are going to get the percentage from that money as well, and we are, because we are the accelerator program, are in the middle of founder and investor helping the founder. We have a 10 week of accelerator program, so we can get 5-6% equity from the company. That is a traditional. Okay, we will help company grow, and if we have a 5-6% equity from the company, if company become bigger, we have a sustainable income stream. That is a long-term goal, and the company is gonna be grow up. And every accelerator program is working like that. And the social part of this program, definitely we are social. We will help the founder to go public and share their story, and we will build our platform. But that is the other part. The first and most important part is just focus on the investment side after this thing. Talk with the investors, talk with the VC, maybe we will partner with companies. A lot of companies really want to extend their businesses and offering to other industries and other landscape. They are trying to partner with accelerator program to onboard different kind of a startup, and they have a huge money to invest. So instead of our focus on social platform, why not we utilize this opportunity for this, and we will build our own funds where we will help the founders to invest into money. And I know in the beginning we don't have anything, but if we work hard, we will partner with the people, onboard investors and the VCs and the family offices as a partner with us, investor as a partner. So through this, we will become really good. And once we have a startups, then we will provide more other services through, we will partner with the agencies, marketing agencies, maybe other companies, legal companies, all these kind of different consultancies. We will get also a bit of their profit, because we are providing resources to that companies. Like our startup need help, like different kind of help, then we will provide. So instead of just focusing on the social aspect of this is understandable. Once we are accelerator, we will be in the public. Okay, we will share the story to the public, but that is not something that we really need to be worry about this at this time. We need to focus on the core thing of the business, where we will sustain ourselves and make a real partnership to build this business. Otherwise, the social will take a lot of time, and if you don't really provide the value to startups, your image is not going to be very good, and the people will not trust on you. So I think we need to work on that side of the things, and we will build the social platform parallelly.
I mean,
That sounds
it's not
good, yeah.
building parallel. Yeah. Like, that's all I want, is that I really want to convince people who are developers to make this for me. And I think it'll help so many people. And I think it'll change how we structure data so that we can solve problems. And
So
that's the
you're
unique
hoping to find developers who will build social platform for you. And
That's what
for
we've
free,
been doing.
right?
Like, we have a development team, and like Nicholas is the main guy. He's just been building this website by himself, and Nicholas is my brother, and I've helped him a bit. But I just want to be able to have the system that's running at the same time that we're acting as sort of like a studio, because I don't mind at all being kind of someone that's helping startups and doing the like marketing for them. I think we do a better job with our landing page and everything, and like kind of resetting everything that we're talking about now to fit that.
What I noticed, I guess, is that especially in the beginning, people tend to like to build things. They get excited about building. They like, oh, I built this, I built that. This excitement goes like maybe lasts you half a year building, and then you finally build, and then it's crickets.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And especially if you
Good
live
point.
in the real world, there's an aspect of funding, right? Developers who develop, they say like, hey, Stefan, so like, when I gonna get some paycheck?
I know.
And then eventually 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, they stop talking to you, 7 months, and then you ended up with some platform, no sales. You're like, that's
why we're building things manually now. But we can
I
use
just recently.
these
So
other
here's the
social platforms
here's the
like that
failure story.
build a
Stefan, here's
community.
a fair story. Even though I have a lot of experience, I built one startup without making these research, okay? And literally startup got failed. We don't get a single customer on that whole product and we lose all the things. So I will encourage technology. We can build technology once we have a resources. People will build technology after getting the resources. So it's a good idea to first onboard the resources. I thought last time I explained everything to you, like it's not like it's opposite. Like the people but thinking and the public is not actually working in the industry. So in the industry, the companies are building, but first they already have a business, maybe experiences, already have some kind of a resources on board. And if you are building something very unique, maybe some IP that you are getting the trademark of the thing, maybe that's something you need to be invest first. But usually people will first get the investment, first get the people on board, and then they will build the technology. Any company, you will take any company and see they work like that. Maybe the founder are spending their own money on this, have a resources. So we at this point we need to be work because we are accelerator program helping other startup. If we are not basically help ourselves to sustain, how we are going to help the other startups? It's not even make a sense. So we need to like come up with the
Or if you
actual.
cannot help a startup with what they need, which is raising capital, right, or getting them to the next stage, then it doesn't really matter. All of the social aspect doesn't really matter. And as someone who actually produces some social stuff, like I send daily
We just have to be
emails.
really good fundraisers. Like that's all this is we have to know how to first convince a rich person to say, "Hey, Stefan,
but
I
this
love your
is
idea."
very hard. Do you
I know.
know?
I'm trying to do hard problems, Sergey. This is the thing I came back to New York for. So I came back from Brazil and I said, I need to come back to New York so I can knock on some doors and tell people, here's my vision for changing the world. Give me a lot of money just to go do it. And then we could go support so much. You could have all the resources you
So
want.
how much money did you collect from this people?
And we can just do that for the other startups. We can say, oh, man, this is an amazing story.
So here's the thing. Nobody is going to give you money until you don't have a lot of experience on that specific industry. So
but we have everyone here working with us who all has experience. It's not just me. It's investing in the community.
Yeah, but like all of us here, we're just talking right now on the video, just to be clear, right? There's like to put your name on something that people will think twice. Like, I want to be part of this like fund. Who is Stefan? Who is Daniel? Who is Edil? Who is Emil? Who is Sergey? Right? Like you in order to get these people on the face of the company, you need to have a clear structure. Like, this is how this works. This is how all of these people will make money eventually, right? This is what we do. And what we hear right now, what I hear, I guess, from you, Stefan, is just you a little bit in the clouds or in the rainbow clouds, just trying to change the world with social impact and stuff. I'm coming from experience, 20 years experience in tech industry, working with a bunch of startups, building startups, working in a startup right now as CTO, right? And that I'm just trying to meet reality with your vision and trying to see, I guess, if there is even a connection. And I guess I'm struggling to find what's unique. I guess maybe we should focus on like your background a little bit, Stefan. Like, can you tell us a little bit like what?
Yeah,
I guess
so
like why investors would want to
Social
even
Impact Venture Studio, where I was curating how to help social impact founders to get access to capital and to find connections in new markets, which is why I was in Brazil before this. And I left that role, basically serving as an investor in digital health. And I didn't leave it so I could go invest into digital health. Like that was not the reason why I did this. That's why I appreciate it. And I do think health is important, but this is supposed to be larger than just a venture studio because there's so many people that have venture studios. And I don't have the experience to do a venture studio, but I have the experience to understand how to connect with startups. And I do a really, really good job of that. And that's why I've been so successful in convincing people to be a part of this, but they don't necessarily know what it is yet. It's the time now to basically take my skills in community engagement and activation and get each of you to tell me the reality of this, which is why I'm going to be the dreamer.
So what's your biggest skill, let's say, outside of what you just said? Like what can you bring to the table, Stefan?
I think I can do the marketing, and that's what I want to do. Is the marketing.
What you mean? You can bring startups to the pipeline, or like what do you mean marketing? Marketing of
Marketing,
what?
I mean like
Marketing of
representing startups and helping them to achieve their goals of funding and connection. Like
Yeah, so all of the the startups have to find this fund. Are you saying that you're gonna help startups find this fund, and then once they find it, then I guess different people can do different things, but someone has to bring them in first, right? Is it gonna be you?
Are you saying bring in the startups or bring in the money?
Yeah. Bring in the startups. And I
Bring in
guess
the
money, it's also extremely important. Investor, like I don't know who else is gonna, but at least bring in the startups, right?
This is how you bring in the startups, is that you're building this not just as a platform that's going to be kind of existing for startups to coordinate with one another. This is supposed to be like a sort of educational platform where you're kind of getting the founder journeys, also content creation from other platforms, etc.
How are you going to bring startups, Stefan?
Because I mean, that's the easy thing. I'm already bringing the startups. We have the founders. We're going to create the platform that people, even that are not building startups, are going to want to use the platform. Similar to exactly how Sol was explaining it earlier about people who are not necessarily interested in neurotech, having people who are not necessarily interested in startups and want to be able to better themselves. Imagine like all these apps, like we have one of our founders called Power You AI, and they basically say how they can get to the next level by using AI. And we want to help any single individual to be able to accomplish any challenge that they're interested in solving in the world. And this is the sort of platform and that kind of atmosphere is going to curate it so that startups are going to want to come to this. And startups are already coming to this because they like the idea of building in public and having a platform to be able to share what their needs are so that they can actually get help. And that's why we launched it today. We literally helped Sol Trevino, our first founder. He was joining us during the live stream. We interviewed him, and I posted on LinkedIn saying, hey, help Sol Trevino with X, Y, and Z. And that's what we can do for all startups. And I think that's the unique thing, is that startups want to get helped. And if we can literally just automate that process, like even that will allow me then to connect them to the individual people in my network who are going to be able to help scale the company. Like for you, Fayez, like I'm going to have you be introduced to Eduardo. And that's going to be a connection that will hopefully allow you to, like you said, use the internal expertise I have of like market expansion to go somewhere new, potentially. And then look, like Adil, you're bringing like this whole team you have in Pakistan. Everybody has something that they're bringing. Everyone's bringing something that's not just like their own labor, but their own thing that they already have as their own business to propel. It ends up being like a service marketplace for service providers, so that everything is listed so that people can actually get accomplished these problems that exist in the world. And that's the thing that's going to end up being, no matter what the like financials of this are, is that people will want problems to be solved. And especially once we build that initial community, and like we are doing now, we need the processes to have it be sustainable. Then it will be self-sufficient in a variety of different ways. It's just about getting it now. And this is the literally first day of us saying we're going to be building in public, and that's the ethos. Because I've listened to too many people for so long until we not build in public and just figure this out. And this is us figuring it out together. And I want to see how far this can go. And I want to help us make goals for what we're going to be doing with this. Not just saying like we're going to sit here and have this conversation and move on. But I want us to have actionable, like, I just done the journey mapping of how I'm going to help represent other startups. And I want to first start representing us. Hell Earth needs every single one of you guys to take the LinkedIn post that I make and to repost it with all of your networks. And it has to have an effect where we're kind of building this community around the world that's going to be focused on doing this, but we have to understand how we're going to be doing it. And that's what this conversation right here is for, is what is the first step that we're taking from here to actually build something that we can tell the world, hey, we're at least testing this hypothesis, help us test it.
Oh yeah, that's something different than what we are talking about. You know, we need to be very focused on what we are going to be achieve. Yeah, that's powerful actually. You know, because if you really want to share the whole journey of the people and to the public and make an a ecosystem where everybody will contribute for the success of others, then this is something cool actually. I will love to be like use this and be the part of this. But at the meantime, if we say okay, we are building a venture fund, a venture where we will help the startup with these stuff. So definitely we expect some other things. Startup will expect other things. So we need to be very focused because there is a lot of other community as well who is helping startup go to the public. I just got one last day. It's a Friday.org. They have a pretty good experience. They are sharing the story, connecting the founders and everywhere. So yeah, this kind of things a lot of other people are doing as well. So definitely I think we need to make our process and strategy where maybe we can say we are the day one. From the day one of the startup we will start the whole journey and make the structure, but still I believe that for day the but I'm thinking as a technical with some experience building startup is the one way is to provide a tool to the startup and all the things. So a community. The other thing is a community. So these are two different things. So I have a friend who own a company called Ajad Lab, and they are organizing a big future fest. Okay, it's called the Future Fest. If you search on internet, it's a community networking. So it's a 3 day exhibition where they invite hundreds of thousands of people. Like I've been to many times this, and they are making money and also connecting the startup with the larger company. So these are two different things. So you want to be social. See, a lot of social media platforms over there, people are already trying to use this. But what ultimately the startup need is very important. Is the startup need at the very beginning to be go to the social media and post the journey? Is the startup need a strategy or direction? Is the startup need validations? Is startup need funding or is startup need network? These are the questions we need to understand. Usually at this earlier stage, startup need a team to build a tech. Startup need a direction, which specific path they are going to choose and why they are going to choose. Startup need a validation on their ideas. Okay, is the idea is good? There is a market. Is there is a market? How faster they will get into the market. Okay, and also they need help with the streamlining their process of building. So what stake they are going to choose, like at the very beginning, at least pre-seed, they really don't need to go to the public really much because they are uh, if you are in public, give me one answer. Okay, if you are in a public, you are very good in public, but you don't know how to build your stake, you don't know how to set your like infrastructure, you don't know how to set all these things, how you are going to build a business? So the accelerator usually means to help the startup to validate their idea, to help to set the direction, to help to execute the initial process and provide these things. And on the top of these, once they are ready by, they have a 10 month of 10 week of accelerator program, because they train, they teach, they give the direction, they provide the resources in person, online, so that the startup knows how to build actually the business and the thing.
But
The
it's
people,
also additional, sorry to interrupt, Adil, great points. An additional thing I would say, they only do it for a certain number of startups that they selected, that they identified, that they like the idea, that they want to invest their resources into, right? And like I doing a fractional work, right? Like as a technical advisor, CTO, I go into different startups. I ended up not working with companies that didn't raise any capital, that didn't build their MVP. You know why? Because I realized that it was not worth the investment of my time at the end of the day. I really I enjoyed talking to these founders, helping them when I first started, right? But then in the end of the day, you realize that there is no ROI on you, especially if you're not gonna vet them. You're just gonna allow anybody to be like on a platform, such as social, like post some social stuff on it, and posting itself, it's hard anyway. Like I do daily emails, it's hard. It takes me like an hour a day just to think about some stuff like that is useful for the audience. You can't just post like your picture of a breakfast, right? Or like you have to actually like say something, and saying something useful is extremely difficult. That's why a lot of people not doing it, because it's hard, it takes time. And a lot of people doing the same thing. It's very repetitive, especially in the beginning of startup journey. Everything is like, all right, I'm just trying to get my first customer. Oh, I'm trying to build my MVP. I'm like, what are you gonna write about? Like, oh, I just put this, I made this button blue instead of green. Like, no, nobody cares about this. No, realistically speaking, right? And you think like you're gonna be different and you're gonna survive the grind by not making any money from the like and helping everybody, like oh, I help everybody, I live in a cloud sort of type of situation.
No, you can, yeah, you cannot help all the people, and through this, basically, you are gonna be mess up your reputations, you know, because the social media platform is not enough to make the money to sustain a business. They have an other income stream. They rely on advertising and paid advertising. You
It's
know,
making content. Why can't we just make YouTube content?
That's very hard.
Like honestly, that's what I already made 3 pitches for. Like I think that could be the thing. Like, Mr. Beast building it, like this whole thing that we're doing right now is a YouTube video.
The YouTube content is something different. Like this is not a business. I'm not saying YouTube is a business. YouTube, a lot of people are creating a lot of money through the YouTube. It's not a startup. You know, startup
It's a
is so
production
different.
company. That's what we could do. It's like a production company of us literally building social impact.
Yeah, no, see, you can make a YouTube that is a platform already existing. You can create you can set a camera and mic and set up and create a content. And
Yeah, yeah.
upload
No, I
that to
think what I'm trying to
YouTube.
say is like content yourself.
But
If we can be someone that
if
curates
if you
articles.
really want to help the startup, you need to understand startup don't need at this time this stuff. Literally, they don't need this stuff. They need technology. They need team to build the technology. They need to validate their product. They need a validation and direction to get success. They really don't need because once they are in a stable position and the seed level, they will going to be create like their content. They are going to be post public. They have a money. They already onboard the money. So it's really important to understand at this time we really need to focus on the core needed that is really important for the early stage startup is to how we can train the startup and how we will provide the resources that will be beneficial for the startup. And also we can not provide the resources to all the startups. I run a company in Pakistan. I not take all the project from the industry because the reason was we don't have expertise to build that project. We not get the contract even though they are allowing us to get the contract, but we not take that contract. The reason why we not take the contract because if we are not expert, we are not going to build a good product in the industry, and through this we are going to mess up our reputation as a company. So you need to be understand at this time. You need to first get the people who is very expert with this specific industry to design the solution for that industry and to validate the solution. Is the solution is right and is you develop the right product? How you are gonna be validate the you are picking a one startup and that startup is in the same direction or not? You know, it's there is a mechanism to validate. There is a way to identify the potential of the startup. So we at this stage being helping the startup not necessarily means to be public. So if you want to build a social platform, that's another thing. We will be happy to be build a social platform where we will share the journey, but then we will not say we will helping the startup because building a social platform doesn't necessarily mean to be helping a startup.
I think that's not true though. Like especially if you're just facilitating more connection and people are talking, that's helping. Like, and you literally saw right now when I showed you like the X community that I was a part of. Like, I'm posting it here, and I'm saying like I'd like to meet a vibe coder, and then nobody's answering me, and nobody's talking to me when I'm saying it again. Like nobody cares, And if we made a community where people actually cared, and it can be on an X or it can be on a LinkedIn, like I just want to start building that social network right now, and it can eventually be on Propel Earth. Like, what we really don't need, we don't necessarily need like a full like.
But do you know like why? Like, have you ever thought like why no one cares? Because like let me ask, like for example, a deal, like there's a startup comes to you through the net, let's say through Propel. Stefan comes to you, say, oh, there's a startup on they came on board, we need to help him. Adil, I need your help. Adil is like, what help? They need an MVP. Adil, can you build it for them? Like, what do you say to them, Adil? They say like, do they have any money? Oh, no money. All right. So what do I gonna pay my guys who is gonna develop it? Or do I have to invest my own money into this and believe in the story? So you become an investor. Like if you do something for free, you automatically believe that startup. You invest into that startup.
Belief-based financing is what that is describing. You're describing belief-based financing, where you can
yeah. But who is willing to do it? Realistically speaking, do you think there's a lot of people
do you want to talk? Yeah.
It's not a lot of people who is gonna do it.
No.
Let Fire talk. Yes.
No, here's the thing, Stefan. Maybe for few startup people will be able to help you. Okay, it's a very big thing to support you, to encourage you to build this stuff. But the reality is that at certain point, people don't care this thing.
I feel like we can get enough volunteers. I think you guys are underestimating the power of volunteers to actually create social change. And that's exactly what I've done so far. And that I think is the real thing I want to show off to the world, is that I can tell people right now, this is what I've done. I got all of you guys to be here trying to help people. And we could do that at scale with more people around the world.
But how you can manage all the people? Let's suppose you have 10,000 people. Then how you manage?
That's exactly what we're trying to manage now. It's like how we're creating the process for people to be
so
on
when
board.
you grow the community, then other people don't care. I have a group with 400 people from the same country, okay? But only 20 people will be active for the 4%. It's only 1% of the people. So it means you are still doing the same thing. Like if you are posting in the
that's not the problem. Okay,
it's like socialism. It reminds me of socialism, Stefan. Are you a believer in socialism? I come from Belarus, which is like a part of former Soviet Union. I lived a little bit through it. My parents lived through it. It didn't work. Like, I mean, the experiment failed. So,
it could be
are you saying there are enough people in the world to do work for free?
I think that all of you guys would probably donate an hour of your time to help that social
impact. But hour doesn't get you anywhere.
Here's the reality. Here's the reality. We are here to help you, actually, because we care about you. That's the reality. If I ask all the people here, if they don't have a connection with you, okay, they don't want to be talked with you, then they don't care. Literally,
you guys can find your mentors. I mean, I don't know. I feel like people will want to support if they're being confident.
Like, there's always a question: what's in it for me? Like, what's in it for Sergey? Right?
Everybody
okay, you're gonna give me a client?
Yes, exactly. That's the whole point of like Service Marketplace.
Right, but then I have to invest into that startup my own money to pay my own developers. Right?
I don't know.
What do you do, Sergey?
I'm like a technical advisor for startups, right? But post MVP typically, startups that have money. And I currently run a startup as a CTO of a startup. I mean, it's not big, like we have about 30 people, but yeah, that's what I've been doing my whole life. I spent my whole life in technology. Lately, like last 6 years, more like on the managing side, managing engineers pretty much.
So what's
building products.
What's your biggest like bottleneck or your pain points that you struggle with?
Right now, like in the current company, like we trying to scaling is a problem, right? But there's at different stages, different problems, right? In the beginning, you build, you have different problems. Then hiring team is a different problem. But if you don't have money, you solve zero problem. right? Like you very quickly realize that no one really cares if you don't have capital. You cannot talk to a developer. Like Adil said, like maybe they're gonna talk to you for 3 months because they really like it, but then you're gonna lose it, and then development, someone else gonna come in, and you think, oh, it's super clear, like what was done before. He'll try to redo it again with new technology, then gonna invest a couple of weeks, gonna disappear. Then they're gonna new guy gonna come in, they're gonna mess things up. It's gonna be nightmare mess from the technological standpoint. Like I'm not sure about the, like different, like it's probably different things, but
what can we build right now that would give us money? Like that's just what I want. It's like, how can I take all of you guys here together to just make one thing that we just start selling to people? Like I don't know. What is the
what
problem?
are we saying? We're just trying to identify like what are we even selling?
Stefan, if you ask what one thing I will say to you to make connection with the direct family offices and investor. That's the one thing. Once you onboard one family office, your problem is solved. Literally, your problem is solved. I'm strongly believe on this thing because then you have a money. It's not your money, but because they are going to pay you money for all the things, and they have a lot of money to invest into the startup, and you are going to manage that fund for the people.
So when I say I want to knock on doors in New York City and just ask people for money, this is it. Just I need to know who's I'm supposed to be asking for money. That's the
If you
question.
come into us saying, okay, Sergey, Adil, I have money. Like I have this guy, like they ready to invest like $100,000, $200,000 for our internal operation over here, and they ready to invest, right? And I have 5 startups that want our help, and this family office ready to invest into them, right? Because like the family office, nobody is stupid with money. Like family office, not family. They say like, where you putting my money to, Stefan? Like where did you just invest this money? And then maybe you invest once, maybe you invest twice, 3 times max, and then they say, oh, Stefan, no, I getting back all my money, and then not only that, you're gonna receive zero amount of dollar in this space in the next 3 years because of your reputation, right? Like reputation and investment is like one of the most important keys, right? So you don't want to mess it up. Not to mess it up, you have to be very selective. And how you going to be selective? I don't know. How are you going to select them, Steph? Like to you, like it seems like you open for everybody right now.
That's come to
and then you become a firm. You're like, hold on, how do I? Oh, I have to be careful with this.
I'm not worried about this.
Like, I'm probably gonna leave in a little bit, but I think the way you can have a criteria is just based on like traction. I mean, I don't think that's like crazy, but you can just see, hey, do they have some traction because that shows some potential, or whether or not they have some potential. Maybe that's too, maybe that's more, maybe that's not early stage enough, but if we want to reduce risk, that's one way to do it.
Right. But then again, like who like the traction, yeah, I agree. Like if the startup has traction, they have a lot of options on the table. Like everybody wants them. Oh, they have traction. Like there's no stupid people in this space, right? And then we're talking about companies that are one step before that a little bit. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like, right? They don't have any traction. They have maybe an idea. So what do we do with them? Like, and then like, how is Stefan gonna validate them? Like,
so here's the thing. Last time I give very good roadmap. That is, I believe, is a very good. So I told Stefan, here's the thing. We going to be selecting only 5 startup. Okay, at the very beginning, only 5 startup, and 2 of them we are going to pick that already have a MVP. They are into the market, and we try to work on that 2 startup, and the 3 we are going to pick in any idea stage or early stage startup that we are going to provide the resources. Okay, and the 2 startup that we believe is very good, and we try to raise money for that startup. So if we try to raise money for that startup and we help that startup to get succeed within 1 year for the next 2 cohort, okay, it means we already validate our capability and have a trust on the market, and then the people will come to us. They will say, oh, okay, we have this amount of a fund we want to invest. You guys will help us because we have a track record. So if you don't have a track record of anything, so you never help any startup and you never pick any startup, you
Right.
don't have any mentor, nobody is going to trust on you. So everything starts small. Like if you try to help thousands of a startup, you are not going to help with one startup. You don't help, actually you really don't want to be help the startup. So for helping the startup, you need to pick only 1, 2, 3, 4, max 5, not more than 5. Like
Yeah,
like
But
you're
it's
down
not
to, we're
exciting
solving
enough for most
problems.
people, Adil. That's the
No,
problem.
no, I think it's like the startups are like the vehicle to solve the problems. Like we're just trying to put everything in one place. Um, I think this is fine. Like nothing is wrong with that. Like I don't mind the two startups. Like I've already I'm thinking about it now with like who we're
No,
gonna take.
it's just completely
That's
different
product.
from what you propose. That's the thing.
But
You
like we could do
definitely gotta-
everything. Why can't
Yeah.
we do? Why can't we do
because,
it?
because like you can only do so much, especially without money. That's the biggest answer, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like if I
Also,
want
the
so
more
much money.
people we accept, the worse job we're gonna do for each of them. Like we
Yeah.
have a finite amount
that's
of
the thing.
time.
We don't
We're
have
not the
time.
people that are going to be doing the work eventually is what I want. What I want to say is that we're going to make some people who are going to be the people of the 2 or the 5 or the 5, and then there's going to be the whole community that doesn't get the consulting support, but they can see on our social media the great job that we're doing with these initial companies, and they see the alpha, and that's what brings the best companies to come to
But
us.
how you gonna do? How you gonna know that you're doing a good job with couple first?
Because we're going to be
you're gonna
going
suck.
green
Most likely,
marketers.
your first 2 we're gonna suck. We're gonna fail. We're gonna not help them. and
That's
you're gonna-
exactly it. What's my track record going to be? Like, you have
Yeah.
to see.
So maybe
Yeah.
that's not something that you want to share. You just want to help them figure out like what you're doing, right? Like in the process of doing, you will figure out what you're actually doing, and then maybe at some point in the future start sharing once you maybe at that point, right? But if the most important is just start helping and asking like, what help do you need, and start from there. Find one startup. What do you need? Can we actually help them in any way? And then maybe find the number 2.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's the best idea. So you will learn the things, and the social part. What I'm right now observing and thinking is easy because once you have a already startup, you are helping startup, you will create a platform within 1 month. Literally, you will create that platform within 1 month. I don't know, like Daniel, all these other. Have an experience in the industry. It's so easy once you have a track record to getting into the industry and making the business is so easy. The only thing is the first step. So the first step should be you need to be prove yourself in the first step. You need to show the people you have a credibility, you have a people who is gonna be mentor, and you need to show the people you are expert in this specific area because people. So why in America, there is hundreds of banks. Okay, they have a lot of money, but if you don't have an experience to investing that money into different areas, so how the bank are going to trust on you because you are not specialized with the fintech. You don't know all the terminology, technical expertise, details, have very simple terms. And in healthcare there is hundreds of people who is have a lot of money who want to be invested in this, but is you really do have an experience building a health tech startup, helping and all the legal and all the compliances expertise? No, that's the problem. You need to be pick only one because it's not only helping the startup, it's all about also helping with the all these to deeply understand the industry, how the industry is actually working on, and then you will help the startup. If you don't know the stuff and deeply you don't have a knowledge, you cannot help the startup with really well.
Yeah, building in public is not for the weak, but that's the whole point is they can give us the knowledge. Yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff to think about. I know you guys want to do this idea. I'm not opposed to your idea, Adil, and I don't think I'm opposed to any of this. Like, that's the thing. Like, I just want to hear all the perspectives so I know what I should be thinking.
Yeah,
I want to get
I've been thinking
Fayez's thoughts too. I want to hear.
Fayez, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've been listening to everybody's comments, and I'm more of a believer of prove it to myself before I prove it to the world. And so if if it's 5, if it's 3, if it's just 1, take that one company and take them through the entire journey, because there's going to be so many bumps that we experience that it'd be good not to display it to the world. Like, who wants to show that your pants are down all the time, right?
Mhm.
But if you can go through that journey one time and realize, oh, look, we need this piece, we need that piece, we whatever, and then you come out of that as a learning,
Mhm.
and you've essentially, one, you have established that you can do it. You have not disclosed your inadequacies in any way at this point, right? Because it allows you to kind of do it in a very private manner without sharing to the world. But the other thing that I was just thinking about was your social component and the support of companies is 2 very different businesses. You can be the executive director on both, by all means, but it's a very different type of thought process and how you are going to help companies. Like the data from the supporting businesses and showing them the roadmap and the journey can be leveraged in the social side. You can take all of that and say, hey, look, we just helped company A, they went through all of these steps, and then here's the roadmap that they took, and you can learn from this, and then you can have people comment and the like. But I don't think you can combine the 2 and effectively help companies achieve their goal, because you'll be so distracted by the noise of the social side that companies and investors will say, how is this going to work? Because you're trying to service 2 masters, right? The master 1 is the public, and master 2 is the company and the investors. And it becomes a little bit more complicated.
I want to add too, all right, so if this is a social impact, this is inherently not really, it's not the most lucrative space depending on what country you're from, and I feel like there maybe just an idea to keep in the back of your mind is I've seen companies what is it, Axel Energy in the UK. They're using discharge, or they're using ML to optimize battery discharge to the decarbonized grid. And my friend in California, pretty much doing the exact same thing. And this, I don't know, exploring whether companies would benefit from collaboration around, especially because there's a lot of competitive companies you don't know sometimes maybe that are collaborative. I don't know, it's just something to keep in mind, especially if we're all working to the same goal of combating climate change or whatever. But just a thought to throw out there.
And again, going back to the social angle, there's nothing unique that you build that does not exist right now. So you have no competitive advantage on social aspect. You can go to Twitter, create a page, and then start pushing your updates, or go to Facebook page, or go to Indie Hackers page, or go to Reddit and create a page for your business and see people already there. At least you would see more eyes at least there than on your website, right?
So you can make investors on the platform. Isn't that the whole idea, is that you can directly connect with investors? We're just doing founders at first. But if you're saying, and Adil, maybe you like this, it's I should be trying to onboard investors to be creating their profiles and listing out their services just as much as I am founders at this point. Because I have done that with a few, but I haven't tried to do it as much. And that could be just the way that we just start connecting people and making this a platform, is by saying you can meet one another on the site. And that's...
But aren't those investors already on the platforms? Imagine you're an investor, right? Where you go? You go where the startups are, right? That's why you go to Indie Hackers, you go to Reddit, you're always looking for that next startup potential. You want to be and mostly through connections, of course. You hear from different people, they talk to each other like crazy investors, right? You're already there. Why would they go to a platform that is dead, hoping that they will gain some traction when there's nothing competitive, there's nothing unique about it?
I also agree, but with that being said, another perspective I want to add is, just I'm in Boston right now, and there's Genesis Fund, who some of our friends are at, which is it's a venture incubator formed for students by students, and it was just a network problem, and they got like $2 million investment, but that's not the real thing that I think is valuable. I just found, and I think a lot of the other founders going to the events that they organize appreciate the fact that they're like, I feel like it's a safe space just to talk with other founders. I don't feel like I'm going to get my idea stolen. And I think maybe leaning into that, almost just like that's the easy win. Worst case scenario, you can make an organization that hosts events, that gets sponsorships, that provides a community for social impact founders. And I feel like that's a very like easy thing to become successful with your network. And then, I don't know, that's just like another thing I want to add.
Right. So circling back, I guess, to the social side. Social side has no unique angles. Nothing unique brought to the table. So what do we do? Like it seemed like, okay, so this is a dead end social. Well, okay, well, is there any other end that is alive right now, right? And we think, okay, maybe helping founders again, we're going all the way down the chain of this business, right? We're going all the back to the roots, to the seeds, and trying to help the seed develop and break the ground so others can pick up and make money on them, right?
Yeah.
And then the challenge is how can we, I guess, do that and not die ourselves, because there's not a lot of people doing it for a reason, because there's no money in this. So the only strongest roots seedlings go through the soil and then get picked up, and then VC start watering them, giving them fertilizer, and like, is there enough expertise, I guess, to get that seed and cultivate it enough to then pass it on to the next chain, right? Like, is there enough expertise, and is it even valuable, I guess? So that, I mean, realistically speaking, right? I'm cool, I guess. For me, the biggest benefit of this session is that I guess, Stefan, the biggest benefit that you did is that bringing all of these people right now to the discussion table. Right. It's like, so we meet each other, we see each other faces, we talk about real things instead of just rainy unicorns. Maybe someone will see this video and say like, hey, so I wanted to build social platform, but I'm glad that I watched this video, and I'm not going to be doing this. I'm going to go and solve real problems, right? So I hope maybe that's going to be the outcome of this. There's nothing wrong as everything fails. Startup, the definition is dead, right? Like every startup is dead. Right. And now maybe 1% of them will succeed in 5 years, right? But it's okay to fail like this. It's nothing wrong with that. As if we're just being honest, right?
Like the thing, it's our first day at school right here posting, and I got all of you guys here. So who knows? If we fail, great. I mean, I'd rather fail at something right now than not do anything. You guys are saying like,
great, yeah. So exactly. That's how that's what I'm saying. That's how you should look at this, not as a failure, as a success, because you didn't waste time.
Yes, exactly.
If you waste time, that's it. That's a problem.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do we take everything that we built so far then and fail fast?
I still think I feel like our generation, we're craving just like good like just public events where people just get together and talk is like so simple and easy to do when you have a good network. I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Here's the thing. Once you are an accelerator program, you definitely have a network. Like, tell me any accelerator program, they don't have a network. They all have a network because they organize a lot of community events. They go public. They share the excited startup and to the people, everything. So, like, public is something that is really important for all the people around the world. Okay, so but being an accelerator or a venture that helping the other startup, you should focus on your roots to be stronger, so that you help the startup. Otherwise, if you are not stronger enough, and how you claim you are going to be help the startups, that's the main point only. So the social is good. Every accelerator, every venture is a social. Like every company is a social company, because they always try to share their news with the people. They are all trying to make a community. They are all trying to build a strong network, resources, all these things. So it doesn't necessarily mean we can say no, we can ignore the social aspect of the thing. But for social, you need to be stronger with the other part of your journey, because being a place where founder are expecting help, and if you are not helping yourself, how you are going to help the startups? That's the main question.
Yeah, I was, I agree with what you're saying too. And, one of the things that occurred to me is, I think, Stefan, you might have started this upside down a little bit. I would have started with the investor pool and say, okay, look, I'm starting an incubator, I'm starting something, whatever it is, and I need, a certain amount of money. Because finding founders, you put out an email, you'll get 100 within a day. It'll take you 6 months to a year to find the right money. And, once you have that money, then, like Adil is saying, it's cash is king. You can do whatever. But I think if you are helping founders and there's no financial resource, I think the founder will eventually fade off if he's not able to find funding himself. And then you'll find kind of, like you haven't supported the founder enough. But if you can find the investors first and push to them to say, look, I'm starting an incubator or some type of organization. We're going to bring in founders, and then you guys can help us, invest in them. I think you have a much better shot, because, like Sergey was saying, then you'll have the seed, you'll have the water and the nutrients to build something, right? Because if you just plant a tree and there's no nutrients and water around it, it just automatically eventually dies. But you, like the family offices is the food that you need, and if you can have that ready at the beginning, I think you have some explosive growth, right? Right out of the bat, you have the necessary resources if you have the right, founders and the companies and the ideas. But just stockpiling founders, I think that's kind of tough, because if you think about it this way too, imagine Angel List, right? You have all these people with money. You're trying to take Angel List and then layer founders on top of it to do these matching. And the beauty of Angel List is that you have all these people with money. So if somehow you can accumulate, 4 or 5 family offices with a certain amount of willingness to invest, then you can do those matching very easily. It may not be any of us. You might find the first investors only want to invest in, agriculture. Who knows? And then you have to go find those just so that you have some successes with the investments that they want. But then it allows you to bring more family offices that might have a different diversification in their portfolio and open to other things. And then you can invite more, founders. But, I have, hundreds of family offices lists that I might have given to you. If I'm not, I will. And you can sort through New York, and we can make appointments and just go visit and see if we can get people to invest in them.
Back in New York, like I need to know what to say to them, and that's what this whole conversation is about. Like, how can I fail if I say the wrong thing to them fast, and then no, there's the next 500 family offices I can say different things to next time.
But I think what you've developed has a lot of merit to it. I just think the timing is a little bit off, and so if you can establish your foundation with, getting the money, then finding a few companies to kind of build on that, then the rest of it will just kind of naturally, organically happen, because it's a beautiful story at the end of the day, right? And people like to hear these stories, and the successes will propagate more opportunities for people to come visit.
What's your background, Faith?
I'm all over the place. I have a degree in finance. I've worked in Wall Street for a while, then the newspaper industry, then advertising. Now I'm in pharmaceuticals. I've owned gas stations. I'm building an application for cognitive impairment. I developed an app for a new podcast player because I didn't like the old ones that are out there. So I just solve my own problems. I'm helping companies with all sorts of things. I just like business, for the most part.
All right. Yeah.
That's amazing, actually. No, so I last time I told Stefan, you don't necessarily need a investor to give you money right away. You can just connect the founder with the investor, and you will make your image strong. That is, at this point, you not need an investor to give you money directly into your company. You can make a good partnership with the family offices, already existing investor, maybe Crunchbase, investor list, whatever, angel list, whatever the company you will find. Just make few investor be the partner. Okay, ask him. Okay, we have some startup. Pick only 1-2 startup, and introduce that startup, and try to see, are you able to actually make a deal or not. If you're not able to make a deal with one startup, it's a problem. Then you need to understand what's the problem, where we are lacking on here, with the communication, with the the direction, with the validations of the startup. What's the actually problem here is that we need to be focused. So then we will focus on that problem, and then again go to the same investor or maybe different, and then we try to see, now we are strong enough. So that's how you would actually slowly build a venture. So if you trying to build an empire, you cannot build empire at once. You need to be build a small teeny steps of the empire, and one day you will actually come up to that empire. So that's what I also believe, like the small step matter a lot, and these are the very important steps. So only pick 1-2 startup, and let's try to work together on that startup, and let's prove ourselves like we have an ability to help the other people. That's what I believe is very important right now.
Yeah. I think we can fill out this right here together. Just these questions and do it for Propel. Just the future, what we see as being the timeline as we kind of progress through this together.
Just to let you know, I need to drop off. I apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it was good
Yeah.
to meet everyone.
Most of
Thank
us.
you. Thank you.
Are you guys all good to go?
Yeah, nice to see you guys. Nice to
Yeah.
see you. Nice to.
Thank you.
Yeah, likewise. Or have a good weekend.
Yeah.
Peace.
Have a good weekend, guys. But Stefan, just to be, I guess you're trying to be like somewhat like methodical. I understand, but at this point, the next step is just getting a startup and getting it from start line to the finish line, wherever that finish line is. And the finish line seems to be like getting it to the next round of funding, right? Like getting it to the next stage. So if you find enough of them, one, everything starts with one, right? And then you basically talk to them and say, hey, what's your problem, man? And he's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so like, okay, do you think you can help them? Try to help them. And then eventually you talk to like maybe 10 of them, and then you're gonna understand some problems that they have at least, right? Like maybe you're gonna start noticing pattern, like, oh, they all need money for MVP, or they all need deck polished, or they just want maybe like set of eyes to validate the idea a little bit, right? Like, and you're gonna see common patterns with them, and then maybe startup number 11, you're gonna be able to actually take on and get an investor to fund them, right? And you maybe you're gonna propose them, like once you have a good startup, with a good story, it's easier to find investor, because every investor will tell you, oh yeah, sure, Stefan, just let me know when something good comes up. And then it's just, and then it means nothing. When you talk to investor right away, it just means pretty much nothing. They say, okay, yeah, sure, Stefan. They're all very positive guys, and they're all ready to invest when the right opportunity comes, right? But if you come to them with like just idea guys, they say like, all right, no, I'll pass on this one, right? And then nobody wants to waste money, right? That's the principle number one. Even if they have a lot of money, they're not going to be throwing it around. They want to see some unique challenge that the startup is trying to solve. They want to see some experience on the startup founder side, the basic things, right? And that's your next the goal for this year, right? Find, listen, learn. Find, listen, learn. Find, listen, learn. And then with here, I guess once you have some specific questions, you can like reach out, say, like, hey, I have this startup. They like, should we get together maybe like this with a startup founder and say like, oh, like let's that you think is legit, right? And maybe we can like do a brainstorm session with them and say like, oh, yeah, like realistically, is there something to it? And then that's how you do it. Like I don't think we're gonna come up with something better than this. Like work has to be done. Plan is good, but work is work.
I'm fine with the work. I feel like the things this far have just been like the talking, but this is the fundraising part. Let's do it. Let's fundraise. Like I don't mind that. I just want to think about other things we can do to find money in the meantime. I feel like that's what my
that's fine. You the people who is volunteer, who is building stuff, that's fine. We will let them build, okay? But I told you last time as well, we need to be focused on the thing that matter a lot, not the things that is just the things, you know.
So that's what I'm saying. What's the revenue stream in the short term that we can just realistically do tomorrow, that I can finish building either on paper or development? I have all these people, I have all these stuff.
So the number one, you need to list down all the resources that you know right now, okay? The best way is anybody from your family who have a money, can we reach out to them? And he is gonna be help us with introducing other. Do you have any specific network that is going to help you with the trying to introduce you with the family offices or any investor?
I feel like I do have enough people that have gone through this process.
Yeah. So list down all these people. Then we will make an email for this, a template. We will send the email to all these, okay? And then we will go to talk, and we will say, okay, this is our idea. We have this pipeline up in this startup, but the problem is we want to start this. For starting this, we need the money, okay? We need the resources. We need to have these people, but because you guys already have a money, you need more startup to invest on the money. So we will bring the startup to you guys, okay? We will polish the startup. We will introduce the startup for you guys. We just need you guys to invest on this startup. If you like, no, we are not saying if you don't like, don't invest. If you guys are going to like the startup, just invest in. So make a collaboration partnership with any family office, and that's the first step. You are already getting a success because you are basically making a partnership with one family office, and you are also helping the startup to directly get the money. And at the meantime, your factor of building in a public is also achievable because you also provide other resources to startup, like volunteer to the startup, whatever, at the same time. But ultimately, you have a very good track record because you are already partnered with one. You don't have a directly money into your company because we don't need directly money. It's a liability of the things, okay? At this time, we cannot like say, okay, give us all the money, we will invest, and once we invest nothing, we will work like 10-15 startup with directly provide our startup to the family offices and see how they are actually picking the startup. We learn from this experience, and then we will get our own fund, because once you have already a good profile, you will get your fund very easily.
Right, and everything starts with one, like same with one startup, same with one family office. You support it. What do I say to them? You just make a call to one and say, hey, I have this idea. I'm making this fund. We're trying and we think about like I have a group of people that are helping me, and listen to what they're gonna say, and they're gonna say to you a lot of useful stuff, and they're gonna have a lot of questions, and then you realize what investor is looking for. And then you talk, same thing you do for the startup. You talk to them and you listen. And then you see, oh, is there anything I can connect or help?
So, hit this. I told Stefan, let's work with me. I'm also raising startup money for myself. Okay. And Stefan know this. And I really have an experience of these things. So this is a good opportunity for you as well. Let's work on this type. Like we will work together. And I'm also the part of Purple. And
yeah, Deal is
yeah.
already has a startup. He's going to be your first startup. Go
Yep.
find money for a deal. That's going to be number one. You do
Yeah,
it.
I don't
He's
mind
going to
the
give you a 5-star review on Yelp.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm also in the part of Purple. Okay. I'll be in the part of Purple.
See, you already have what you need, man. Just get money to a deal.
Yeah,
And
no,
I
we basically
see.
need to understand him and what we're gonna say to show him off as a green marketer. That's what I need from you, Odell, is all the information that we're gonna say in that initial call, and I need that from a deck of people eventually to go show them and say, here's our impact specific founders. If you are impact specific PC, then we're gonna do social impact due diligence.
You know, I have a good story. So
No,
actually,
good.
we met at an Impact Tab. I shared my story because why I share my story. I want to give you example. The impact is not about just creating a social impact. You will create any business. The mission behind the impact is how the company is going to value the people. Okay, that I share you. I'm working with the healthcare. It's a fully profit business. We are not saying we are a social impact company, but ultimately we are working for the impact to provide accessibility in the healthcare. Okay, this is a big impact. So like, see, you are actually achieving the social impact through different way. Like I raised the question. You remember the question that we raised in our meeting
And the subway? Oh.
And the impact hub?
The question of impact again you raised that
Yeah,
I can shut
what
down.
impact mean to you and
Yeah.
what impact mean to me is different, and everybody have a different meaning of the impact for everybody. You cannot say you are creating impact and other person is not creating impact. And at that time, we were like 20 people, 12, 20 people, and everybody have a different meaning for the impact. So it's mean there is no defined definition for the social impact or anything. This the social impact is different from different people. So
Of
the
course,
thing
yeah,
is,
yeah.
yeah. So we need to understand that every company is trying to create a impact. Like they claim they are creating impact, any product, anything, but that impact is in a different way. So we are already creating a social and economic impact or any kind of impact in the society. So need to define a simple way is to pick one and go and become a successful. That's the simple way. Don't waste your time, because I see you are wasting a lot of time. Like I told you, this is not the right way. We have a 40 startup already in the group. Okay, we start with one. Just go and one. Don't need a website. Don't need anything at this time. Okay, this is not a necessarily important thing. Literally, it's not a necessarily important thing.
The necessity is literally just the marketing materials. That's what I'm trying to connect right now. Collect is by having our team work on interviewing and
No,
getting.
usually investor is looking for deck. Give me a deck.
Yeah, exactly,
Give me like a deal. Do you have a deck like saying like what your company is about? Like 3 pages of PowerPoint
No,
presentation.
I have
Depending
a
on how much money you're looking for. If you're looking for raise like 50,000, it's gonna be like, okay, deal. Just tell me what you're doing. No even deck necessary. But then if you're raising $3 million, they may also like, what's your deck? Show me like I'm gonna send it to investment bank or whatever.
Yes.
Like, right? So depending, like, you don't want to overcomplicate.
Here's the thing. Why I offered Stefan
we
to
always
use
have.
me. So I told I already have everything. I know how to raise the money actually. Okay. So I said, okay, I'm going to give my startup to you. Okay. You can prove yourself. Are you able to raise money?
If I'm able to raise the money, if we're able to go there and raise the money, let's do it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's it, I guess, right? Is literally just I'm saying this is it. Like
That's the goal, man.
it's
That's
not. This
the
is the final
outcome. The next
answer
step.
is investor interviews, which we have not done enough of.
Yeah.
Now we're here. This is it. I'm here in New York, so I'm saying this. If I can map the investors now for the next week, is that the focus? I map the investors. I want a social media platform. That is what I want.
Yeah, so yeah, and I understand social media. We're just telling you, social media platform, great. At some point, you gotta. This is for now. You have to switch your focus, and maybe
that's fine. Yeah, I'm not.
And maybe this the new focus of just helping startups raising capital is not something that excites you. You have to be honest with yourself. At the end of the day, you say like, this is too small. This is like this is not like fine, right? But you gotta understand social side will. At this point, it will not fly right now, right? I mean, you can use it as to like sort of like like in software engineering, they have like eat your own dog food. So you develop and use at the same time. So maybe you can share this story with a deal and your own progress. You can share on your website since you already have it, right? On some other platform, and then that's going to be the social.
The Asma, Asma built a very pretty good application. She have a very good application for the social, and she have a 15 years of industrial experience working corporate America, and she got nothing. Like there is people on the social platform and in not active, and they are not making money, and she decided to not continue this. Maybe in future change something to new. So problem with the social platform is at certain point you will get to know that people are not active in the platform. You are not getting the traction. You are not getting the things. You are excited at certain point. Maybe see, 1,000 people will be active, but how you are going to be maintain the 1,000 people? Like
exactly,
if 1,000, it's not going to help you to make money. 1,000 people.
Even if it's going to be 15,000, which is going to be like 5. Probably the next 6 months, instead of 15,000, it's gonna be just 5 businesses trying, like maybe periodically post something. It's very hard to get social traction. So like, and there is nothing unique. There's nothing unique. You just have to understand there's nothing on it, nothing. But then
I think in terms of that, why can't we ideate about the uniqueness of this? Like, if you're saying that this is a volunteer model, etc., whatever, like we're creating this platform, we're the ones actually doing it when no one else is trying to connect.
If you want to create social platform, I will give you openly and public idea. You will go and make. So the problem with the right now social platform like Facebook is not a decentralized platform. Okay, go to the blue sky technology and make some architecture for the social platform where you can decentralize. Let's suppose if some country want to block the social platform, but the user have accessibility to switch their server to any other country. Okay, so they will still use the same services.
Last I saw like a white label platform. They already give you social media. Just put your logo in it.
Exactly. I don't want to know. Exactly. Yeah, we can do that on extra links. I just want to build it. Like I want to start building it so that you guys are posting on this platform. Like, and
no, but you are building is not that thing. You need to build an ecosystem for changing the whole way of a social platform. Like then you are competitor with the Facebook and the X and all these companies. Because right now they are trying to make a monopoly on the social platform. So they are controlling your data and all the stuff and the user. So if you can create some decentralized system where everybody have a right to access their data, then you are basically creating a big impact on the society.
But there are like hundreds of people working on it as we speak. Probably 100 is going to start working on it tomorrow. It's just anything that you start to do, you have to look for some unique angle, something that you can at least some stepping stone that you say, oh, I have this unique access to something, right? Like to this community, or like there's some and then you start building, helping that community, and then it starts from the Facebook, like college kids, like they started like doing something there, right? Right now in this day and age, social, like everything is social.
See, so here's the thing. Have you heard the story of a Yale juniors? They raised 3.5 million last month. They built an AI-based social platform to connect the people, and it's a very good. It's called the Sirius. Sirius is very good. So there is 100 of people are working on this,
Series.
and it's a yeah. They basically built a very good platform. Like it's kind of a good, and they raised within only 14 days they raised 3.5 million. See?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could be that. Like, we could be supporting series as well.
No, what you are trying to solve is not. You need to pick the idea that is different. So if you want to build this thing, then you have a only focus on building something technology. Okay, then you solve the problem through the technology. You build first technology and then you market the technology. Okay,
Yeah,
so
and we can't really, I guess, do we can't create idea for you, Stefan. Like we can, like we seem like you had this idea before, which I guess we're providing honest feedback and saying, okay, this is like the whatever we said was said already, right? And like when someone says like, oh, we can do that, it means like there is nothing there, and obviously we're not gonna just create a business for you because it doesn't make any sense, right? Like there's not enough time. There's not like we don't know like what your like background and what your interests are. Like it's something that you as a founder they have to sit down with yourself and try to like readjust, take another angle maybe, but it's not something that
was supposed to be. Yeah.
So it's not like we gonna say like, oh, let's build this, right? Because it's just at the end of the world, we're gonna shut down this video and then go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, and it's just gonna be another day. We're gonna be busy running like our normal lives. But then, like for you, Stefan, like how is it like? What are you gonna do tomorrow? That's I guess biggest question, right? Like what? It seemed like Adil proposed you, he is raising, you have access to investor. It seems like at least there's some sort of benefit that you can provide to one person, which is a deal. But then again, you're gonna discuss with him, like, is he willing to give you a percentage for your service? How are you gonna be? Are you caring about money, or are you good, like Stefan? Do you even concerned?
I am concerned. That's why I'm trying to make money now with this. That's why I've been doing this for free, and I'm trying to have this whole week to finalize a revenue model. And that's why when Daniel was talking about the bounties, I was like, okay, it's time for me to tell the world and get more, because I feel like that could be something.
So you're thinking to build money from a social platform right now, right?
To do the bounties.
That is even not possible.
No. There is no short. The money on social platform is like you get traction, usage, consistent usage. Then maybe you come up with some advertising, the vectors, monetization, which typically comes much later on these platforms, right? Like it's not. You never start with, oh, let me charge you. You want as much free traction? Will take a couple of years, right? So there's no quick money there. So what else? How are you going to survive tomorrow, like without this? Let's say.
I mean, I'm fine with going and mapping the investors. I feel like that's the next thing. Is that like we have gotten? Here's what I've gotten. I've gotten founders. I've gotten people who are supporters. I've gotten people who have some profits. I've gotten people who are academics. I've not gotten the investors to come on the platform yet and start doing it. Have I talked to some of them?
The problem is why investor is coming to you, because that's the real question.
Yes, because we have the startups, exactly, and we have the connection.
But everybody has startups.
I don't know. What we're supposed to say is that we have the verification by doing all these interviews and talking to them and understanding them, that we know what they're supposed to, and then we can go to the investors and say, hey, you don't even necessarily have to come on our platform, because you want to make an account on our platform after to see some of our featured founders that might be personal investments. Like that's what I'm saying about like the development. It's like I just wish the like development of getting the information and then posting these founders on the platform was a faster progress. Like all three of you guys are founders. Like,
but that's what we're trying to say to you, Adil. There's no need to post anybody to anything. You just basically have a deal and try to get funding for him. Then you take another guy and try no posting to anything. You say like, okay, this is his profile, this is his deck. I'm working with this entrepreneur. He needs money. Are you guys investing? And they gonna tell you why they investing or why they not investing, right? And you're gonna learn. There's nothing to build. Building costs you money and time, right? and like I know you've done something with your brother's help a little bit, which is fine, but it's not something sustainable, right? This is not that you don't expect any platform to be built for free, right? Especially something that is quality made, designed to sustain a lot of traffic. Just if you want some social aspect of it, just post on social platforms. They're already there. If you want to get some additional traction.
Yeah, no, I agree. Right? I agree with you. Yeah.
And everything else, you just don't have this. You cannot build something when you don't have capital.
So my next step is just to go talk to the investors after I've collected all the information that I need from Adil and the other people. And we've collected some of that information already.
Right.
How I put it together, then just start making the list and go talking. Fine.
Yeah.
At the same time, I do want to be doing content creation.
And then while you're talking to these investors, you say,
yes,
hey, by the way,
team. I want you guys to coordinate each other.
Then by the way, you're gonna talk to these investors, and then you say like, by the way, I'm working on the platform, and you give them your like social impact polished speech, and then you listen to what they're gonna say, and then I think you're gonna also learn quickly from them that they're not gonna be putting money to that side, so that will help you as well. But you can pitch two things to them. You can pitch like your vision and a specific entrepreneur, which is right there, ready to go, and there's nothing for you to lose. Go pitch, go sell.
This is it. This is time for you to be a salesman. Yeah, you know.
Great.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Get ready for some funding.
I'm already ready. Listen, when I talk with the Stefan, I see he is not a clear. I give the direction. I said, come with me. Okay, you want to build this? Come with me. I will provide my platform to you to use my idea. It's already built MVP. We are already trying to raise money. You have opportunity to come with me and prove yourself. You have ability to reach out to the people, because this is the hardest part and any startup to convince somebody. If you have an ability to convince somebody, and we already have and we are not going to say that any investor you can just invest us on just we are creating a social impact. We will play with the number, like we have attraction, we have a product, we have a value, we have a market, we have a team, everything on board. So if they like us, they will invest. They don't like, don't invest. Okay, that's a clear, straightforward things. Okay, so why not? You can come with us and prove yourself, like how much you are bringing the value into this specific idea. So we can understand it. Yeah, Stefan is have an ability to talk with the people to close a deal, because I have an experience to closing the deal. I think anybody who work with the service industry knows how difficult it is to getting the contract, you know. So I worked with the service industry for years, okay, and I know it's not easy to bring the money, even though at service you are actually providing your value to the company, but still it was so difficult process. Here you are getting the money and you are trying to say we will give the value to after getting the startup is successful. Is so complex. So if you can make one deal, then everybody, you will feel like you have an ability to close the deal, you have ability to onboard the people, you have ability to help the startup, and then you will be change your whole mindset, because right now you are confused, because you are thinking you are creating a social platform that is easy, because right now you have a few people who is trying to help you by any connection, because they love you, they have an trust on you, okay, but not all the people have a trust on you, okay, not all the people are willing to work with you for free, okay, and that's the reality, like literally that's the reality. So you need to come up with the solution that actually sustainable, and you need to prove to the world that you have ability to solve this problem, and you make the partnership with the people. So that will happen when you done by yourself. If you have not done anything by yourself, it's not possible.
Yeah, I have to do things first before I can teach other people to do it. But I'm talking about always like teaching other people to do is like the founder journey. Like that's the thing, is that I've been more focused on being the visionary of like the process after the initial.
So here's the thing. So you are running Wilger New York. You will make the Wilger New York has a social where you will help the founder for free, create a content, whatever. It was so fantastic. I love the idea. I love the energy. I love the space. Okay, and literally, no, I promise, I never saw this kind of a space in New York, and that is so beautiful. If you create that space, you will be very good for social. Make this as a profit. Okay, focus on only profit side of this. And the Wilger is a good in New York. We have a space where we are hosting events. Okay, I think everybody knows this, Daniel and all these. So I went to this event and it's so amazing. Like everybody was engaging. We spent 5 hours together on the same event, and everybody will be happy. And even though I post on the LinkedIn about the Wilger, so because I love the whole idea, that is a good idea. But what you're trying to build right now is not a good. See, for the Wilger, you don't have any website, you don't have anything, but still the people love this because people love actual real connection. That's the thing. So,
Yeah, you just
having
message
a
me on WhatsApp. That's it. That's why I'm here. So let's see, no website. I didn't go to any of your like I just
so
okay.
how you
This
met?
guy,
So
yeah,
Stephen,
that's how it works.
how you met with me? Like only like see. There is no need a website. Literally, how
Yeah,
you met
okay.
Daniel?
Yeah, how am I, Daniel? Introductions. Okay, this is like great, and I'm glad.
And again, Stefan, to your to you going to back to your background, did you raise capital before for a startup?
I did not. No.
Did you
That's-
have a successful exit in any of the startups?
I left the company.
No, I mean, did you start it and then
No.
left it? I mean, did you start and exit it with the startup?
No, this is my first. This is the first company. Like I've been a co-founder before in companies. This is the first company I've started completely myself.
Right.
This
So
is
you see, it's going. That's what the investors are gonna look into that as well. Who is Stefan? Right. Like, what does he have? Like, does he have any? Does he know what he's talking about? Right. And you need to start building something legit, small and specific. So you have a profile to go build those bigger things that you want to build. Right. But you have to be realistic. You have to be realistic with where you are and like understand what are your unique skills that you have and you possess and you can deliver to other else and take advantage of them. There's no that's the only way to do it.
I think I'm good at talking to people, and that's exactly what this is being an advocate for others. So
yeah,
that's
connecting is right. Yeah.
I want to be the salesman in New York City, and then I want to be the salesman in the world. That's what I'm saying. I need to be a content creator. Is that like my focus has to be going into making public all the good that I'm trying to do, and that includes then the people who are good that I'm trying to support. They will get attention towards them.
Yeah. So start with publishing what you do. I guess like do you already have like do you do some publishing on YouTube, on LinkedIn? Just post your own products.
Yeah,
like,
here's the
okay, I'm
thing.
building this and do it for yourself.
Content creation is something different. Okay, I also create a content, but it's not my business.
Yeah, it's how my business gets pushed out there.
Like for me, it's a part of my business, like because that's how I know the business grows, right? Like it depends how you like what kind of content you do, right? The content is important. Everybody has to like without content, you don't even exist, right? Like nobody knows, nobody like it's today you gonna like be out there somewhere, right? Like you're gonna share your thoughts. It's good if you do. It helps your business, right? So you do it for yourself. Go help a deal and others in your group which you already have, and then that's it. And see if you can get it, right? Like that's none amount of paperwork can help you, or like nothing will help you really. It's just you and your guitar, and you go selling basically. That's it.
Yeah. So I think I also need to go. It's a very nice talk, and definitely this talk is important because it's really nice you are getting the feedback from everybody, and that is really important. And I think as I repeating my things again and again. I told you this is important, and this is how you will build a business. Because I build a company, I know how to build a company. Okay, and I close the deal by my own. I know how difficult it is to close the deal. There is a lot of legal process. There is a lot of like you need a good legal team. You need to be have a liability sometime on the things. So once you actually done by yourself, you will realize it's not that is a simple process where you can say, oh yeah, we can go and we will get and we will spend like this. So you need to follow a lot of procedure, a lot of regulations, government regulations, people regulations, okay, and very careful about the people money, because you are dealing with the money. So let's suppose if you are not providing the value, what should be the alternative? So you need to have a three two option at the same time, like working. So like it's literally it's not easy that you are thinking, and but it's not impossible. You need a good team, okay, a dedicated people who have an experience in the industry. Usually the accelerator program is run by the people who are already in the top. They have their own fund, they have their own network, they have their own expertise, and they start with the specific industry. Like you met with the Turkish guy, see, they are running this accelerator program, and they have an expertise with this area for years and years, working with the corporations, making investment with other startups, and after that they launch their own ventures. So you need to understand these are the important thing.
Yeah.
All right. Are you in New York, I think? By the way, where are you?
Yeah, I'm in New York.
All right. Okay, guys. Yeah, I gotta bounce too. I hope maybe to see you at one of the events in the future. And anyway, like, feel free to ping me if you.
Yeah, I send a connection request. Let's talk more. I like the energy. Maybe we have a, yeah.
All right. All right.
Okay, Daniel. Okay, Stefan. Okay.
Thank you guys.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye. I love it.
So.
Don't talk all at once now. I'm gonna get a fork.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to dinner.
Yeah. Oh my god. No. Thank you for spending the last like 24 hours with me.
Yeah.
Do you feel like we got any closer? Or I feel like we got lectured a little bit.
Yeah,
That's
we did get lectured. I
Yeah.
did get overwhelmed. Well, I just get on like a lot. Like it's been a lot. But they make a lot of good points, and I'm really glad you like struggled with that. It shows like it's good character. Yeah, I guess like for me, I'm like, okay, I actually just wrote out a proposal while everyone was talking.
Good.
Yeah, I think like if they're saying like we could just go pitch investors, like there's no reason why we shouldn't just take all these startups, polish up their initial pitches, and then go to investors and be like, hey, here's 5 startups.
I literally have an AI guy that will literally give you a database of 900 VCs that will match you with based on if you answer a few questions.
Okay, so like you're like, what could we do tomorrow? Like we could just do that tomorrow. Like there's no reason why we can't. And like it like ties into everything where it's like, well, there's the thing that the VC wants to see, like whatever it is, like the thing that the VC wants to see, like there is a checklist of that. It's like,
yes,
whatever it is, like 10 things. They're like, okay, if you answer these 10 questions correctly, then I will give you money. Like if we can just get really good at doing that.
Social impact due diligence is what I was saying. Social impact due diligence.
Sure. Yeah, that's part of what we're doing. But I'm saying just like from the business model perspective, it's like it was just like, okay, like I mean I don't know if that quite, like whatever it is, like you're saying you got the questions, like you got to show that to me at a certain point, but like it's just like 10 whatever it is, like the 10 questions, and then we just like do the startups, like, hey, these are the 10 things you need to do. and we're gonna like help you walk you through that. And then that's just the model, like, and then be like the VCs, like, if you invest in any of these, you need to give us like $2,000, and you know, if we, you know, we'll set you up, and you got to give us like whatever, like, you know, 5%, 2%, whatever, equity, and then that's just that, and then we just have the that's just like that's like the main core model we do, and then there's also like this whole ecosystem that we have.
Yes, that's like the marketplace.
Yeah,
But it's also like the alpha that like you get from being like, here's the cohort teams, here's the non-cohort teams. They're just socializing and solving problems without us.
yeah, yeah, and it's just, and then like he's saying like, what's the unique thing that you have, and then he's also talking about how you throw these parties that everybody likes. Like
Yeah,
that's fine. Like that's good. Like that's just attractive. People want to go there and hang out all the time.
the combination of knowledge that I've collected has been purposeful to impact a lot of change and to connect with people. And this is down the like culmination of it into something. Like, what can this be used for?
Yeah.
And I like it. Let's go talk to investors and let's go market these people. Let's go post it on the website. Let's go understand a plan for each startup. Sure.
Yeah, just like pitch, like we can just do like, I mean, we already have like two. We already came up with two today. Like, you know, I bet there's a bunch of other ones around. You know, get up to 10. Like, I don't know how long pitches are, not like 10 or like 10 minutes, right, or something. I don't know.
However long you want it. You have to be, remember your elevator pitch and then like your longer pitch. But yeah, I've recorded a bunch of interviews already with some founders to do this. But
yeah, it's like 5 minutes. Like shopping, like go for shopping, like window shopping, right? Like boom, 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 boom. The thing is, like, if we do the branding is right where it goes on our website. You know, we got the pitch section on our website, and it's every single video is going to follow the same format, the same template, and answer the exact questions. Then it just makes it like, it just should be really easy. And then you can do like fun stuff where you like aggregate it or whatever. It's like, okay, seeds, like, well, we'll just bundle like 10 of them together, and then, or whatever, you know. However, you want to do that. There's a bunch of math stuff you can do for there.
And that's why I just want the website to exist. But we don't need the website necessarily. We just need the information.
Website, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so just making like a little like, yeah, we're just like polishing up. We're just taking a bunch of startups, polishing them up. Pre-seed startups, you know, putting some polish on them. Here's the things you need to go. Like, it's not even just polish, because it's like, these are the actual things that are going to be determine your success, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah. So it's like applications. Like, there's a lot of stuff like we do. You fill out applications, but like we're off like filling off these applications. We're like, I don't know what the fuck these guys are thinking, right? Like, like they're just like for me, it's like a lot of times it's like you need a grant writer and you need this and that because you don't know what's going on. But if we're like, oh, you just like come to us and we'll like walk you through the whole process.
Yeah.
Then, like, you know, like the deal is you come in like with your startup, we're gonna like help you pitch. We're gonna clean it up and we're gonna take you to investors, and you know we could take you to like a bunch of them or whatever, and then that's what we get. You know, and you just give us some equity.
Eventually, we'll get sponsors who will be wanting to be the licensed service provider for each of the different functions that we provide. If you compare this to something like Every.io, which is the thing I was talking about earlier,
yeah,
which is basically the company that allows you to do your LLC. The whole idea behind it is that they do all in one back office because they have their partners already there, so that you can like put money into their bank account, etc. And you can just be directly getting sponsors so that you can buy the stuff that they do, and they have the partners that actually fulfill it. And that's what we can do for every single sort of social impact startup, so you can have all the available marketing and legal and everything all in one place.
Yeah.
And we can have sponsors that pay for the spot.
Yeah, and I really do think like the specialization we could do it is, so it would be, the specialization would be like in positive impact or whatever, but it's also just like we'll just specialize in pre-seed. Right? Because like it's all the same set of problems for everybody. So we just get good at that, and then that's it, right? Because like you can churn out, like we could do like one a day on average, I think.
That's what I'm saying. But the systems for the people that we have, like, how do we make the most of them to actually go ahead and do things? Like,
Yeah.
our capacity is really large, and we can make this scale very high.
That's downstream from us. So we meet with the startups and we get that checklist, and then it's like, okay, do you do this? Do you do that? Like, we give the people the checklist first, even. So it's not even us. Like, it's not even you and I starting. It's like, okay,
No, of course.
you need to answer all these questions, and like, here are the people that are going to help you with all these questions.
It's why I have a founder success manager, Cornelia, and the other people who are going to do that work with her.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And then that's like intake. They go through the process, and we just like look at it like, whatever, we'll do like bottlenecks or whatever.
And we could be raising money and stuff like that for them. Focusing on that.
Then, you just get all the proposals. Like that's the workflow, right? Is like there's like, you have to answer these questions. They fill out that application. Then once they fill out the application, we can have it where it's like almost automatically accepted, where the person comes in with the application, and then there's an automatic acceptance of like, you've already put an effort to answer these questions. Someone's gonna come sit with you and go through why each of these questions, like why, which ones you've answered correctly and which ones you haven't, and like what else you need to change.
Eventually, I feel like you can be like a 1% accelerator. Like, scale it to the point. No, you don't think.
1% accelerator.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you only charge 1%.
We only charge 1%. Yeah.
Back, and you can just make this like a service that is done for a founder. Is
that 1% to go from to go
0 to 1%
to get seed money.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that seems reasonable.
I think so, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, once it's like, we can like automate it or whatever, but past that. But I think like the initial steps are like, well, can we just get the startups that are already in the system and just be like, well, get like that template and figure out like what is it that a pitch deck would actually look like, and get the startups, and we'll just like go through and get them all looking good, and then go pitch to investors.
And then, like, I also want to be a builder. I feel like we are building these startups as well. We're connecting them. We're also building.
Like, this is the thing you're building, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And we have to know how to build them up. Yeah, how to represent them.
Okay. Well, you got to be careful how many things you're doing, because like if we're gonna build that process for them so that it's really easy for them to get the seed money.
We can choose the ones that we build. That's the cohort.
Yeah, well, we have standards, right? We would have standards, and it's like once you hit the standards, then you can go.
I guess so. Like, that's like our own due diligence process you have to meet before you can do the investor specific. So that's what I said.
Yeah, and then we filter it, and if we filter correctly,
yeah.
So if we I think if we do it in a way where like when we show up to investors, like it's like a very effective use of their time, then they're just gonna want to see us all the time.
This is one of the more original ideas I had, was talking about like investor due diligence preparing for them, and they can view it on our website, and they may pay more money to view or start something like that. Like, yeah, it could just be as simple as like we say, like how we are the verifying company. We verify that you're doing your social impact, you're doing your company well, and then we just provide.
Yeah, like that's not a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
And then just scale that up, and like you could just like mass produce those, and then it's like, well, every single one of our guys has like an idea, and there's like market testing or whatever it is. Like there's a when, there's a why, there's a whatever those rules are, whatever those questions are. Right, like so those 8 questions, but if you've got a better template.
Well, when, why, how, what.
Yeah, like what's your why you. Why this? Why you? Why now? Why venture? Why? What edge? What proof? What plan? What vision?
It's like a grant application. You can fill this out with my Yehuda.
Yeah, it's like a grant application, but it's the thing that I really want is that like we actually just help people fill it out. And it's not just like a grant. It's like, okay, well, like this is investment, and it's like based off of like what actually works.
like investors sometimes say like send me your data room or something like that. Like even facilitating the conversations between them and startups to like say here's like the base amount you need to know. There's even features for like okay you can send over more information that you keep private on our site or something like that. Or even like just send an email. Like everything would just be done. Like, we're just connecting people together and then I guess getting a fee based on the success and
We'll walk them through. Like we'll create a funnel.
yeah. What's stopping us from doing this tomorrow?
Literally nothing.
Well, there we go. So tomorrow, yeah, it's like what am I gonna do? Like,
so tomorrow we're gonna do. I need that. You said you had like a template or whatever for that.
so I need to explain that. Do I really have that? Like, there's no like Google Doc that I have. What was the context in which I understood that? I said like, have I talked to certain startup founders and certain investors and they've answered a survey for us? Yes. So that would be helpful. The survey results.
Okay, if you don't have one, then we'll do one tomorrow.
Yeah. We can do an investor interview tomorrow with some guy.
Yeah, we'll just create like a template of like all the things that need to be done, like all the things that the investors need. We'll need to like verify it or get a couple companies to go through it and then verify it. And then that's it. And then we're just pitching people all day.
So then, also the founder onboarding form that Nicholas is working on. I don't know if you know about this, but Nicholas is working on a forum to onboard people to the platform as a founder.
Okay.
And you're going to ask questions. Like, we need to talk to founders to make sure these are the right questions to be asking them when they get onboarded, the right flow.
Yeah. Yeah, so the questions are like there's kind of like two sets of questions. There's the questions that we need for the VCs, and then there's the questions we need for like for us or for the founder. Or the questions we need for us, and then the questions we need for the founders. Like
yes.
For like, hey, like you have to answer these questions, or else you're not ready to pitch to a VC unless you can answer these questions. And then it's like, okay, well you're ready, but now let's put the pitch together. And then there's us as like, well, is this like positive for the world or not? But I think most startups are default. I consider startups default positive.
Positive, yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily difficult. It's just different to be. I mean, it's natural actually to exist with product, but like, I mean, solving a problem was like the whole existence of a startup.
Yeah.
So that's inherently nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you're generally like in the capitalist markets, like you're getting people to pay for something, and so you have to provide value to them, or else they're not going to pay for it.
And that's what we have to do right now. Let's think about, okay, let's just provide value. Let's just connect startups together, and then we'll make. I'll convince people to make me a platform eventually. I will. That's my goal. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't need to do that tomorrow though.
But we can even make an X community tomorrow. Like we can create a Propel Twitter account. And we can actually just buy this and create a community, and then have our founders start posting in this community, and like add people, and then do the like. That's what I was thinking about. Like the systems, it's like I just want an onboarding flow for incoming leads, and then to go out there and be as public as possible, getting these new leads.
Yeah, well, we're already pretty public in the sense that we're like streaming this.
Yes, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like. Today's the first day. Today's day one. Oh my god, it's so great! Congratulations! Thank you all for staying with us. We can't watch this, but yeah, it feels amazing. And we're gonna come back on day 2 tomorrow, and we're gonna keep on. But we've finalized so much more now than we have in a while, and a lot of it is like going back and looking at things we've done before, and we can even do like things, so much stuff. Oh, wow.
All right, I'm not really kind of done for today.
No, that's good. That's what I'm saying. This is it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well. I'm gonna end this stream. Thank you, streamer and people watching.
Thank you, chat.
And how do I end the stream? I don't even know.
It's okay.
OBS.
Damn.
All right.
Show me some analytics.